story. He was persuaded into playing the vote Trailblazer or TB for short by his cheerful childhood friend Miu. But Wataru faced Miu, who was full of motivation, and said this: "Then, I'll be the rearguard." "Shinto priest? I'll take this one." "What? You are not going to fight next to me? And you call yourself a man?" For some time she would become one of the top players and start getting called hero. So Wataru had to deal with being an extra. But, during a certain PvP event, a strange nickname was attached to Wataru. That, he was actually the hero's true self. I'm going to die." "Hind, heal me." "Unfortunately, both my items and spells are on cooldown. Try to do something by yourself." The sword broke. "Oh." She died. Yuma's HP reached 0 points. As I saw that, I took some distance from the goblin-like monster. Since the target went out of its range of action, the monster left. "That's why I told you to use the infinite beginner HP items." "Saying that it's uncool or whatever, you care too much about appearances." I approached the grey corpse of the defeated Yuma and poured the beginner revival item with infinite uses on her. Its full name was Beginner Holy Water. It can't be used mid-battle. "What does this name even mean?" "Are you telling me that God cuts corners when making them?" "Revived." Yeah. "Good morning." Color returned to Yuma's body and she vigorously stood up. "By the way, apparently, if you don't get revived within 1 minute after the battle ends, on top of the death penalty you'll get sent back to the last town you've passed through." Playing solo is quite harsh. I wonder if there's any sort of auto-revive consumables for solo players. It was impossible after all. "Let's continue after we have leveled up in the forest at the beginning." "You are saying that because I'm a beginner, right?" "Right. But, don't you want to rush through the beginning?" "It's launch day after all." Apparently this game launched today at 10 AM. The time right now is 2 PM. Anyway, I don't think we can compare to those people that take the day off to play all day long. But some things are better off unsaid. I didn't want to pour cold water on Yuma's motivation. However, this is too inefficient. I wonder if there's any way to find a suitable hunting ground. Just now we were the ones being hunted instead of being the hunters, is what I thought as I kept casting healing magic on the near-death Yuma. "Once we get back, why don't we investigate a bit?" "Stuff like the levels of the monsters or how much experience you get in parties." "Investigate?" "That kind of stuff. Just leave it to the people that make walkthrough sites. Until then, we should just use our instincts to find a way to proceed." "You are going to leave the hard work to others?" "It's still launch day. I don't think that kind of information will be out yet." "Don't you think that investigating by ourselves is another way to enjoy the game?" Yuma stood there. Her long eyelashes made a pookie sound as she blinked repeatedly. Did I say something that weird?" Oh, what?" "That thought never crossed my mind." "Like I thought, when I'm with you, I find new ways to have fun." "I'm glad I invited you to play the game." "Seriously?" Her way of conveying her feelings is too direct. I find it hard to react sometimes. For some reason, I didn't want her to see my face, so I turned my back to her and started walking. "Anyway, let's return." "Dondry Forest. Was it?" "I'll tag along until our level is high enough that we can't use beginner gear anymore." "Really?" "Let's go right away." We started walking back. On the way back, we passed by a group full of guys. I feel bad for Yuma, but let's try getting some distance from her and pass by them. As we passed by them, I could hear whispers. "Oh, isn't she quite pretty? Hey, try talking to her. Let's get her to take a screenshot with us." For someone like me, talking to a beautiful girl of that caliber is too high of a hurdle. Just like I thought, Yuma was getting stares from the guys. Just now. Did someone just talk in a really old-fashioned otaku way? Was it my imagination? 1. The last person ends his sentences with Digazeru. Anyways, act like you don't know her. It just so happens that you are walking the same way as her. It was an evasive skill to naturally get away from my childhood friend who had a pointlessly pretty face. In this game, your face doesn't really change much. Though it's not like I want them to make the avatars plain looking. Of course, if Yuma gets involved in anything I plan to help her out, but as someone that's not her boyfriend, I'd find the gazes of jealousy annoying. Moreover, it drains your stamina and there's no easy way to deal with it. Perfect. My camouflage is perfect. Why are you suddenly distancing yourself from me? That makes me lonely, Tilda. Don't get close to me now. Camouflage failed. Stares of jealousy flooded from the male-only party towards me. As for the reason I started playing this game, we'll have to turn back the clock 2 hours. Today, Sunday, I had the day off my part-time job, so I was lazing around the house, but in front of me, my female classmate was prostrating on the floor. Her long black hair spread out on the carpet. It was quite the awful sight. How did it end up like this? I beg you, Wataru. With me? Play a VR game with me? Why are you prostrating before me? Isn't your way of asking favors too manly? I would hear you out even if you didn't do something like this. But I don't have a VR headset. Taking my reply as a positive one, the girl before me, Miu, vigorously raised her face. As I had placed my hand on her shoulder to make her stand up, the sudden movement made her hair attack my chin and cheeks. That tickles. Plus it has the good fragrance of a girl. Is it okay? Is it really okay? Even though you are so busy every day. Well, as long as it's only a couple hours every day, I don't think there will be any problems. Besides, I don't have work every day, and at the latest, I would end at 10 p.m. But still, you know I can't afford to buy a VR headset. My household doesn't have a father. My mom works every day until quite late, and the money I get from my work goes toward the savings for household expenses. Spending on games that aren't too expensive would be one thing, but I can't really afford to spend the large sum that current VR headsets cost. If it was an old game that supported old headset models, it might have been possible. But contrary to her appearance, Miu is quite the gamer. Most likely the game she's inviting me to play is the latest game released. Foo. I thought you would say that, huh? Miu started to look through her bag. The strange thing she pulled from her bag was, Dada, it's the latest headset, VRX 3500. I even got 2 of them. They were a pair of black goggles with a stylish design. If I remember correctly, they appeared in commercials these days. She thrust a pair of them towards me while holding the other one under her arm. As she struck a pose, I started clapping. Ooh. Oh, wait. I thought the news said that to prevent reselling them, they were only sold in physical stores and it was limited to 1 per person. Ugh. I thought you didn't usually watch the news. That's right. I usually don't watch the news. But even people like me know of this kind of social phenomenon, the VR headset that provides full virtual reality immersion that she's holding. With its launch, there's already lots of games that launched covering multiple genres such as FPS, MUPC, sports. The mysterious number 3500 apparently comes from the number of prototypes it had, though I don't know if that's true or not. The release date was yesterday, and on the way back home from work, I was astonished at the long queue in front of the store. They take your ID when you buy one, so it was impossible to buy 2. Given these circumstances, the question is how she managed to buy 2 of them. To tell you the truth, I persuaded my father to buy one. You called Uncle Akafumi on his way home from work, making him wait on that long queue with his tired body. That's so pitiful. He had to get his ticket on his way to work and we went together on the way back. But I also had to go through a lot, you know. I had to wait there early in the morning, and in the evening I had to wait in that long queue. In the end, because there was a delay, I couldn't get to Wataru's birthday party in time. I passed by at 10 p.m. but no matter how many times I rang the bell, no one came out. I was so lonely that I cried a bit, you know. That was you. It was an unusual time, so I didn't come out. Use your phone. Ah, I forgot about that. I wanted to keep silent and give you a surprise, so I kind of forgot about it. Good grief. Being alone in the middle of the night is dangerous. No, I was with my dad. You know? Are you serious? With Uncle Akafumi? Because of that, today he's sound asleep. When I left home, Dad was still sleeping. He's really pitiful. On top of having to work until Saturdays, but that person does dote on his daughter to a frightening degree. Like Miu said, yesterday was my 17th birthday. We were planning to have a modest celebration with my mom, my little sister, Miu and me, but because she didn't come in the end, the leftovers of my handmade cake are inside the fridge. Anyway, it's a day late, but happy birthday, Wataru. With a bashful smile, Miu handed me a big present box. I gratefully accepted her present. I haven't played any games lately, but I was really happy with her honest feelings. Thanks. But is it really okay to give me something this expensive? It's fine. That's why now that you have accepted it, you'll have to play the game I want to play with me. Of course, I don't mind doing that. So, what game are you planning to play? As long as I have the headset, I can just download the game from the net. I connected the VR headset to the PC, then I proceeded to register the headset. Let's see. Acquisition method. Gift. It seems like I needed the purchaser's personal information too. Looks like they went this far to prevent reselling. After finishing that, while the headset was charging, Miu started to explain a lot of technical terminologies that I didn't really understand. Just so you know, the only experience I had with games was while I was an elementary student. I do have some basic knowledge, so I thought I would be able to keep up with her to a certain extent. While having Miu leaning on my back, I headed to the download page of the game. This one, Trailblazer. Trail. Oh, the Pioneer one. It seems like the official site abbreviates it to TB. While not giving much information about the world's setting, the homepage had quotes like "Find out with your own eyes" and "You are a pioneer." I find that kind of stuff a bit annoying. It seems to be your usual Middle Ages MMO with a sword and magic fantasy setting. Apparently, the NPCs are equipped with the latest AI. From the looks of it, the NPCs will give you quests on their own under certain circumstances. Players' actions will affect stuff like the economy of the game and the goods circulation routes. The balance between countries can also be affected. At that moment, a pippy electronic sound signaling that the headset had finished charging reverberated. As if it was confirming that the headset had finished charging, the game also finished downloading at the exact same moment. As she saw that, Miu, who had been waiting impatiently, urged me on. Okay, let's go. Already? At least let me go to the toy aisle. You can leave that for later. At least let me bring some water and food. We are probably going to be playing for a long time. You can leave that for later. Is it okay if we play for long? Then I want some water too. Got it. Wait here for a bit. After making the preparations, we lie horizontally. It's not like we are going to sleep, so it kind of feels weird. I let Miu use the bed, while I used a cushion and lie on the carpet. It's a bit hard. My body will probably hurt all over after this, but it can't be helped. It seems like while you are playing, a part of your brain becomes isolated and is used to move an artificial body inside the game. Obviously, your body will still breathe and continue doing the actions necessary to stay alive. Then I put the VR headset on my head. The bit that hits my temple has an electrode connected to it. This is scary. Is it really safe? I'm starting to get a bit anxious. I do want to believe it is, since in this day and age virtual reality has made medical progress, but hey Miu, as I put this on, I ZZZ started to feel sleepy. Sigh. Like always, she's always fast to take action. Lying on the bed while facing upwards, her well-developed breasts were regularly going up and down. She's too defenseless. Wait. Isn't her belly showing? After putting a blanket over her, I lowered the AC so that we don't catch a cold. I also went to check that all the doors were locked. The crime prevention system is also working. With all that done, well then, I should start too. I headed back to my room, put on the headset and touched the power button on the side of the headset. After hearing an electronic message, my consciousness began its journey through the digital world. As I regained consciousness, I found myself in a place that looked like an entrance. While I was absent-mindedly standing there, a window suddenly popped up in front of me asking me to input my personal data. Seems like the first thing that showed up was the login window. I entered the ID and password that I made a while ago and proceeded to the next step, proceeding to scan body data. A digital voice that came from somewhere instructed me to wait where I was. Suddenly, the sense of reality started to come back to me, going from a state that was close to having a dream to something closer to reality. There are no words to describe this kind of feeling. I started to move my hands and legs like the guide was telling me to, and it also answered the questions I had. It doesn't feel any different from moving a real body. After saying yes at the last verification window, It entered a slightly long procedure. Adjustments completed. Will proceed to perform the avatar's settings. A window appeared in front of me again. It seems like next was the customization window. Medium build and black hair with a hairstyle where the bangs partially covered the eyes. In the window, there were options you could click on. Doing so would bring up the modifiable data. Though, the only things that you could change were the skin color, hair color and the existence of tattoos. There's not many options. Oh well, it just makes things easier. It seems that in order to bring a sense of comfort and realism, they don't tamper with the player's physique and bone structure. For example, if you were to play with a physique that's far from your real self, once you went back to reality you would have issues moving your body properly. Another example would be that during an experiment, the subject was doing movements that would be physically impossible for a human being, and after the experiment, the muscle fibers in his arm went bam and got ruptured. That's so scary. Though it does seem like the retail version has some limiters set on them. Basically, if you want to play, your avatar should be close or identical to your physical appearance in order to move properly. In the old days it must have been really problematic if your personal information got out. Even if just by changing your hair color would change the impression one person gives. With the net bills currently passed these days, the percentage of criminals caught by the police has been rising. You could say that it's gotten easier to retrace the steps performed by said criminals. Anonymous bulletin boards are still rather active, but I believe the cases where people slander and flame others have become scarce. That's why people that reveal who they are in social networks have been increasing and the people that are opposed to the idea has been decreasing. Even someone like me who used to say things like "even then" and hit her face, has made a promise with me to play a VR game these days. If there were more options, it would be nice to go as a muscular middle-aged man, but that's no longer possible unless you play non-VR games. I also don't think I want to change my hair color or the color of my skin. Tattoos won't look good on me either. Like that, I kept proceeding without making changes. A robe that will conceal my figure, a mask that will hide my face and so on. For now, I'll just take what I can get. With that, I finished checking everything. In the end, I had to enter a name. Okay, guess this should be good enough. With this, you have completed all the initial settings. Welcome to Trailblazer. With those last words from the electronic voice, my eyes were enveloped by the light again. Just as I was thinking that, a rural village appeared before my eyes. When I looked around me, I saw people that looked like players doing the same thing as me and moving around awkwardly while confirming their surroundings. It might be because it's launch day, there was a number of people that didn't fit the rural scenery. I took off the robe and mask because they were in the way and placed them in the inventory, which was attached to the waist in the form of a pouch. The robe and mask turned into light and were absorbed by it. But, where is Miu? Kaya? Geez. Why are there so many people? From the crowd of people, a chestnut-colored hair woman came out and fell down. Why isn't anyone helping her? I made my way through the players and reached her. Are you okay? Thank you. You are different from the other visitors. Visitors? Hearing her words I noticed something. Above the woman's head, the name Clara's was shown in white letters, while the names of the other players were displayed in blue letters. As expected, this person is an NPC, but the fact that she stood up when I offered help and I was able to feel her body temperature, makes this feel weird. We call people who came out from the gate that. They are also called that in the legends. I see. Sorry for asking so many questions, but what's this legend you speak of? When the southern skies turn crimson, the gate to the outer world will open. If those people are not stopped, the world will undergo great change. Such a legend exists in this country. I never thought that the gate would appear in such a remote village though. I see. It seems like players are treated as beings that came from another world. When I looked behind me, I saw a gate emitting a mysterious crimson light in the air. So we came out from there. If it was this kind of setting, it's true that it was an unexpected event. We are these many people after all. So basically, Clarice-san came to check on the gate. But a crowd of people suddenly appeared and she couldn't get out, something like that. After that, I exchanged some words with Clarice-san and we split up. It seems like this village is called Altroa Village, Seems like she manages a second-hand shop inside the village. As thanks, she wants to give me a discount, so she told me to go to her shop later. After advertising her shop and providing me with a customer service smile, she left. Now that I think about it, it felt like I was talking to a normal person. They are incredible. These days AIs. Hey, while I was in a daze, a female with long silver hair and dark skin that I had no recollection of, approached me while waving her hand. Who is she greeting? I only took a glance, but she gave the aura of a beautiful woman. If the person she was greeting was a man, I'd feel envious. Hey, Wataru, why are you ignoring me? The person whose arm she grabbed was me. Not knowing who this person was, I stared at her for a while. Oh, this face. And this voice. Wait, you are Miu? What's with that hair and that skin color? When I saw you from a distance I couldn't tell who it was. It was a good opportunity, so I went and reversed the colors. How is it? Does it suit me, rather than suiting you? To begin with, Miu was fair-skinned and with long black hair. With her looks and body, you could say that among Japanese people she was distinctly beautiful. Now that she had reversed those colors. Right, she was like that race that appears in fantasy works. You kind of look like a dark elf. I thought so too. If there is an accessory that makes your ears long, I plan to use it. Ah, I see. Even though it shouldn't really suit her because of her Japanese features. I guess it's the advantage of being beautiful. In my case, the beginner equipment looks like Western-style light clothes and they don't really suit me. Makes me look like a peasant and weak at that. So, Miu, stop right there. That's no good. Calling me by my real name is prohibited. The great feeling of immersion will diminish if you do. Didn't you just call me with my real name a moment ago, even though it was to search for me? Though, I guess it's some kind of manners. I see. In that case, what's your character name? Itsuma. So you basically reversed your name, and since the length was not long enough, you added a R at the end. Huh. How did you know? I mean, it was too simple. Your way of thinking. It's also similar to a name of a giant in Norse mythology, but since it's her, she probably wasn't aiming for that. Since it sounds good, I don't think it's that weird for her to choose that name. I settled on Hind. Hind? You mean that Russianate? Not that helicopter. Why do we even know about that, both of us? The Hind, with the simple meaning of being at the rear. Hey, don't tell me, because I'll just stay behind you. Hey. She looks dissatisfied. However, renaming is impossible, so Yuma reluctantly consented. Since there were too many people near the gate, we started to move away from there. On the way, Yuma regained her spirit and pulled me towards the place that looked like the exit of the village. This way, Hind. Wait, where are we going? Where? Anyway, let's just go outside. I want to try fighting against some monsters. Just like that. Is that okay? We haven't really made any preparations though. A few minutes later, in a place called Dundry Forest, the clueless us had our HP depleted after receiving successive strikes. Our opponent was a common one in games like this, a monster with the appearance of a giant bee. We died peacefully and respawned in the village. It was terrible. That's why I told you it was impossible barehanded. That's right. Usually you would have a weapon. If you knew, why did you just charge in? It seems like an indicator has appeared in front of me. During the time you are a beginner, there won't be any death penalties. Ah, I'm so glad. However, this means there will be death penalties in the future. Oh well. If there was nothing, the feeling of tension would be gone after all. We sat down in the plaza that had comparatively fewer people than before and started to sort our information. We confirmed various things. First off, it seems like when you open the status menu you can start the tutorial. You'd normally do this. The only idiots that would just suddenly go outside were probably just us. Doing so will let you decide on your beginner job. Once you have made your choice, they'll give you a beginner weapon that fits the class you have chosen as a present. Until level 10 you are free to change your job whenever you want. Once you reach level 10 you'll have to make your final choice. The information provided went like that. After having finished the tutorial, both of us were groaning at all the jobs that were lined up. Alright, I'll become a knight. Let's see. Balanced in terms of offense and defense. Once leveled up it can use magic swords and counters. like those heroes or magic knights from old games. It reminds you of those offline RPGs. Isn't it cool? Well, isn't it fine? Being a dark elf, I'd think dark powers would be better though. She always liked being flashy after all. This one. That kind of thing doesn't suit me. Since it's going as expected. If that's the case, naturally my role has already been decided. In that case, I'll be the rear guard. Shinto priest? This one. What? You are not going to fight next to me? And you call yourself a man? No, what's with that reasoning? Men can't be rear guards. Besides, I've already said it, I'm hind. I didn't mean it that way. Stuff like combination sword skills. Or combo skills. I wanted to do stuff like that with you, even though you already know I am not that type of person. Just give up. Gunanu. Nothing will change even if you act like that. It's not like I'm completely confident in saying this, but I believe my reflexes are not that good. When thinking about VR games, if you wanted to be a vanguard, I judge that not having good reflexes would dull your movements. Actually, when we were fighting that bee, I was the one that got stabbed and died before Mew. Even if there's no difference in our stats, it showed that there was a big difference in our evasion and defense. In that case, I'll choose the rearguard class Shinto priest to support Yuma once she goes to the front. Come on, let's equip the weapon already and go try one more time. It seems like they have given us some items along with the equipment. You are right. All of them have beginner attached to their names though. So all of this can only be used until level 10, huh? So it basically means that you should remember the basics of the game until then. Seems like the experience gain has been increased for one day too. Looking at the things that appeared in my inventory, these are definitely stuff that they had prepared for launch day. I took out the beginner wooden staff from my inventory and equipped it. You are so lame. Isn't this just a random branch that fell from a tree instead of a wooden staff? If I were to speak honestly, it looked really dull. At the end of the branch there's even a leaf attached to it. If its performance is really good even while looking like this, it would make it something like a branch of Yggdrasil or the like. Hind. What is it? Wait, so you also got a wooden stick? This is not being a knight. It's just as if I was a kid playing around. In Yuma's case, it was a thick stick around the same length as a sword, but their appearances were deceiving. Because they say they have infinite endurance, this wood must be made from some mysterious material. In terms of offensive stats, the staff gives 5 points and the sword 10. However, the staff increases magic attack by 5 points. When I checked, being barehanded at level 1 your attack would be 1 point. This is definitely much better than not having anything. Hurry up and acquire some proper equipment. It gives the feeling that the developers are pressuring us to do that. Well, instead of receiving some wonderful equipment right from the bat, I believe this will motivate us more and is a good thing. Whatever. You are done preparing, right? In that case, let's go. Hind. Aren't we going join a random party? I don't care. We are going with just the both of us. Wait just a moment. Yuma started to run at full speed. I only have confidence in my stamina, but she's so fast that I think it'll be hard to keep up. I used the wooden stick as a cane to hit the enemy. When I did, a very realistic sensation was transmitted to my hand. While scattering body fluids all over the place, the bee's body was split in half. Gross. This is so pointlessly realistic. Oh, Hind. I leveled up. Yup. You are right. We have reached level 3. When I looked downwards while listening to Yuma's high-spirited voice, a ring of light ascended from under my feet signaling that I had leveled up. After equipping the wooden branch, everything went well. There being no restriction to the number of times you could use the beginner potions, we earnestly kept fighting monsters without returning to the village. Because there are many players in the field we had to keep moving. But we have been able to level up without much trouble. I was wondering how launch day would be, but it seems like everyone is pretty well mannered. We were taking a break after defeating the monster. While I was playing around with the wooden stick, Yuma began talking to me. Shall we go to the next area? I'm getting tired of fighting these bees. No, let's keep fighting here for a bit longer. Judging from the displayed levels, the monsters here are up to level 5. So, you mean that's a reasonable level to move on? I think so. Wait, Why is a gamer like you listening to me? What about the other online games you've played? No idea. I usually just kept going in high spirits. Where have I heard those words before? I somehow feel a strange sensation. Feeling that it was something troublesome, I stopped thinking about it. When it comes to monster information, their levels are displayed on top of them the same way player levels are displayed. The monster from a while ago seems to be called Killer Bee. There are slight differences in levels. As far as I've seen in this forest, they seem to be in the range of level 1-5. You could tell the level of a specimen was high because they were bigger than others, and it seems like their HP increases accordingly to their level too. Anyway, it's like that. After talking about it, we have decided to stick around in this place called Dundry Forest, but you are, what? Hind. Suddenly, a player wearing a ski mask attempted to hit me with a club. I was unable to dodge it and it hit me, taking away a third of my HP. Judging from his build and voice, it seems like he's a guy. But why is a player attacking me? In order to protect me, Yuma stepped in the middle. What are you trying to do? No need for talking. Normies should die. Nor. Eh? The man continued to attack and Yuma defended herself with the wooden stick. Wanting to understand the situation even if it was just a little bit, I looked at the top of the man's head. Player name, Poker Face. Where is the poker face? Wait, it's not like I can see his face because of the mask though. I can't see it, but he's level 5 and his player name is yellow. Probably having noticed that, Yuma looked at me and gave me a warning. Hind. This guy is a park. His name still hasn't turned orange, but he's an evil player. What's that? That was dangerous. Stop running away. It's the abbreviation for player killers. They do stuff like stealing from others, or they just commit crimes for fun. Geez, that doesn't matter right now. What do we do? Even if you ask me that, it doesn't look like he will listen to us. So in this game, players can attack other players while healing Yuma, who was defending against the continuous attacks from the man. I exchanged words quickly with her. What happens if we defeat this guy? There's no penalty if we defeat a player whose name color is other than blue. Are we going to do it? Alright, beat him up, Yuma. Alright, Bae. Having received Yuma's attack with the side of his face, the man was blown away energetically. However, maybe it was because he was wearing a leather armor that wasn't part of the beginner equipment. He didn't seem to have taken much damage. He stood up immediately and confronted us again. That was nothing. Until I beat all the couples around the world to death, I won't be defeated. I don't get what you are talking about. I don't either. This is bad, Yuma. There's too much of a difference between our gear and levels. Yuma started to exchange blows with the masked man again. When it comes to physical ability, Yuma had the upper hand, but because her character stats were inferior, she's losing. Each time she takes damage, I'm healing her with potions and healing magic, but the healing can't keep up with the damage. In his case, even if we keep inflicting small damage onto him, he heals entirely with a single healing item. I can't see how we are going to win this. Hind, do something please. Let's run away for now. Take this, sand to the eyes. You are my eyes, my eyes. Don't you dare run away, you normies. I grabbed some sand and threw it at him. Without deciding on a direction, we just started to run away. As a result, we exited Dundry Forest and came to an area called Homer Plains. That guy is so persistent. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding he had, but we are not a couple. Jeez, stop getting in the way of our time together. Huh? You said your time together? AR? That's even more unforgivable. What did you even hear? Hind. I'm thinking. I was searching for players that could save us from being pursued, but unfortunately, there was no one around. I thought that if there were players that loathed PKs around, they would help us, but is there any other way? Oh, Yuma, endure for a minute. I got it. I don't know why you are getting along so well. Die peacefully and get into an argument later. What I had found was a being other than a player that could probably defeat that guy. After using a healing item and healing magic on Yuma, I left that place. Then I proceeded to deal some damage to that while being careful to not get too far from them. I increased their numbers. Because of my negligence, an attack hit me. That hurts. So scary. If I take several blows at this level, my HP will just disappear. Seeing a third of my HP go away in a single hit, I started to get nervous and my back felt cold. Besides, they smell terrible. Why do the developers fuss over these pointless small details? Before long, I was being chased by many of them and I forced myself to run at full speed. This is so tiring. Move away, Yuma. Left, to the left! Exclamation mark behind you. An opening. I got why? The level 6 monsters I had gathered while running around the plains. The goblins were accompanying me, guided by me. The group collided with the masked man. Because he was absorbed in his fight with Yuma, he was not able to avoid my arm and fell down. I proceeded to jump over him. Go. After he was run over by the group of monsters, they changed their target to the man and started to beat him to a pulp. The HP we had so much trouble shaving off decreased rapidly with the goblins' attacks. While looking dumbfounded at the situation, Yuma got closer to me. You are incredible. Hind, where did you learn about NPK? This was a method that already existed. Since Park means player killer, NPK only has monster attached at the start. It can also be called train. It's true that it gives the impression of being followed by someone. You really did it without knowing about it? You are quite the scary guy. True. The question would be if it was really necessary for us to do this. Even if we died, we would only have returned to the village after all. If I had to say, it was just a matter of how we felt about it. Don't say that. Even if it's a game, being killed in that way is something I'd absolutely hate. There's no way I could accept it. That goes for me too. Then I sense a love comedy event. I won't allow his last effort being in vain. The masked man's HP reached 0 points. Having verified that, we took a great distance from the goblins since we would be their next targets. The man turned grey and was unable to move from that spot. Not having any enemies within their range, the goblins left. The man's dead body turned into particles of light and disappeared. He probably returned to the starter village. Being released from that feeling of tension, we fell on our backs. Phew. I'm so tired. Me too. I had to run for some pointless reason, to park on launch day while ignoring what people say. They are so hardcore. I don't believe that PKs don't share the same restrictions as us until level 10, or should I think that it was good that I came to know about their existence before I amassed a fortune? According to the details of the death penalty, it seems like you'll lose some items if you get parked after all. Yuma, who was using healing items while leaning on my back, suddenly stopped moving as if she had remembered something. What happened? Hind, that guy was a member of a guild, you know? Is that so? Under his player name, Normie Extermination Committee was displayed. What's with that name? There are other people like that, at the very least. It's not something you'd do on launch day. You are completely right. However, that thing he said, it's troubling. You and me, that we are live. That was so bothersome. Yuma, who turned around quickly after hearing my words, started to pull my cheeks while looking really angry. Why? I've only said that PKs were bothersome. Anyway, having repelled the park, we continue to raise our levels. Since we are already here, let's try fighting the monsters that are here. When Yuma said such a stupid thing, I let out a sigh and prepared to suggest going back to the forest. What is this girl even saying? No, you just saw that park guy, right? Even though we had more people on our side, we couldn't even beat someone at level 5. We are still level 3. You know, it's impossible even if it's only one. Unlike that park, they probably won't heal themselves, so it's not like we won't be able to defeat them. If we are talking about efficiency. No, let's give it a try. I'll try to support you properly. Foo, I actually have a secret weapon. Yuma opened her menu and started to operate it. After she was done, the wooden stick on her back disappeared and in its place, something that looked more like a sword appeared. Wait. When did you get? I picked it up after a bee dropped it. How is it? I look like a knight now, right? You are right. Now you need to mount on a horse, wear some armor and you'd look like a splendid knight from some country. Right? Well then, let's go. Chaj. She's not even listening to me. After that, I wanted her to show me the data of the sword just in case, but Yuma didn't listen when I urged her to switch back to the beginner gear. For the record, the sword she had equipped was called Crude Broadsword and it had the same attack as the stick. Aside from that, its endurance was only 3 points. During that time, we returned to the place we were at the beginning of the incident. I initially expected we would be able to beat them, but I was completely wrong. The sword was damaged and we were utterly defeated. Since Yuma was easily defeated, I used the holy water to revive her and we decided to return to Dondry Forest for the time being. Alright, we arrived. Walking this much, I can see just how far we were chased. You are right. Then, what should we do first? You said you wanted to verify something. First, I want to see how experience is distributed in a party. Then, we are going to level up soon, right? I want to know how much the experience differs because of our levels. I don't really get it, so give me the instructions. Yuma followed my orders and drew her sword. Let's start by experimenting on the killer bee we have gotten used to. It's probably the weakest monster in this game. But at the start, we challenged it barehanded and lost. Isn't this quite embarrassing experience? Let's not tell anyone about this. There are 2 types of monsters in this forest. The other type is a monster with the appearance of a caterpillar, aptly named Caterpillar. While its movements are slow, they are stronger and have more HP than the killer bees. When you think about it, they are about the same strength. After that, we disbanded and remade the party multiple times and we verified the amount of experience we got before leveling up. As a result, as expected, it seems that hunting in a suitable area for our level is the best. Even if we kill a lot of small fries, the experience we get will be trash. And then, since there's a small bonus of experience and experience is shared properly, supposing we kill stuff solo and in a party at around the same speed, it will be more efficient to do it solo. However, since that's not really realistic, in the end, it's usually better to play as a party. To sum it up, I don't get it. If we defeat monsters around our level while in a party, it's faster and more efficient. Oh, that's easy to understand. So, incredibly strong solo players might be faster than parties. They receive all the experience for themselves after all. Just say that from the beginning. I'll say this, even if you have free time, playing solo is prohibited. I believe that finding a good hunting ground is the most important thing in an RPG. Always going for efficiency might be boring. But since Yuma said it was launch day, guess we should focus on being efficient for the time being. So, let's review things for now. When it comes to the fundamentals in the game called TB, the stats are extremely simple. HP, MP, attack, defense, magic, attack, magic, resistance. These 6. If you move your body in a way that shouldn't be possible in reality, once your consciousness returns to your body it'll place a great burden on it. So they place limitations. That's why, no matter how much you level up, your physical ability will stay the same. That's why there's no real value for speed. The damage you deal will increase accordingly with your level. The damage you receive will decrease too. This way it can present how your strength has increased. In that case, lacking the reflexes, wasn't it the right choice for me to choose to be a rear guard? Then, if you increase your offensive ability while you don't have your weapon equipped, there's a system that affects the weight of the equipment, making it lighter. This being the case, it's possible to give players the impression that they are getting stronger even if they don't increase their real-life physical strength, a method that won't affect your real-life body. To sum it up, when you level up your power will go up and you will be able to use heavier weapons. When it comes to defensive equipment it's the same. Depending on your base defensive stats it'll feel lighter too. Because of this, if you have a job that will have high base attack and defense you will be able to use heavier gear than the ones we have currently. All this information is information that existed in the tutorial and Yuma lightheartedly didn't bother reading it. In reality, it's true that after leveling up I feel that this wooden branch has gotten lighter, so I believe this information is true. That being said, the branch was light to begin with. There's also the possibility that I'm just imagining it. Well then, what should we do about our current equipment? We should probably decide taking into consideration that it's launch day. I wish I had some kind of indicator. In this case, let's try borrowing the knowledge of a gamer. Hey, Yuma. Does crafting exist in this game, like blacksmithing or item crafting? Of course. In that case, the weapons and armor that they sell in NPC stores, usually, their performance is worse than the ones players craft. Though it's to be expected. As I thought, it was like that. In that case, I have to do that gradually. This girl is bad at attentive work after all. If that's the case, materials and money are absolutely necessary as an initial investment. So we should sell everything that doesn't look like we'll use and be careful when buying things. Alright, it's decided. Let's use the beginner gear until level 10. When I said that, Yuma made a face as if she had just received the death penalty. That much? Does she hate the beginner gear that much? Why, I hate this lame wooden stick. She's still going on about appearances. However, Yuma, you don't get the wonderfulness of this beginner gear. I'll teach you about it right now. I swung my fist to emphasize it. You are such an idiot. The beginner gear is free. If something has a set endurance, you'd have to go to a store and repair it with a whetstone, and that will incur various expenses. Right? Not having any endurance means that its maintenance costs are zero. If it's for fighting, this branch and that stick are more than enough. Since it's launch day, we'll be patient until level 10, not use any of the drops and pick everything up, free of charge, gratis, 0 yen, service articles, sales, discounts. Such pleasant words. Wait. I think about half of them have a different meaning. Yuma took a step back because of my menacing look. Gunyu. This damn economist. However, are we really going to be fine until level 10? Think about how our stats increase to match the increase in stats on the enemies. I believe it's designed to be doable. Even the goblin you fought in the plains, it didn't feel like an enemy you wouldn't be able to defeat, right? If your sword hadn't broken. New. Right. I believe he did take damage. Since that sword had the same offensive ability as this wooden stick, as the developers had thoroughly displayed, until level 10 it's what you would call the game's beginner zone. I believe the difference in enemy strength is moderate at best. I guessed that the beginner gear would be enough to clear it. That being the case, there's no need for things like that incomplete set the park guy was wearing. When I said we should leave the plains, it was because beating a monster would have taken too long even if we fought there. Let's see. We are level 5 now. I believe now that we have reached this point it should be faster. So you are saying that the speed at which you beat monsters is important. If we fought goblins at our current level, you mean that it will be more efficient? That's right. When it comes to gear, it would be better to immediately obtain and change to gear that's crafted by players. But in reality, that's impossible right now. It would be impossible. Even if you learned it, it would normally take time to acquire that kind of skill. More importantly, we don't know any crafters within the game. Besides, aren't you forgetting about something? Inside our inventory are the experience items. That's right. After taking various things into consideration, I thought that it would be better to just rush with the beginner gear today. What do you think? When she heard my words, Yuma just kept nodding over and over. You don't have to look at me with those glittering eyes. It's not like I thought of something that special. It's embarrassing, so please stop. After finishing that simple verification, now that we had reached level 5, we headed towards Homer Plains. On the way, Yuma opened her menu and something started to bother her. Hind, are you still fine on time? What time is it now? 3 p.m. I think I'll be fine until 5 p.m. Then I'll have to make preparations for dinner and wait for Rise. I can understand having to make preparations for dinner. But why do you have to wait for Rise? She should have the keys to the house, right? Rise is my little sister. Since she went to cram school today, she was currently absent from home, but, for some reason, whenever I'm at home she said that she wants me to come open the door and greet her. She just leaves the keys in the living room on purpose. Since she was small she got lonely easily, but it's like I'm some kind of dog waiting for its owner to return home. TSK, that broke on. Did you just say Brocco? It's nothing. You just misheard it. I see. Both of you don't get along after all. Miyu has a pretty straightforward personality, so she doesn't tend to dislike many people, but she seems unable to get along with Rise. The times it becomes dangerous after they meet are many. However, they don't get into a fight. They just exchange some abusive language between them and stop. It's hard for me to say anything. I pray for the day they are able to settle their differences. Oh, I should change this atmosphere. We are playing a game after all. Let's have some fun. Anyway, we are taking a break at 5 p.m. However, since we are here, let's aim to get to level 10 before 5 p.m. Ooh, you sure are motivated, Hind. Yeah, this game is pretty detailed, so it's gotten fun. Right, have you noticed? If you hit a killer bee in the thin parts of its torso, it takes more damage. So they have set weak points? I didn't notice. Because this is a VR game, it doesn't have a targeting system. Since you can aim freely, each player has to choose what part they want to attack. The existence of weak points broadens the strategic side of the game. I can say that I really like this system. I believe their abdomens are called scapes. Since ants and bees evolved from the same species, their structures are similar. What's with you? Are you an insect expert? I liked insect picture books when I was small. It's information I remember from back then, though it would be impossible for me to remember it all now. Wait, that wasn't what I wanted to say. Let's return back to the previous topic. We should search for the weak point of the goblins once we reach the plains. That way we can have fun leveling up. When I gave a suggestion going by the information we had verified a while ago, Yuma opened her eyes wide. Again is what I thought, but her reaction this time was more extreme. The corners of Yuma's mouth suddenly rose up. Ah, Hind, what is it? Stop hitting my back. It hurts. She suddenly burst out laughing. I thought she had gone insane. The face of Yuma, who was hitting my back, had a good smile, though I didn't know what she was really thinking. Right now, I'm having the most fun of all the games I've played. It's so fun, Hind. I see, I'm happy for you. It's the best. After that, Yuma was in a great mood. Then, it might be because even her physical condition was in perfect form. She crushed all the monsters in front of us one by one once we reached the plains. When I noticed, we had been able to reach level 10 in an hour. After that, we returned to the entrance of the place we initially departed from Altroa village. There are more people than before. It's the game's launch day after all. Seems like we won't have to worry about the game service ending because of low population. Since we weren't dissatisfied with our jobs, we decided to go ahead with Knight and Shinto Priest. After we reached level 10 in the field, an option appeared at the same time. Right after that, the beginner gear disappeared in front of our eyes. Farewell, wooden stick, wooden branch, potions, holy water. Once we reached the plaza, Yuma started to stretch. We are done. Just fighting mobs is not bad, but I want to fight a boss. There's not enough excitement. The Homer plains are vast. Shouldn't there be something further on? The monsters in all directions were trash monsters, but their levels were high after all. I see, I look forward to that. Apart from the goblins in the plains, there were horned rabbits called Almiraj. Since the Almiraj was a monster that focused on speed and defense, if you were not careful, it was a dangerous monster that could take your HP in one go. However, their HP was pretty low, so if you preemptively attacked them they were easy to beat, making them a good source of experience. Their weak point was the base of their horn. When it comes to goblins, their weakness is the base of their neck. Seems like they have set the weak areas to be extremely small. However, is it really okay to leave all the items and gold to me? Yuma, what are you going to do about healing items? You could call it leaving it to others or not being greedy. Does she not want to go look through stores herself? The answer Yuma gave me seems to have been based on her own weaknesses. I'm basically not going to play with anyone other than you, so there should be no problems. Besides, you see, you know that if I had the money, I would just spend it, right? Well, yeah. For some reason, Uncle Akafumi leaves your allowance in my hands. You normally wouldn't hear something like that. Even if we are childhood friends, I'm the child of another family, you know? What does he regard me as? I want to ask him, but somehow I'm scared of it. Even the cost of this VR gear, I believe Miyu asked him directly for the money. This girl's family is pretty wealthy, so even if Miyu doesn't have a part-time job, her allowance is pretty big. That being the case, please take care of it even inside the game. Using the in-game money as practice, Don't you have any intention of fixing the way you waste money? No. Why? In the end, I was forced to look after all the drops and gold. When it comes to item trading, there doesn't seem to be able issues as long as both parties agree to it. From what Yuma said, it seems the inventory is like an item box and it's not possible to go through it, so there's no way to use the trade feature to forcibly take items against another player's will. However, because I took all sort of things, my inventory is full. The next time I log in, I should sort the items. After that I should prepare weapons for us. Oh, there was something I wanted to ask her. So, Yuma, once I have some free time I plan to make our weapons. If you have any requests just tell me. I still don't know what I can make, so just give me an idea for now. Oh, so you are taking up crafting as expected. Let's see. A drill, maybe? What? Yuma easily left me unable to think. No, I wanted to know if you prefer a sword or a spear. You are a knight after all. What do you even mean by drill? It has a nice ring to it, right? Think about it. Drills make you think that they are another type of spear. They don't. You've already chosen to be a knight. What are you even talking about? Rejected. When she heard my words, Yuma made a displeased face. I don't get it. Isn't that the expression I should be making? In that case, dual guns. Middle Ages. This game a Middle Ages fantasy game. Iron Fan. Can you just stop already? Kizurigama. They are shady weapons, both of them. If you are a knight, fight fair and square. Ball. If you say ballistic knife, I'm going to hit you. As one would expect, after Yuma saw me readying my fist, she proceeded to shut up. By the way, the thing called a ballistic knife is a knife with a powerful spring built in, making it able to shoot a blade. It goes without saying that that's not a weapon a knight would use. A normal sword is fine. Just say that from the beginning. I'll just make a normal one. I'll leave the more detailed ones for the second onward. Actually, I don't really have a clear image for it yet. I might be able to think of it after using the sword for a bit more. In that case, what was all that pointless conversation we just had? For the record, if you use a weapon that's not suited for your class you will get a penalty, making them basically trash. Once I equipped Yuma's stick, its attack was reduced to 1 point, so there's no doubt about it. In the status window, you can see that knights fundamentally use swords or spears and Shinto priests use maces or staves. So, this is everything for today, right? Hind. Right. You are going to eat dinner too, right? It's going to be a feast. That makes it 5 portions then. Let's log out. 5? I opened the menu and pressed the log out option. The digital body started to disintegrate from my feet upwards. When I came to, the real world spread in front of my eyes. I can't see anything because I have the gear on me though. In front of me, a message that said that the connection was terminated appeared. Is it okay if I take it off? Oh. The window disappeared. When I removed the VR gear, the setting sun was illuminating the room and I unconsciously frowned. With a similar face to mine, Miu raised the upper part of her body and started to look around. New. My body hurts. We played continuously without taking a break after all. The part about a portion of your brain being isolated seems to be true. I had not moved at all from where I was when we started playing. It just that my body was feeling very stiff. From now on, we should probably take proper breaks. I get the feeling that we have overdone it this time. Hey, Wataru. Why did you say 5 portions? Well, go and bring Uncle a Kifumi. After all, you probably ate some pre-made food for lunch. I didn't. Don't be like that. I was able to get the VR gear thanks to him, so I want to thank him. Go back for now and if it looks like he doesn't mind, bring him here. For people like us that always eat instant food, there's no way that we would refuse. Don't try to act proud. How about you learn how to cook and start making your own meals? That would mean I wouldn't be able to eat your food anymore. So no. If I learned, you would definitely tell me to cook it myself, right? Well, she might be right in that regard. My family might not have a father, but in her case, she doesn't have a mother. Both of our families have known each other for a while, but my father died from illness. In her case it was divorce. Both of us had been unfortunate since junior high school. Since then, the times we have eaten together has increased but anyway, It's fine if I call him, right? I'm going. Wait. If you stand up so suddenly. New! Exclamation mark. As a result of not heeding my warning, while raising a feminine scream, Miu slipped with the towel and fell down. Since I had bad reflexes, I tried to hold out my arms to catch Miu, but I wasn't able to stand firm, so while carrying Miu in my arms I fell backward and my back hit the floor hard. Furthermore, the air in my lungs was let out because of the shock and I was in a state of lack of oxygen. C can't breathe. Wataru. He's dead. I'm not, is what I wanted to shout, but my voice didn't come out. Miu proceeded to poke my torso. Where are you touching? There are other things you should be doing, right? At times like this, because my lungs were blocked, being unable to breathe, I couldn't move for 10 full seconds. Gah. Ha. Wataru, are you okay? Hang in there. What are you doing, you idiot? I couldn't breathe and I thought I was going to die. An odd sound came from my throat. You know? Sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Of course it wasn't. Just go and bring him here already. Forgive me. While shouting her apology, Miu left the room in a panic. After seeing that, I fell to my knees again in the room where silence had returned. Because I had shouted while I was lacking oxygen, I was feeling dizzy. I'm glad that Miu didn't get injured, but instead, I was in a pretty bad mood. After having recovered, I went to the living room on the first floor and the intercom rang. Has Miu already returned? Is what I thought, but... Oh, right. I head towards the front door, turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. There, the person I was expecting to be there was standing there as if she was tired of waiting. I have returned, Nissan. My little sister Rise went inside while showing me a charming smile. She was about a head shorter than me, her hair color was lighter than mine and it waved in tandem with her movements. Whenever she comes back home, she always smiles as if she was relieved. Welcome back, Rise. The door was open, right? Why didn't you just come in by yourself? Geez, even though you already know why. You mean when you mentioned that I had to come to greet you, right? You sure get lonely easily. That's right. I get lonely whenever Nissan is not here. Rise proceed to place a hand behind her to lock the door. However, Miu is going to come back, so it should be better to leave it open. Miu lives about 5 minutes from here, so it shouldn't take her long to go and come back. So I said this to Rise as I pointed at the door. Rise, don't lock the door. Miu is going to come back later. When I said that, hearing my words, Rise's face stiffened. After that, as if she was digesting my words for several seconds, her eyes were wandering for a while. Rise locked both of the locks and even hung up the chain, then smiled at me. Why are you locking the door? I told you to leave it open, right? I'm sorry, I heard wrong. More importantly, Nissan, weren't you in the middle of some domestic chores? I'll open it, so go first. Got it. Even if Rise is lying and she doesn't leave the door open, if it's locked, Miu will probably ring the intercom. Since I'll be on the first floor, there's no way that I won't hear it, so there shouldn't be any problem. I left Rise at the entrance and headed into the kitchen. Then I proceeded to start making preparations for dinner. Today's menu is beef stew. We got a big amount of French bread from an acquaintance, so I was thinking about eating it together with that. As a Japanese, I could also make rice, but if we are talking about stew, bread goes better with it. Luckily, before Miu came, I had already made the initial preparations. From around noon until 5 p.m., the ingredients had been pickled in red wine. The contents were beef, onions, carrots, a small amount of garlic and 5 types of bay leaves. First I took the beef out, sprinkled it with some salt, pepper and wheat flour, then I proceeded to stir-fry it on a frying pan. A fragrant smell spread throughout the kitchen. Oh, I forgot to turn on the ventilation fan. There we go. Should I help? When I turned around, Rise was standing there after having changed from her uniform to casual clothes. As always, she was wearing my old clothes and they suited her really well. Sometimes, they didn't seem like the same clothes that I once wore. She does look really feminine in them and it does save money, so it really helps. Since she had already put on an apron, guess I'll have her help out. Then, take the ingredients out of that pot and turn on the fire. Okay, I should just take out the scum once it starts boiling. right? Yup. Please do so. Got it. Once the meat started to gain color, I took the vegetables that Rise had taken out and started frying them too. Then I added tomato paste and added the beef with the vegetables to the pressure cooker. Next, I should pour the red wine after Rise has taken the scum out, but here, Nissan. Thanks. Without having to hear anything, Rise placed the chinois on top of the pressure cooker. I grabbed the pot while wearing kitchen mittens in both hands and poured the boiling wine on top of the chinois. Once we were done using it, Rise soaked the chinois in water. Yup, it's like I had 4 hands and I felt at ease. I wiped the wine that had spilled. Now I should turn on the pressure cooker. Wait, why am I feeling something warm on my side? Hey, what's with you doing this so suddenly? Don't try to run away. Isn't it fine? We are done cooking, right? It's true that while the pressure cooker is working there's not much to do, but the kitchen in our house is not very spacious. If we lined up in front of the heater, our shoulders would naturally touch. That was the case, but there was no need to be so close to each other. Well done. It tickles, Nissan. I'm so happy. While feeling embarrassed, I patted her head in a way that wouldn't mess up her hairstyle. When I did so, Rise narrowed her eyes in delight as if she was a cat. The only one around that can spoil her is me, so I don't think I have much of a choice. But well, considering she's already 15 years old, I'd like her to voluntarily get away from her brother a bit. Nissan, where is Akano-san? Rise proceeded to ask me that question with upturned eyes. Akano is our mother, Hishikami Akano. She works as a nurse. Mom said that she had some urgent work and that she would be late. She probably won't be back until around midnight. I'll leave some dinner for her. That being said, how about you call her mom already? She will cry, you know. While I was talking, Rise placed her head even closer to me. Rise and I are fellow children from parents that had remarried. The only person that was blood related to her was our dad, and he died. It might be because she was lonely, but she stuck close to me. Contrary to that, there's a distance with the mother that is usually away from home because of work. It's not like they don't get along, but Mom feels a bit lonely because of Rise's attitude. It's fine, it's like a stubbornness of mine. Until one day I can call her mother in the truest sense of the word. I don't really get it, but you mean that when that time comes, you'll properly call her Mom? Let's see. That would depend on Nissan. Foo. Depend on me? Why? Why is the way she refers to Mom related to what I do? In the truest sense of the word. At that moment, a strange sound could be heard behind me. I gently separated from Rise and turned towards the sound. The window of the living room. It wasn't a familiar sound. I had an ominous feeling. I'll go take a look. I'll leave the timer of the pressure cooker to you. Set it to 30 minutes. Is it over already? Just ignore it. What if it was a suspicious person? Mom left taking care of the house to me. I have a duty to protect it. Nissan Yumini. I left managing the cooking to Rise and approached the window with the closed curtain. Did a bird collide with it? However, it did make a weird sound as if something was sticking to it. I opened the curtain to take a look outside and my eyes met with something in the darkness. Bloodshot eyes were staring at me. Wait. Miu? Just when I thought about what it could be, I saw Miu with both of her hands and face stuck to the window. Her beauty was ruined. If the people at school saw her like this, they would probably faint, particularly the younger female students. Since she had stopped sticking to the window after noticing me, I immediately opened the window. What do you think you are doing? What about you? Isn't it cruel of you to not come out even when I ring the intercom? Or did that body press mess up with your brain? When I told Dad about it, he said that you'd forgive me if I prostrated on the floor so as an apologue. Stop doing that. Wait, you said you rang the intercom. When? I've been doing it for 5 minutes. I rang it 16 times. Too many? You idiot. Wait, I didn't hear the interc. What true? Because of Miu's words, I left the living room in a hurry and checked if the intercom was turned on. It's turned off as I had expected. Since it was still on when I went to greet Rise, there can only be one culprit. Rise. Did you? She's not there? She got me. There were no signs of Rise being there, only that of the pressure cooker with steam coming from it after having its settings changed. Isn't this going too far for just a prank? Sorry, Miu. I'll open the door immediately, so go back to the front door. I'll explain the situation to Uncle Akafumi. I don't really get it, but you are not angry, right? I'm not. In fact, I should be the one apologizing here. That Rise. After that, I grabbed the neck of Rise, who had escaped to my room for some reason instead of her own room, and went to earnestly apologize to Uncle Akafumi, to not let them in after I had invited them. I can only say that it was a really rude thing to do. Well, she's at a quite delicate age. Don't scold Rise-chan that much, Wataru-kun. Uncle doesn't really mind. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Yay. I love Uncle. Rise. What's with that attitude? Is that the attitude of someone apologizing? Ha ha ha. You have it hard, Wataru-kun. Uncle Akafumi. He looked happy, smiled at us and accepted our apology. At first glance, he looked like a slim and kind man with black hair that made him seem young, but with that being said, I'm counting on you to take care of Miu. If I leave her in your care, I'll be relieved. Uncle Akafumi, it's like Dad said. It'd be a relief. Wahahaha. Right. I guess you can guess from how synchronized their laughs were. But Uncle's personality is about the same as Miu. His occupation is the head chief of the sales department in a pharmaceutical company. People refer to him with Mr. within the company. It might be because the job asks a lot of him, but when he's outside work, he was quite sloppy. He likes playing golf on his days off, so he tends to be absent from home. That's why the times he came over together with Miu were not many. I made both of them wait in the living room. After some time, I gave the beef stew its finishing touches. In the meantime, I had Rise prepare the potatoes and broccoli that would be used as a garnish. Then I placed the frying pan that was still a bit hot on top of the dining table. With this, dinner was ready. When she saw the beef stew that was still producing steam, Miu leaned forward and made a face that looked as if she was on the verge of starting to drool. That's bad manners. Can we eat it? Can we really eat it? Don't be so hasty. Though as the one that cooked it, it makes me happy. I'll finish placing the plates, so wait. So vulgar, muttered Rise in a low voice. However, she made an expression that clearly displayed that she had said that. Naturally, being fed up with that kind of abusive language, Miu's beautiful eyebrows stood up. Did you say something, midget? Just because your figure is a bit good, don't get so full of yourself. It's unpleasant. When these two are together, it's usually like this. Since I and Uncle are already used to it, there wasn't much of a reaction. Once they start eating, they will stop quarreling, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. Uncle, here's some wine. There's some in the stew, but that's another matter. You are so attentive to things like this. Then, guess Uncle might drink quite a bit today. As we started to eat, they stopped fighting. Yup, this is fine. The way we arranged seats was with Rise next to me, Miu in front and Uncle diagonally opposite to me. Each one of us joined both hands together and proceeded to take simultaneously some of the beef stew with a spoon. Delicious. The moderate sourness, the sweetness of the vegetables and this rich fragrance. It won't lose to the one they made in the Western restaurant I was invited to last week. Wataru-kun. Thank you very much. However, compared to the highly rated restaurant you went to, where they cook them for a week until it's done, there's no comparison, especially when it comes down to stews. Haha, you are so humble. If only a normal family's level of cooking was like this. Right, Miu? Nugu. It's fine, you don't have to say anything. Look, Wataru-kun. Look at how immersed Miu is. To have such a childhood friend, my daughter is really fortunate. Nugu. Thanks. I believe she's like that no matter what she eats though. Oh well. The beef stew was quite popular. Other than the portion I had left for Mum, the frying pan was cleaned up so as the one that had cooked it. I felt satisfied. As Uncle Akafumi had said, he drank an entire bottle of wine and went back home with Miu while they both looked satisfied. The next day, Monday, 9 p.m. An hour before the time I had promised to meet up with Miu, I had finished my domestic chores and had some free time. Before I noticed, I had already put on the VR gear and lay down on top of the bed without anyone telling me to do so. Seems like I'm more immersed in TB than I thought. Before starting, I relaxed my body and immediately turned it on and logged in. Then, the scenery completely changed. I was standing in the plaza of Altro, a village where I had logged out the previous day. Just in case, I opened my friend list and checked Yuma's name. Naturally, it said offline. Once she has some time, she'll probably log in and contact me. If I prepare our equipment now, we can proceed to play smoothly once she logs in. Since I have an hour, I should sell all the unnecessary items and I think I should be able to learn the basics of crafting. First off, since I'm a beginner, I headed to the trading BBS that I was interested in that was in the game. As a result, I was able to grasp an understanding of what the current market prices were. It's still the second day, so it was still unstable, but it was still enough to give me an idea. The currency used is gold. It's usually displayed as G. When I saw normal weeds or pebbles you can find anywhere being sold for 9.999.999 G, I honestly didn't know what was going on. Who is going to buy that? Gear is expensive as expected. If you don't mind working for it, it's naturally cheaper to craft them yourself. Eventually, I'll have to look for another crafter to help me. But I should ignore that for now. I don't really have the money. After all, I should craft them myself for the time being. After that, I went around to check on the weapons and defensive gear being sold at the shops, but like the BBS had stated, their performance was lower than that of the ones crafted by players. Sometimes good quality was attached at the start, other times +1 appeared at the end, and even if they were the same weapon, their performance would be better. For example, the good quality broadsword +3 when compared to a normal one, its performance was extremely above it in comparison. For better or for worse, you could say I was surprised at its price. The ones that were being sold in the village's shops were the ones that usually had nothing attached to the name, or the ones for poor players that had crude attached to the name. Iron Lance or crude Iron Lance, something like that. You would think that there's no use for these shops in the village, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Their main use is to repair your current gear, thus recovering their endurance. There seem to be whetstones that you can carry, but they are expensive, giving the feeling that their use is for things like long dungeons, making repairing your gear in shops much cheaper. The repair costs are generally on the cheaper side. Take for example the crude broadsword that is sold for 50 G. In the case that you want to repair it, it'd only be 5 G. By the way, in the case of Mew's weapon that got damaged, it's possible to repair it, but that'll be 150 G. So expensive, with arms the size of his legs. The old man from the weapon shop ruthlessly informed me of the price. Like this, the price can suddenly just go up. Besides, a broadsword is usually being sold at 150 G, so you could say that there was no point in repairing it. There's probably no point in repairing gear from that status until players are able to obtain unique gear. Since there was no point this time, I sold the broken crude broadsword to the old man for 1 G. Mew, are you telling me to buy this? Don't make that dissatisfied face. So, they won't make a good face when they are being sold trash. They are so sensitive, the AIs in TB. Isn't it fine if you just melt the iron and reuse it? Unfortunately, there's no way for players to dismantle weapons like this into materials. That's why this is the only way to get rid of them. It basically means that it's better to get 1 G for it rather than just throwing it away. With this, my current gold was 2031 G. The following is related to blacksmithing. You can build a workshop after making a guild and building a guild house, but there's also the method of buying your own house and setting a workshop if you don't have either. Wait, I believe most players aren't thinking about that kind of thing yet. You can also borrow the workshops in the village. That's information I got from the NPCs in the village. Fundamentally, what you need to craft a weapon is iron and a sheath for a design. These two. After that, you apparently need to buy a blacksmithing set from a second-hand shop. It's an item you can't trade among players. Seems like the only way to obtain it is to go and buy it from the shop yourself. When it comes to those ingredients, I already had a good quantity in my inventory, so guess I'll go take a look at the second-hand shop for the time being. I passed through the entrance of a small shop with a potion mark drawn in it that looked like a second-hand shop. Welcome. Oh, you are. Hello. Yesterday, in front of the gate. Oh my, of course, I remember you. Welcome to Clara's second-hand shop. Please, take a look around. Thanks. In a shop that you wouldn't be able to call spacious, Clara-san, the NPC I met yesterday, was looking after customers on the other side of the counter. Inside the shop, there were various customers. Wait, why are they looking this way? Hey, did Clara-san ever say those lines? No, not to me. Usually, she just says welcome. It's mysterious how she even recognized him. Right? There might be a requisite for it. Didn't he say something about the gate? I see, thanks for having a conversation that was easy to understand. It seems like Clara-san, who is an NPC, usually reacts in a different way, so they were looking over here because they found it strange. If I thought about it like that, was I lucky? Though I don't really know if there are any benefits to that. After that, I found the blacksmithing set I was looking for and looked at the price tag, but 1200 G, so expensive. Each time you use the blacksmith's forge you have to spend 300 G, and it would make me unable to buy healing items. The price of a beginner healing potion is 50 G and a bottle of holy water is 200 G. Particularly, not being able to buy many of the revival item called holy water would hurt. Since I still haven't learned any resurrection spells, I'm particularly afraid of the death penalty. At the very least, I'd like to purchase 2 of them. My partner is that wild beast after all. With the healing spells I currently have, I wouldn't be able to keep up with her. Is there something wrong? Exclamation mark. Having her hand placed on top of my shoulder so suddenly, I reflexively jumped. Once I turned my head round, Clara-san was looking at me while showing a sweet smile. Well. You see, my wallet. Because I was agitated, I suddenly started to confess honestly. And Clara-san placed one of her index fingers on top of my lips. Even though she's an NPC, my heart is somehow beating really fast because of her coquettish behavior. Clara-san proceeded to bring her face closer to mine and whispered to me, "As thanks for last time, I'll give you a discount, but it has to be kept secret from everyone else." How about 40%? 40%? They were such favorable terms. I reflexively nearly agreed to it, but I held back and stood where I was. For some reason, I was feeling a strange uneasiness. When thinking about the unique behavior of the NPCs in this game, was it okay to accept her offer? Since there was nothing to lose here, I should just trust my intuition and simply accept her offer. I would be really grateful, but aren't the conditions too favorable for me? I believe it's too much as thanks for helping you when you fell down. Somehow, I'm scared that there's more to it. Oh, you are more distrustful than I thought. Though, as a shopkeeper, I like that more. In that case, how about you take a personal request from me later? I won't ask for anything too difficult. I'll even add a reward on top of the discount. What do you think? Oh, the flow of the conversation has changed. Is this? No, but it's still a bit unclear. Having reached this point, it would be a loss if I didn't hear more about it. If after hearing the contents of that request, I decide to refuse, of course, I don't mind. Even if you decline my request, I'll still provide today's discount. I promise. Clara-san was smiling, as if she was enjoying our bargaining talk. For some reason, I can't read her character at all and it's scary. However, she has promised, so she probably wouldn't do anything bad. Since we are already here, should I try to increase the scope of the discount? Will she let it go through? Or will it be going too far and she'll get angry? In that case, I'll take you up on that offer. While we are at it, I would like to purchase holy water, beginner potions, and this sewing set. If I bought all of it, would the discount still apply? Foo, that's fine. You are quite skilled at shopping, huh? In that case, come back tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you. Alright. I got my first quest and the item discount was a success. When they said that NPCs would give you quests on their own, they meant this. The old man in the weapon shop also showed his emotions on his face, so it seems like treating the NPCs in this game well is very important. There might be a hidden parameter for likability among NPCs. No good, I got a bit too excited. The previous two people were looking at me again with suspicion. Let's calm down. I don't really know the contents of the quest, but she left me room to decline if I wanted to, and I still got a discount on everything, so there was nothing more to say. Besides, we are still at the beginning of the game. I doubt it'll be a harsh request. I had bought the blacksmithing set, the remaining gold I used to buy, 5 beginner potions, 3 holy water, and I was even able to buy the sewing set I had taken an interest in for 480 G. That left me with 321 G. I just barely had enough, but it should be fine. I left the item shop with a happy face, and this time, I headed towards the blacksmith's forge to craft the weapons. Before getting into the chapter 1, I'll address a couple things. First off, I have changed the theme of the blog so that everything is more well organized and cleaner. If you encounter any issues, just tell me. Something I might have forgotten to mention about my Patreon is that it doesn't have upfront payments. This means that you won't be charged when you become a patron, and payments are only collected at the start of each month. This should clarify things to those that might have been interested in making a pledge but decided not to, since other people tend to have this option on, and it would have incurred double charges since we are pretty close to the end of the month. I have also edited both pages to clarify this. Now a couple notes regarding the chapter itself. Let's start with the name of a certain character in this chapter. As you can see, her name is a German word, but I believe the author made a slight mistake with the spelling of the word. So, I proceeded to investigate a bit with dictionaries and found the proper one to replace it. It was honestly a small mistake because the meanings were pretty similar, but I changed it for consistency. Obviously, I'm not knowledgeable about German, so if there's someone that does in the comments and finds something wrong with it, feel free to point it out in the comments. Finally, there's the gender of the character that is accompanying her. The author doesn't really use a gender pronoun for this character and only does when he's writing what Hind is thinking. So we can deduce that Hind's first impression of the character is that she's a girl. However, we can see that the character has a male name and is wearing male attire. Until it's confirmed in later chapters, I'd probably go with the usual feminine male character that looks like a girl. There were some lines without a pronoun where I had to use one for it to make sense in English. After paying 300 G to the receptionist NPC in the blacksmith's workshop, I wanted to start crafting right away. But before that, I should observe the players around me. It's not like I have that many materials after all. I don't really want to fail. I was able to obtain a bit of information about crafting from the newly released walkthrough sites. According to them, they make the best of use of the VR system, and depending on where you strike the iron, how much power you put behind each strike, and even the temperature of the iron when you strike has a different effect. It perfectly simulates reality, and it makes a big difference whenever you are skillful or clumsy. Of course, as a game, it does skip some parts of the procedure. To sum it up, it gives an experience that is pretty close to reality. There have been mixed reviews about this part. It's a game, so isn't it fine to just make it a skill and have it automatically make it? It's a VR game, so it's fine. If you want something like that, just play a non-VR game. Basically, it amounts to these two opinions. TB is the latter, the type that has no assistance for skills. Having said that, what would those that are clumsy do? What is this? Hot. It's just a bit, but it's hot after all. See, calm down, Oju-sama. What's that? Ringlets. Aren't those blonde ringlets? It's the first time I've seen them. Besides, she's even wearing a tight dress, and it's amazing that she's even accompanied by someone dressed up as a butler. What's this? Some kind of roleplay? It's still the second day, but both of them have already decided on their attire. However, the one with the ringlets was holding a bright red mass of iron and getting agitated. She was in a situation where she was endangering her surroundings. Oju-sama, for the time being, let go. My hair is on fire. My HP is decreasing. Do something. Water, can anyone bring some water? Her ringlets caught fire. Being in a burnt state, her HP was gradually decreasing. So realistic, even though her hair was burning. It was just visually, and it's not like her skin was really burning. Since it can't be helped, stealthily so they don't find out, I cast the spell to heal debuffs recover on the ringlets girl. You recover MP just by walking after all. It's not like I'm wasting anything. Well then, let's just leave that aside for now. First off, I should search for a player I can copy from. Oh, the fire is gone. I wonder why. Ah, Oju-sama. There are some remains of a spell effect. This is bad. I wanted to start to move away in a hurry, but the Oju-sama had her azure eyes locked on me as if she was calling me over. What should I do? These kind of people are fun to look at, but I don't really want to get involved with them. Yes. Sure enough, she talked in a harsh tone. If she was a person with a high level of pride, she would usually say something like don't do something unnecessary. But why you have my gratitude. If that had gone on, I would probably have had to waste a healing item. Because she had honestly expressed her gratitude, my eyes were going in circles. I shouldn't have judged her by her appearance. I'm reflecting on that now. Don't mind it. It was just a coincidence. I would have felt bad if I just watched after all. I see. No matter the reason, offering gratitude to your benefactor is a practice within my family. Tell me your friend code. This favor, I'll return it 100-fold. It's fine. Tell me. I take back what I just said. Just as her appearance suggested, she had a forceful personality. Without being given much choice, we exchanged friend codes and I registered her as a friend. Her player name was Heshaft. She had a name that suited her. If I remember correctly, I think it means rain in German. It gives a bit of a sense of Chunabu, considering her attire too. Since the name is a bit long, can I just call you Hersha? I don't mind, Hind. Alright. How about registering that butler over there as a friend while we are at it? Though I won't force her. Since we are already at this point, I should do that too. It was that kind of thing. I asked the timid person dressed as a butler. Though, she was playing around with her short bangs and timidly fidgeting. Hurry up, Walter. Don't be timid. Grow a spine. Why yes. I'm sorry, Oju-sama. Please do. After Hersha pestered her, we ended up exchanging friend codes. For some reason. Well then, we'll have to excuse ourselves here. Next time we meet, I'll definitely repay this favor. We are going. Walter. Oju-sama. What about the blacksmithing? Silence. There are things people are not suited for. Why yes. I apologize, Oju-sama. Wait a moment. From what I see, both of you don't have a job with healing spells, right? Why yes. What about it? In that case, take this as a freebie. I pointed at Hersha and cast the healing spell healing. The HP she had lost while being burned was fully recovered. Unlike MP, HP doesn't recover by walking. There was a notice that they were going to implement hunger, but currently, other than healing jobs, you could only rely on medicinal herbs and potions. Since the game has just launched, people shouldn't be that wealthy, so there's no harm in economizing. That's why I healed her butt. Hersha stiffened. Hey, what's wrong? It's no use. I was waving my hand in front of her eyes but there was no reaction. Did she just short-circuit calculating how many times she'd have to repay this favor? I even said it was a freebie. Oh well, I'll be going. See you, Walter. Why yes. Thank you, Hind-san. They were quite weird. With that being said, 2 new names had been added to my friend list. Well then, let's return to checking my surroundings. I obviously haven't done any blacksmithing before. Beginners are better taught by someone that is more skillful. There was no choice but to steal their methods after looking at them. However, everyone is so focused on their own work. Even if I try talking to them, the chances that they would ignore me are high. That person over there, striking the iron while being awfully unconcerned, and compared to other people, there were no wasted movements at all. I feel a bit bad, but let's get behind her and watch her methods. The workshop is still crowded with players after all. What was before my eyes was a girl with glasses and ruffled hair. Besides her, were a large number of already finished weapons. Was it a player that specialized in crafting? There were a lot of weapons that you wouldn't normally see. Like that, I observed the blacksmithing flow for a while. After some time, The workshop next to her was freed up, so I started to move over there. For the time being, I've been able to confirm the flow of the process, so let's give it a try. I took the iron from my inventory and I was going to throw it into the furnace that was already hot. Oh, that's Shotel. Wait, a Khopesh? You are making quite the unusual weapon, huh? They appeared a lot in older games, but it feels like it's the first time I'm seeing one! Exclamation mark. My eyes met with my neighbor's. Oh no, did I get too excited and say that out loud? Since she seemed so concentrated on her work, I didn't plan to bother her. Seems like today, I'm not paying much attention. I have to concentrate. For a short while, she looked like she had stopped her trembling arm from fatigue, but as if she had made up her mind, she turned to face me and asked me a question. Do you know what a Khopesh is? Yes, it's an Egyptian weapon, right? The blade is wider than the Shotel, so the way it's curved is different. If I remember correctly, it was shaped to snatch away the weapon or the shield of your opponent. Then, how about this one? Her eyes were glittering, full of expectations. The next weapon she took out was a single-edged blade. The reason she showed me at a distance where it was very close to touching me was probably because I could have the weapon information displayed if I touched it. When I took a glimpse, it said that it was a cutlass, but the blade is quite long, so it's a sablia, right? Exclamation mark. How about this one? This one is easy. It's a hungamunga, right? It can also be called kpinga. In Japan, they are called African throwing names. What's this weapon classified as in TB? They are so nice, minor weapons. If Yuma was here, we would be able to talk about them more. The hungamunga is a knife with a shape close to a comma. It can be used as a knife to kill a person, but it can also be thrown like a boomerang to attack your opponent. The previous two could be classified as blades, but what does the system classify an hungamunga as? A knife? Or maybe a throwing weapon? A kindred soul. The girl with glasses, while being somewhat agitated, grasped my hands tightly. Whoa, what should I do? Even though it was because of my own careless actions, I might have been caught by another weird person. Then, how about something like continuously throwing Franciscas? After introducing ourselves, it got pretty easy to talk to the glasses girl. Despite seeming shy, contrary to the initial sense of distance, she talked to me rapidly. Once she calmed down, she started to properly look at me in the eye. I personally felt relieved. Her player name was Celine. She told me that she had decided to proceed with crafting as her main role. I'd like to try that. In this game, as long as there's space in the inventory, weight doesn't matter, right? So as long as it allows it, there shouldn't be any worries in carrying them. It's just that I took a stone out of my inventory and threw it at the wall to show her. The stone hit the wall, and after rolling on the floor for a while, it disappeared somewhere. Like this, throwable items are fundamentally impossible to retrieve. So it's too costly to be practical. I thought it would be fun. It would look like a certain knight in a side-scrolling game throwing weapons. 1. Reference to ghosts and goblins. You know about that old game? You are so interesting, Hindkun. Though you can throw anything from torches to spears in that game. My experience with games was only until elementary school, but I really liked retro games. On the other hand, my knowledge about the trending VR online games is thin. I'm currently struggling in that regard. Well, if ranged attacks that weren't part of your job were to be too strong, it would make it hard to balance. It would make mages and archers unneeded. Probably. It would also take up one hand. You wouldn't be able to use things like shields. Apart from that, if you throw gear that's already equipped on you, they won't disappear, but they'll deal 1 damage, so it's pretty much meaningless. At the end of the day, it would be hard to use them normally. You have researched it very well. I'm impressed. The conversation with Celine-san was fun. She was very knowledgeable and was quick to think things through. Instead of a skilled blacksmith, with her glasses and sloppy appearance, she gave the aura of an alchemist. Her clothes were worn out and she gave an air of languidness. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be a university student, but I wonder if that's the case. I'm pretty sure she's older than me though. So, what did you come to craft? Hind-kun? As you can see, I'm getting the hang of it. I believe I should be able to teach you to a certain extent. I don't think it's at the level of just getting the hang of it though. I had taken a look at her weapons, but their performances were higher than the stuff being sold in the trading BBS. She's already even making unusual weapons. I'm quite lucky. Please do. Since it's the first time, I was thinking of a broadsword and an iron rod. Since they are low difficulty, as long as they are better than the ones sold at the shops, I'd be satisfied. Yup, that's nice. The basics are important after all. That's surprising. Since they are boring, I thought you would try to influence me to make an unusual. That hurts me. Even someone like me is not always making unusual weapons, you know. Of course, the fact that I shouted in such a loud voice was because I love them. However, that's only because I like them more than normal weapons. You are so cool, senpai. Right? Praise me more. Even though we weren't talking about a specific topic, our wavelengths somehow matched. It was quite impressive. If I hadn't reacted to that Kopesh, I probably wouldn't have gotten to know this person. Oh, there are more people now. If we keep talking, we'll bother them. So, shall we make a chat? Hind-kun. We should. Please do. In the end, I was able to make a good quality broadsword +5 and a good quality iron rod +4. I'm looking forward to seeing how far we can get with these two. Like that, I was able to procure weapons and items. Huh? What do you mean by huh? I don't get it. No, you should get it. I had explained everything properly after all. Since Yuma had contacted me, after making the preparations for fighting, I returned to the village's plaza. Exactly at 10 p.m., when we had promised to meet up. It has only been 1 hour, you know. It's true that I've been able to procure various things in the span of 1 hour. The weapons are really good, even the items. I didn't mean that. In such a short time, you were able to make 3 friends? Huh? Moreover, they are all girls. I don't get it. Why are losing it? It was just a coincidence. Half of humanity is made up of females, so it's not that we're whatever. Hand me the new weapon, Hind. Let's go try it out. With Yuma, who was walking in a rough manner, we headed towards yesterday's homoplanes. Ha. Look, Hind, even those goblins we had such a hard time with, are like trash now. After obtaining a new weapon, Yuma was in perfect form. Or should I say, in ecstasy. It has 25 attack after all. Since the wooden stick had 10, it was more than double. Goblins were no match for us anymore. After aiming at their weak point, she could defeat them in a single hit. However, it was impossible for me with my staff. Since I'm not a DPS, it can't be helped. By the way, regarding the formula for attack, a broadsword usually has 20 attack. Good quality gives them higher endurance and gives them a 20% increase in attack, and each +1 adds another 1% to the same stat correction. It was easy to make, and even compared to the weapons sold in the trading BBS, I think I can say it was well made for my first time. It's nice that you are getting in the mood. But we are close to the north area, you know. Enemies will get stronger, so be careful. Our defensive gear is still the beginner one after all. The current me is invincible. Even the north area's monsters are no match for me. I can already see how this is going to end. But I should still. That's pointless. Yeah. Guess we should get going. She probably won't get it unless she experiences it anyway. Once we entered the north area, the variety of enemies didn't change, but their average levels were around 15. Their attack increased a lot and they started to come in groups. We were currently level 11. Immediately, we entered contact with a group of 5 goblins. Whoa, they are so fast. Am I going to die? I was frantically casting healing spells whenever they were off cooldown, and at times I interrupted the enemies to gain some hate, but Yuma, who was surrounded by goblins, tragically died. I hurriedly threw one of the 3 bottles of holy water towards Yuma. We had shaved off the HP of our enemies. It would be a waste to run away here. Hurry up and stand up. They are going to surround me too. The bottle broke and she stood up with full HP. It was a state that could only happen once every 3 minutes. Right after, I cast healing on Yuma as it came back up from cooldown. Having recovered her HP, we were somehow able to regroup. This is wrong. This is not what you told me. Hind. No one said we could go with our current gear. Look at the enemy's HP. Kill those that are weakened. Roger. Yuma aimed the slash skill at the group of goblins and finally managed to defeat one of them. Successively, she defeated another one that coincidentally went into aim at my neck. There were 3 left. After reducing their numbers to this point, I was able to heal their damage and we proceeded to crush them in a stable manner. As expected, we are probably going to die. The light that displayed we had leveled up appeared. We had 2 holy water left. If we kept going like this, it'd be hard. We should turn back here. Hind. I got some skill points after leveling up. What should I take? Why are you asking me? Take whatever you like. The thing is, the skill tree branches here. Let me take a look. After reaching level 12, it seems like Yuma has noticed that she has started to accumulate skill points. I took a peek at the status window that Yuma was displaying. Now I get it. Below the basic skills slash and guard, there were 3 branches. To a certain extent, the skills in TP can be chosen by the players. From my impression after taking a short look at them, DPS, balanced and tank, there are these 3 types. In Shinto priest's case, there's the power type that can act as a vanguard and heal at the same time, the balance type that can cast middle-range light magic and heal, and the support style that specializes in healing and support spells. Which one are you going for, Hind? Me? Probably the support one. The reason for that is, only the support one gets a revival spell. Isn't it scary if our only insurance is the holy water? I see. In that case, I'll choose the DPS type. Killing them before they kill you? It must be that line though. Since you die so often, I would probably suggest you either going tank type or at least choosing the balanced one. I got a new skill. Act of Desperation. For a short time your attack is doubled, but you'll only have 1/3 of your defense. It's quite the skill. You are going to ignore me? What are you doing making it even easier for you to die? Please, make sure that it's the right timing to use it before you do so. I'll do my best. Following Yuma, I obtained my support skill. However, with bad timing. The next spell I got was the support spell that raised defense guard up. It would usually be convenient during fights, but once she casts Act of Desperation it unfortunately won't make a difference. Let's pray that she's at least able to dodge attacks while she has that skill activated. Hurry up, let's try those skills. I thought you would say that. Though, other than the monsters in this north area, we already beat them in a single hit. I guess we have no choice to try them here. Now that you mention it, you are right. In that case, let's go and find some goblins that are not in a big group. Almiraj at this level would probably get one shot after all, even if you wanted to try out Act of Desperation. Haga, a new monster. Listen to me. Yuma rushed at the Almiraj. I'm glad, it's only one. Seems like she has at least heard about half of what I said. It's just that, there's no meaning in activating the skill like that. Yuma activated Act of Desperation and attacked the monster. She's only lowering her own defense here. Is she trying to self-impose a challenge upon herself? Why you failed, take this, missed. Why? She's not hitting it. Having a higher level, its speed had also increased accordingly. Yuma was unable to follow its movements. Yesterday, in order to gain experience, we gave preference to hunting a big amount of them. She probably thought of them as low-level monsters. While having difficulty dealing with it, lots of them had started to gather. Yuma was hit by a multitude of horn attacks simultaneously. Having her whole body skewered here and there, her HP vanished instantly. Well, when it comes to the sense of pain, it would only be at the level of being poked by a finger. Even then, the sight in front of me was quite shocking. How should I say this? I didn't have time to cast any healing or supporting spells. Since we hadn't dealt any damage to them this time, I just stood still until the group of Almiraj left. Is it fine now? She even died while standing. Is she Musashibo Benkai? I opened another holy water and sprinkled it on top of her head. She's gradually becoming better at dying. Oh, you are back. How did it feel, dying pointlessly? The fluffy ones are scary. They are scary. Wakan, those fluffy things with horns. She turned into a child. Hey you, You are trying to use that as an excuse to gloss over your failure, right? Let's go earn enough to cover the expenses of you wasting that holy water. Hurry up, TSK, he noticed, even going as far as to call me in that nostalgic way. However, we only have one holy water remaining, you know. What are we going to do now? Hey, Hind. If we defeated a monster that is isolated fast, it would be efficient, right? Towards the troubled me, Yuma made an unexpected suggestion. Let's see. By quickly killing an isolated monster, you mean to use act of desperation and defeat it before more gather, right? That's right. Since there are a few players here, it would take a while to find them. But well, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. It's true that as long as you managed to hit them they would take around double the damage. Even if it was a goblin, it would probably die within 2 hits. As long as you don't get one shot, you probably won't die after all. In that case, want to give it a try? Going back would be a pain. I want to try staying here. It's quite the decent suggestion for someone like you, right? Right now. Didn't you just make fun of me? It was just your imagination. Fields in this game are quite vast after all. When she said that it would take time to move around, she was right. There was some truth to what Yuma had said. It's better if you don't have to go back. In that case, let's do this. Once we die once and use the remaining bottle, we'll go back. Until then, we'll remain here. What do you think? Oh, that means you are depending on me, right? If it's a Almiraj, I should be able to defeat it in a single strike too. Keep that in mind when fighting. Understood. After that, Yuma showed great effort as if to cancel her previous carelessness. Against goblins she perfectly hit them and retreated repeatedly. She soon got accustomed to the Almiraj speed too. Level 13,14,15. When I realized we were close to level 16 and our weapons were on the verge of breaking, we were able to successively defeat our enemies without anyone dying. After reaching level 15, our stats were high enough to deal with groups of enemies, so we fought them normally. While sorting the item drops in our inventories, we took a breath after finishing healing the damage we had taken. We did it. This is amazing. Fun. See, the way you are able to concentrate at times like this does surprise me. The truth is, that is a part of me I respected since we were small. Should I call it a latent power? It was like a power that was displayed in a scene of high pressure. I won't say that directly to her though. Because of that, the times she usually fails or is careless are too many to count though. However, the endurance of our weapons is at its limits. Let's return to the village and have the old man repair them. You are right though. Where is this place? I was too concentrated in defeating the enemies. I get the feeling we went in quite deep. You are right. We should turn back her. Thump thump. Hey, Yuma. I'm getting a really unpleasant feeling here. Such a coincidence, Hind. Me too. I would love to say that I'm looking forward to it, but that would only be when we were in perfect condition. The sound approached us. The tremors made it obvious that it was a big creature. It was not a sound that the previous monsters would make. It came out. Ogre, level 20. It's impossible for us. Our retreat. Retreat. The 3-meter ogre swung down a lump of iron to attack us. The soft earth of the plains was gouged out and sediment started to vigorously scatter. Adadada. My HP. Does the flying sediment count as an attack? Hind. I'm faster so I'll act as a decoy. Ah, you idiot. Stop. It should have enough endurance for one more strike. Take this. Yuma's slash cut into the ogre's arm. A bit of the enemy's HP was shaved. But since she couldn't take the sword out, she was hanging in midair. Let go of the sword. I cast guard upon Yuma in a hurry. The ogre swung the arm that was cut, along with the sword. Yuma was dropped. It swung its club. Naturally, she had no means to dodge in midair. Shien, what are you doing? Yuma was blown away while still holding on to the sword. Wait, she got one shot? With her HP gauge at 0, she started to roll on the ground flashily. My support spell didn't help at all. Wait, it's not the time to think about that. The place Yuma was blown off to was luckily a good direction to run away from the ogre. I threw the last holy water and started to run while carrying Yuma, who was slowly standing up. It hurts, Hind. Isn't your way of carrying me too sloppy? Shut up. It's not the time to be carrying you gently. Hi. That's scary. It swung the club horizontally to the ground. We kept running like that. Once we reached the central area, the ogre finally let us go. So its area of action is the whole north area. Isn't that too wide? I'm so glad there had not been any players in our path. Seems like the average players are still in the Dondri Forest and Homer Plain areas. It was overflowing with killing intent. Ha. Hind. Ha. Ha. Go die over the one time. It showed that kind of evil intentions from the developers. It looked like one of those beginner killer monsters. Well, I did die one time like the developers intended. Don't put on airs. If you had let go of the blade, you wouldn't have died. Why? How could I throw away the first weapon you have made? I won't let go even if I die. Eh? It was because of that? Ha, geez, even though it's just game data, this girl. Right now, what did you murmur at the end? Hind. Nothing. Don't mind it. Question mark. She sure has a strong sense of duty. If she says that was the reason, there's no way that I can say anything about the matter anymore. That being said, it was a very messy fight comparable to that of launch day. We have run out of items, our weapon endurance is low too, so we decided to return to the village. So, we returned to the plaza in Altroa village. It was nearly 12 p.m. If I don't sleep soon the day will change. Yuma seems reluctant, but she asked me if it was about time or not. Is this all for today, Hind? It should be. However, before I forget, I should go and fix the weapon. Beep beep beep. There's an abnormality occurring with the user's body. The VRX 3500 will force close in 5 seconds. 5,4. What? Abnormality? Why Yuma? There's a warning coming from the VR gear for some reason. Huh? What Taru? Don't tell me that you forgot to lock your room. I didn't lock the door. When I tried to say that, the connection has been terminated. After hearing that message, my consciousness was cut from the world of TB. Honestly, I was scared of taking off the VR gear. What if it was like those incidents in the past regarding VR? Maybe a robber has already entered my room and stabbed me? Or something like that. Those kind of delusions were spinning around in my head. However, I could feel the warmth coming from the weight on top of my abdomen. Rise, what are you doing? In front of me, who had taken off the VR gear, was my little sister wearing a thin pajama. Did she just get out of the bath? There was the pleasant fragrance and warmth of the bath powder. Her face was flushed and her eyes were somewhat moist. Nissan. To not even say goodnight to me, aren't you being too cruel? Ah. Sorry. I completely forgot. In our house, we have the habit of usually exchanging some words at 11 p.m. before going to sleep. I think that it would be weird to do it if we didn't see each other though. As Miyu had said, I had not locked the door to my bedroom. However, this posture. Rise had her legs spread out while being on top of my abdomen. She was literally mounted on top of me. Somehow, I'm feeling a dangerous presence here. For the time being, please get off me. This is a game, right? When did you manage to get such an expensive-looking device? I told you to get off me. Why are you not listening to me when you are this close to me? To remove her from me, I forcibly grabbed her from both sides and she let out a HNN. Don't go making weird voices. And dropped her at one of the sides of the bed. She's so light, even though she's eating 3 meals a day. Is it because she's short? I raised my upper body and sat down facing Rise. Miyu gave me this gear as a present. Since it had been such a long time since I last played a game, I got too absorbed into it. Sorry. I see. Miyu-san did. Foo-foo. Foo-fa-foo. What's with that evil laugh? Now that I think about it, did you hate games? It's not like I hate them, it's just that while you are playing the game, you won't pay any attention to me. Ah. It was because of that. I'm sorry. From now, I'll try to put less time into. No, in fact, I do think Nissan is overworking himself. If you are playing a game to relax, I don't have any right to stop you. Rise. She has grown up to be such a good kid. Nissan is so happy. Since Dad died, it's true that I didn't have much spare time for hobbies. These days, since I take less time doing housework, I was able to get some free time. Thanks. However, from now on, I'll make sure to at least properly say goodnight. It's fine, You don't have to mind that. By the way, what's the name of the game you are playing, Nissan? It's called Trailblazer. Then, what system does it run on? The one that's being talked about recently? VRX 3500. Wait, what are you going to do with this information? Nothing. Well then, good night. Nissan. Oh, good night. Rise left the room. What was that? All the questions she asked now. I should contact Miu. Well, since Rise was touching me, the VR gear did an emergency shutdown. While you are using VR, it's safeguarding your body in a very precise manner. I didn't know about that. The next day, it was a bit unusual, but I didn't have many chances to talk to Miu until night, so I explained it to her again inside TB. It was 10 p.m., at the same time as yesterday. I logged in after I was done with my part-time job and housework. As expected, I was a bit tight on time during weekdays. Even then, I still logged in. Since I'll have plenty of time during weekends, I'd want to play in a more relaxed manner. Just as I thought. Next time, lock the door, put some sleeping pills on her dinner and log in after checking that she has fallen asleep. Isn't that a crime? Why would I need to go that far? It's a precious time for me. Death to those that dare interfere. You are going too far. You are not making any sense. You are right. This is why savage people are like this. So scary, right? Nissan. You are right. This is weird. I'm hearing a voice I shouldn't be able to hear inside TB. After Miu and I exchanged glances, we turned our faces at the same time towards where the voice was coming from. Rise? Why are you here? Over there was the figure of my little sister wearing the beginner gear of TB. I felt shaken and my head was full of questions. Rise got closer and stood next to me, then proceeded to show a crooked smile towards Yuma. You sure used quite the dirty method, huh? Using a game as a bait, you tried to steal my time alone with Nissan. The only one that would do such a selfish action is you. I genuinely wanted to play with water. Why Yuma? You are the one that said that we should avoid using our real names, right? You just shouted my name while looking at me. New. Whoops. Aren't you able to even keep your own word? What a disappointing person. Gah. People like you are so. Because of Yuma's screams, the gazes of the people in the plaza focused on us. Sorry. It's nothing. Look, let's switch places for now. Calm down Yuma. Let me go behind. I won't allow her to have her way today. Such a noisy person. It's bothering you too, right? Nissan. Since we had completely grabbed the attention of the other players, we started to switch places while I tried to calm down Yuma. The outskirts of the village, we were finally able to sit down and relax under the watchtower. There were no shops or anything here and the number of NPCs and players was low. There are a lot of things I want to ask her. But first off, it's not good to use our real names. Your player name is Rizu, huh? I'll call you Rizu over here, okay? Understood, Nissan. I looked on top of her head to verify her name. Since the display is small, you can't really see it well unless you focus. If the target is too far or is moving at a fast speed, you usually can't see the information. Rizu's avatar was like mine. She particularly hadn't changed anything. To sum it up, she looked like the little sister that I was used to seeing. Just in case, don't call me brother while in the game. In that case, Hein-san, even though it's an alias, doesn't it excite it when we call each other by our names? Is that so? While I was a bit perplexed at Rizu's words, Yuma was scowling. I guess she's trying to say that I should make the conversation go forward. I got it. So, Rizu, as the one looking after the household finances, this is an unavoidable question. Where did you get the money to buy the VR gear? From the allowance that Hein-san gives me, every month. Don't you give me enough money so I don't have inconveniences during high school? Wait, that's for you to buy things like clothes and cosmetics. Anyway, I told you to use it for things like that, right? Of course, it's not like I'm telling you not to buy anything luxurious, but is my appearance that terrible? Even without all that, I'm properly taking care of my appearance though. If you say that. As a girl that frequently receives confessions from male students, if I said that she was not beautiful, it would be like recognizing that there was something wrong with my sense of beauty. Besides, even if left out the part where I see her in a favorable light as her brother. Wait, do I really have to say it? Don't make such a sad-looking face. I get it. I think you are more than pretty enough. Without any doubt. You can have confidence in yourself. Really? To be praised by Nissan, that makes me the happiest. Fun. You are just a small animal trying to act cute. After hearing Yuma's abusive language, Rizu pretended that she had heard nothing. That's adding more fuel to the fire though. She definitely did that on purpose. Wait, what were we talking about again? Wait, that wasn't my point. Even if you are naturally pretty, it doesn't mean you don't have to dress up, right? Buy some clothes. There's a limit to what I can arrange for you to use for my hand-me-downs. Instead of clothes, I bought time to be able to spend with Nissan though. Is that really something I shouldn't have done? You sure have a reply for everything. Whatever. It's your allowance after all. Do whatever you want with it. Thank you very much, Nissan. In the end, isn't it because you spoil her like this that she takes advantage of you? Shut up, I'm well aware of it. Besides, it's not like she has done anything bad. She did buy it with her own allowance after all. However, since it was a large sum of money, I kind of wished she had consulted with me first. That was my concern as her big brother. Nevertheless, I'm quite surprised you were able to buy a VRX 3500 today. Isn't there a shortage of stock? I asked Kid-chan. The daughter of that electric appliance store. Don't make her do anything too unreasonable, you hear? New. Even though I stood there for such a long time. Isn't it fine? I'm kind of grateful, you know. The atmosphere and TP during the days following the launch is something that you can't really put into words after all. If you say so. With that being said, so the town's electric appliance store also has them, huh? Even though the big companies' stores are sold out and they probably have a shortage of goods. Then, the reason that she was late to come back home even though she had no cram school was because of this, huh? Then, let's see. How were you able to find us among all that crowd of people? Even if it was a coincidence, there were just too many players, right? Because there's no way for me to mistake Hein-san for someone else. No matter where you are, or how far you are, I'd know. I'll know. Why you are not really answering my question though. Ignore her, Hind. You probably wouldn't understand. I also don't want you to. Rizu was slightly offended by Yuma's exasperated face. However, she calmed down and said another comment. In other words, it's love. Love? What's with that logic? I get it even less now. Instead of love, what I'm feeling right now is pity. Even though you are saying that you won't tell me to go away, right? Yuma-san. I don't hate that part of you. I don't have any choice now that you are here. It would be my loss if I didn't fully enjoy the game. Even if I had to play with you. Oh, that's nice. Both of you, like that. How about you stop quarreling too? I'll think about it if she stops with that cheeky way of speaking. I'll think about it if this person becomes more refined. Well, I think it's impossible though. I see. I can't understand how in sync they are at times like this. Like I said previously, since they only quarrel like this, it was decided that we would start playing together from now on. Since I'm pretty sure most of you don't read Bunimi and probably missed it, I'll start by copy and pasting the announcement I made there. So wall of text incoming. I'd like to address a change in the schedule. As you probably have noticed, lately, the number of releases for VRMMMO had been higher than Bunimi. I personally believe this has been handled the wrong way and was partly because I found that I could release the WN chapters more quickly than the lane. This ended up with me trying to release more chapters of the WN and using whatever spare time I had left to work on Bunimi, which, as you can imagine, resulted in me releasing Bunimi chapters at a really slow pace. As someone that is unable to pace himself when given free rein, this basically led to me using the entirety of my free time on translating chapters and kind of not doing much else. Not that I disliked it, because I do enjoy translating to a certain extent, but probably not what someone would expect from something that is being done as a hobby. However, I believe this kind of work ethic is not really sustainable in the long run even if you enjoy it, so after giving it some thought, I decided to self-impose some limits upon myself. This means that I will set a limit to how much I translate during my free time and try to shift time to other activities for myself. I'll also be alternating between each series after each release, which means that after this chapter, there will be a VRMMO chapter, then it'll be another VRMMO chapter and so on. I believe this is the simplest way to be fair to the readers of both series. I believe most of the readers will be disappointed by this decision, but well, there's probably not much I can do about it. I'll still try to make progress each day, so I doubt there will be a content drought or anything like that. Just expect releases to be a bit more spread out. That being said, here's the next VRMMO chapter. Enjoy. Alright. Today we'll start by making defensive gear. The place we were currently were at was the same, under the watchtower. There, I spread out a large amount of almiraj fur from my inventory. As I've already stated before, there's no concept of dismantling, so what was spread before me was already processed fur. Or rather leather. As expected, proceeding with the beginner defensive gear would make us weak. So this time I decided to start by crafting some defensive gear. Working on the ground is not really optimal. But since we don't have anywhere else to work, there's no other choice. I wonder how much does a home inside the game cost? Here, Hind-sensei. While you are doing that, I'll have nothing to do. Fumo, Yuma-kun. You are free to go somewhere else, is what I'd like to say. But since it won't take long, wait there for a bit. In reality, making defensive gear doesn't really take too long after all. Hind-san, is there anything I can do to help? You don't really know much about the game, right? While I'm making the defensive gear, ask Yuma if you have anything you want to know. That's fine, right? Yuma, didn't you just say you had free time? In that case, I have an idea. There's an armor that's made using blacksmithing by using the carapace of killer bees. Should I make those? On top of being pointy in the shoulder area, the color scheme is black and yellow, and I'll gladly do it. Yup, I'm counting on you. When it comes to the process of making defensive gear, you are fine as long as you set a pattern and a blueprint on the sewing set and make them as it instructs you to. These blueprints appear as long as you have a material needed for it in your inventory. This was a feature that was really game-like. Once you get rare materials, you can check the blueprint and know what the rest of the materials you need are. It was really convenient. However, this only applies to those in the sewing category. There are blueprints for those made via blacksmithing too. Those appear when you use a blacksmithing set. Well, the only thing that differentiates them are their categories. The methods remain the same. It's just that since you can make defensive gear with both methods, one should check both categories to not miss anything. Even though it goes through the morning, noon and evening in 4 hours, why does the date change at the same time as reality? Besides, night is awfully short too. You are so picky. It's like this because it's a game. To begin with, if these 4 hours were referring to the Earth, it would mean that it rotates at quite the speed, you know? If we assume that this is a planet that's like Earth, I don't believe it's an environment where humans can. The developers are not thinking about that kind of stuff. Are you an idiot? What do you mean by idiot? I don't want to hear that coming from you. When it comes to weapons and defensive gear, players can add their own arrangements to the process, but this time I'll stick to what the blueprint says. Leather is more difficult to process than cloth. Since I don't have many materials like that time with the weapons, I don't want to take a risk. By the way, I don't need to take into account Yuma's figure. If you follow the blueprint, after you craft them, the game will change it to fit her body. If you make your own arrangements, it's different since you have to make them so they fit the person's body. It takes a lot of time. This is probably something I leave for the distant future. First off, I'll start by marking the leather. If I don't do it well now, it'll be problematic later. Carefully with a pencil. Alright, done. Next is to cut it. It's been a while since I cut leather with a carving knife. Leather crafting was pretty similar to normal sewing, which I hadn't had many chances to do. I believe the last time was when I gave Mom a wallet as a present. I think that was last year. Yup. I can't really remember the exact day it last happened, but I did make a bag one time to save money. In that case, I'll probably gradually remember while I work on it. If I remember correctly, when you are cutting leather, You have to do it with resolution. I put strength in, and cut it in a straight line. There. Oh, it got beautifully cut. The inventory is also weird to think you can take out a large number of things from this small waist pouch. Furthermore, it doesn't weight anything. Hey, don't tell me you are going to find faults with every little thing. We are not going to finish at this rate. No, I'll just take it as it is. This sort of approach is important when you are playing a game. I see. You are finally going to obediently. That's what Hein-san said. There was no way you would. Though, I already knew that. More importantly, Yuma-san. I tried to use this inventory but what is it? It's probably going to be something worthless but I'll hear you out. Next is a pretty bothersome process but... Oh, it's aligning itself on the ground without me doing anything. Having part of the process done by itself in the blink of an eye. Yeah, this is quite comfortable. Like blacksmithing, there's a judgment system depending on how you do the process. In this case, I guess it's cutting, sewing and the finishing touches, the ones that affect the performance of the defensive gear. If you can place an item no matter how big it is in this inventory. I was thinking that we might be able to put a person inside it. Hey, don't tell me. Hey, Yuma-san. Won't you try getting inside? Stop it. There's no way that a player would be able to enter inside the inventory. If it's impossible, why are you getting frightened? Are you getting worried because you have never tried it? If by any chance it's possible, what should I do? Stay away. Don't come any closer. Come now, fly that flocks towards Hein-san. Let's store you inside the inventory. Hey, just as I thought. If you join the parts with your hand they bind and it even makes the holes for sewing. In that case, next it's finally time to start sewing. By using the drop item called caterpillar thread, I stuck them through 2 needles to be used on leather. Since it's different from using a needle on cloth, I have to be careful. Alright, preparations are done. Using both needles I started to sew the leather by crossing between each other. Stinging. As I thought, this might take a while. I'm nearly done with the side of the torso but... The thing I was surprised about was that the thread started to sew by itself on the holes. Seems like once you are done with a side, there's a system that deduces the precision of your work. To begin with, having the needle I'm holding suddenly come to live is dangerous. Finally, I put the final touches on the leather defensive gear. I used a rasp to even out the parts that were protruding. When I did so, it's glowing. What's going on? Oh my! The leather armor started to shine and float mid-air. Once it finished, it fell to the ground again. There were parts in it that I clearly didn't make. I slightly felt like I couldn't agree with how it turned out. In terms of color, it's the same light brown color from the raw material, and its appearance wasn't too bad. Well then, how about its performance? Oh, Hind, is that mine? Is that my defensive gear? It is, but let me verify its performance. As the crafter first. You are too close. You are breathing too heavily. TSK, I'm out of time. The armor's information was displayed once I touched it. Defense 41. This is the value of the entire armor, so it seems like there are no values set for each part. Its name is First Rate Almiraj Armor Plus 8. First Rate? I'll put in on immediately. Once you register the armor as your own, it'll change to fit your body. I see. Alright, done. Goodbye beginner gear. Yuma hurriedly opened the menu and equipped the armor. However, I couldn't feel satisfied for some reason. Hein-san, is there something bothering you? No, I'll probably figure out once I investigate it later. I'll make one for Rizu next. Really? Thank you very much. Among the weapons that Shien-san made, there were no other than good quality plus 10. Was the system lenient for defensive gear? Or was I just lucky? I don't know. I don't believe I was doing such a good work though. Oh well, I'll contact Shien-san about this by mail later. Since she's smart, she might know something about it. Alright, next is Rizu's. I should quickly make mine too. With that being said, I have finished making. Hind. Making? Rizu. Our defensive gear. Hind. That was fast. Didn't that take you less than 5 minutes? Rizu. Compared to Yuma's leather equipment, Ours was made of cloth, so it was far easier to make. The materials used for it were the common drop from the monsters in this area, cotton cloth, and the drop from caterpillars thread. Mine was a good quality priest clothes +9, and since Rizu's job was mage, I made her a good quality mage clothes +10. As expected, since that one, there were no more first-rate items. Even though I had more confidence in this than in leather crafting, it seems like there might be a criteria I'm overlooking. Since Yuma looked like she had time to spare, I made her look for other first-rate gear in the trading BBS. Then, procuring a weapon for Rizu. Since the weapon is just for until she catches up in level, I made her buy a normal wooden rod from the shop. Rizu stayed behind to help me out. Yuma-san is late. Though it'd be fine if she didn't come back. Rizu, don't say something so cruel without any hesitation. Well, it's true that she's late though. Since we are already here, should I make another piece of gear for you, Hind? For me? Rizu, it'll be a standard tricorn. Since I don't have a blueprint for it, it'll be my first time making a personally arranged defensive gear, Hind. Actually, I had been wanting to give it a try. For the time being, we have finished making our gear, so we won't have to worry about materials for a while. Even if I fail here, there won't be any risks put on ourselves. Unlike crafting full-body equipment, I doubt just making a hat will prove to be that difficult. Nissan. First. Rizu. That's right. Wait, don't call me Nissan, even though it's fine since there's no one around us. Hind. Please do so. I'll be taking Nissan's first time then. Rizu. I see. Though I think the way you worded that was weird. Hind. It must be your imagination. Well then. Before that hindrance, I mean, Yuma-san comes back, Rizu. Even if you try to correct yourself, it doesn't really change the fact that you already said she was a hindrance. As for the materials, wool felt, caterpillar thread and gromwool root fine powder. These three. First off, I'll sprinkle the gromwool root fine powder onto the wool felt. If we are talking about the color of a witch's hat, it has to be black. The mage clothes are black. After all, I have to make them match. Just by sprinkling some powder on it, why did the cloth turn into such a fine dark color? Rizu. Because it's a game, that's the only thing I can say. Yuma already told you so, right? If it was the same as real life, it would lose the meaning of being a game, right? Hind. That's also true, but Rizu. Then, how about this? They simplified it so it would be convenient for those players that don't have much time to play. Hind. I can accept that reasoning, Rizu. You are for the most part, as argumentative as me, huh? Hind. In reality, if crafting was the same as real life, I'd be unable to make other things they request me to do. That wouldn't be fun, right? To begin with, crafting is just one small part of TB. Besides, the simplified parts feel like you are using magic, and that feels good. Look, let me your head for a moment. With this, I'll sew the tricorn and finish it. Hind. A tricorn wasn't too difficult to make. The portions that need sewing are not many. Once you make the shape, the small details can be done by hand. I cut a thin piece of linen, and sprinkled crimson flower fine powder to dye it into a red ribbon, then coiled it around the tricorn. More importantly, as expected, the end won't bend. This is a part one can't give up on. Hind. Is that so? Rizu. As expected of you, Hind. If we are talking about mages, the pointy hats must bend. This is a must. This is the right way to do it. Rizu. To think you wouldn't even know this. Yuma! Rizu. Oh, Yuma, aren't you late? Hind. Fuma. The weapon shop was crowded, so I got delayed. Is that an original made by you, Hind? I don't think I've seen any players wearing that, Yuma. After appearing from behind Rizu, Yuma threw the wooden rod towards Rizu and proceeded to sit in front of me. Being in disarray, Rizu's expression turned bitter. Before it turns into another fight, I'll try to advance the conversation in a loud voice. That's right, even though it should have been something common at launch, there's not a blueprint for it. Since you were late in coming back, I decided to make it. So, how was it on your end? Hind. Oh, you mean the trading BBS? As expected, there was no defensive gear with a first-rate name on them. Besides that, good quality +510 items are quite rare. Yuma. I see. Well, Once they make more progress on full walkthrough sites, more evidence should come up. Let's leave this mystery aside for now. Hein-san, can I put on this hat already? Rezu, oh, wait for a bit. For original equipment, the system will assess its performance once you give them a name. They'll be available for use after that. Let's see. Dry. Core. Knee. And verification. Hind. I inputted the name in the menu console and pressed the verification button. Like with the Almiraj armor, it was wrapped in light and then fell down. Then I touched the hat and checked its performance. It appeared again. First rate. Even though I just said we should leave it aside for now. I'm getting confused. Hind. It did. How precise was your work this time? Yuma. Well, even though it wasn't really hard, I made it to the best of my own ability. That being said, there was nothing in the process that was shipped. Hind. The mystery deepens. Yuma. You are right. As far as I could see, Hein-san's sewing accuracy was pretty standard. That being said, there must be something that we are overlooking that has an effect on the end result. Rezu. Let's stop here. Even if we think about it, there's stuff we don't understand. More importantly, let's continue playing the game. I have to go and hear the content of Clarice-san's quest today. Hind. The date is going to change soon after all. I put my completed first-rate Drycorn +1 on top of Rezu's head. The way it's treated is as one of the 2 accessory slots. Its defense was +7, luckily, as a bonus. It also increases magic attack by 5. Since there's nothing I can compare it to, I don't know if this item is good or not. However, since Rezu thanked me in a delighted way, that doesn't matter. It's cute how she looks like a witch after all. A tricorn and a black robe. It has to be like this. I closed the sewing set, stood up and started stretching. Even though it's inside a VR game, my shoulders are stiff. I want to fight. That being said, Hein-san. Who is this Clarice-san you speak of? Rezu. Clarice-san is. Wait, why are you swinging your staff like that? Image draining? Hind. Please, don't mind me. Rezu. Unexpectedly, even though she shouldn't be that skilled at it, a good sound came from Rezu's swings. At this rate, it wouldn't be so weird if she could beat her enemies to death. Though, the fact that she had a strange blank look on her face was quite scary. Seems like she's the NPC of the second-hand shop. The first woman he hooked in the village. Yuma. Guilty. Rezu. Don't say things that will have a bad effect on someone's reputation. I only helped her when she fell down. Hind. That's right. There's no way that Hein-san would have asked a woman out on his own. That evil woman must have. Rezu. Hey, I don't think she was designed that way. If I had to say, it felt like I was talking with another human. Hind. What do you mean, Hind? Are NPCs able to execute such advanced decisions? Yuma. Well, you'll see once you meet her. If it goes the same way as I expect it to. Hind. I headed to the second-hand shop while question marks appeared on top of their heads. Welcome. I've been waiting for you, Hein-sama. Clarice. Hi Clarice-san. I'm with my friends but... Is that okay? Hind. Unfortunately the reward won't go up. But if that's okay with you, there's no problem. I'll ask for someone to replace me now, so wait for a bit. Grandma. Clarice. There were no other players inside the store. While calling for someone, Clarice-san went inside the door further behind the counter. She said, Grandma, right. Since the person is someone older, will it take long for her to come out? That's an NPC. The way the conversation went was very different from usual. I can't believe it. Yuma. That person was an NPC? Rezu. Remember the name that was displayed? The color was different from ours, right? Yuma. I see. Rezu. SHH. Yuma. I heard that the word NPC is discriminatory for people like them. If you are not careful, it'll affect their mood. Hind. Is that so? Yuma. After being called an NPC repeatedly by players, it seems like the old man from the weapon shop beat them up, so it's probably true. From what I heard from him after the fact, he said that I don't really get it. It was a name that got on my nerves. There's even a rumor that says that if you overdo it, you won't be able to use the shops anymore. Anyway, it's not something we can't avoid. Since we are the visitors, Should we just simply call them natives? I believe it must be some sort of message from the developers, at the very least, while we are playing. They probably want us to deal with them as if they were real people. Hind. I see. Got it. If we think about VR, it's true that this should be the correct way to enjoy it. In fact, I don't dislike this way of doing things, Yuma. With that they make a new world. Huh? Games are deeper than I thought. Rezufu fun, of course they are, Yuma. I don't really get why Yuma-san is boasting about it. At that moment, an old woman with her back slightly bent appeared from the door. Right after, Clara-san appeared as if she was supporting her. The old woman slowly walked towards us and was staring at my face. Is something wrong? Fun. I see. He doesn't seem that bad. Are you going to have him do it? Clarice, old woman. He still hasn't taken up the request but... Yup, it might end up like that. Grandma, I'll leave the rest to you. Everyone, please come inside. I'll tell you in detail about the contents of the request. Clarice. Yes, Fuma staring at Hind-san like that. She's quite the impolite grandmother. We were allowed inside the shop to a place that was probably not allowed to other players. It was a normal room with a table and chairs. Clarice-san sat down and spread what looked like a contract. The details of the contract are written here. Please read it and tell me if you have any questions. Clarice. Yes, I understand. Let's see. Hind. Request. Escorting a peddler. Contents. Accompany a certain person that aspires to be a peddler and escort him. Her to Heathrow Town. Reward. Skill point book. Number of people, 1 or higher. It's not possible to take up this request more than once. The contents of the contracts in this game are summed up in a concise way. While being perplexed, I showed the contract to Yuma and Rizu and turned towards Clarice-san. It was quite the simple and easy to understand contract. Huh? Hind. That was a normal contract in this world. Was there anything wrong with it? Clarice. N number. Anyway, who is this certain person that this contract is referring to? Hind. Regarding that. Clarice. Clarice-san started to get fidgety. Seeing the gap between her adult-like appearance and her actions, my heart started to beat fast. And no good, my cheeks are starting to loosen. Huh? Aren't you making quite the dirty face? Huh? Hind. Yuma. So indecent. You can't be making that kind of face towards people other than me, you know. Rizu. Sorry. Certainly, it was a face that might have given a woman a sense of discomfort. However, since it's giving me chills, could you stop looking at me like that? With both of you, it feels like I'm going to freeze. Hind. Fun. So, who are we going to escort? Yuma. It's me. Clarice. Because of Clarice-san's unexpected words, Yuma and I stood there in shock, after asking for some time to discuss the quest among ourselves. We gathered in a corner of the room. Clarice-san looked at us with anxiety, but it was not time for that. What's the meaning of this, Hind? A native is going to move to another place of her own will. Furthermore, it's the person that has the important role to work in the second-hand shop. Yuma. I don't get it either. However, now I know why she was evaluating me. Having someone escort you means that you are placing your life in their hands after all. You have to be careful about that. That's probably why she offered me such a discount and observed how I reacted to it. Hind. To begin with, I haven't seen any sort of NPCs that could take an escorting job in this village. Is it that kind of setting? Was it done on purpose? To sum it up, the appearance of visitors was like a godsend for Clarice-san. There's also the fact that her grandma can act as a replacement, in a certain way, you could say that. This has gone accordingly to the developer's plan. Is that so? It's true that I wouldn't feel safe leaving the job to someone straightforward like Yuma-san, and I'd prefer someone that says "What did you just say?" and proceeds to doubt my words. In that sense, I might be the same type of person as her. So, what are we going to do? Hind. If I remember correctly, Heathrow Town is further up north from the Hummer Plains. That means that we'll probably have to get past that area. Regarding our chances of victory, Yuma, we can win. It'll be fine in that regard. So, what do you want to do about this request, Yuma? Hind. Of course we are going to take it. That way it'll be more fun after all. Yuma. Got it. In that case, shall we go? We decided to take up Clarice-san's request. The smile Clarice-san made after hearing our reply was like a flower in full bloom. Immediately she took her big luggage out from somewhere and informed us that she was done preparing. The words above her head second-hand shop Clarice disappeared and instead peddler Clarice appeared. I was really surprised. After all, even the clothes she was wearing immediately changed from the clothes of a villager to those of a traveler, so they are not really careful in this regard. I don't really get the standards of these developers. Afterward, we were told to wait for a bit in front of the store, so we stood in front of the entrance. The players inside the store were surprised at Clarice-san's change, though it was understandable. Regarding that Clarice-san, she was currently hugging her grandma, who was going to tend the store in her stead. Is she saying goodbye? I'm weak against this kind of scenes. Yuma, huh? Yuma-san, are you by any chance crying a bit? Didn't you just meet both of them a while ago? I don't think it's a reason for being that moved, Rizu. To tell you the truth, Clara's parents died, and today is the day that the female helper she has raised is going on a journey. If we got into that grandma's shoes, she probably doesn't wish for her precious granddaughter to go, but she wants to grant her her wish. She's currently having those complicated feelings. Yuma. So it was like that? I might have not known, but I said quite the rude, Rizu. That's the delusion I'm having, Yuma, is what I thought about saying, but seems like I was wrong. Please, go and die, Rizu. Huh? Even without you saying that, once we get into battle I'll die. Without any doubt. Yuma. Rizu stood there dumbfounded when Yuma's gave such a terrible statement. Even if you say it as if it was natural. After Clarice-san informed us that we should get going, we headed towards the Homer Plains. How do you recover MP? Let's see. She wanted to hear what were the conditions to recover MP. Rizu asked me that as we were coming out of Dondri Forest. Explaining to Clarice-san that Rizu was something akin to a disciple to me, we received permission to engage in several fights in the forest. She probably got these questions from that. Rizu learned really fast. She immediately got the hang of it and beat the monsters in the forest. Even though we had so much trouble back then, I want to think that it's because of the difference in gear. First off, there are items. These are the basic things you use to recover MP in and outside of battle. Other than that, when you are outside battles, you can recover it by walking or running in proportion to the distance ran. Since it could be advantageous or disadvantageous depending on the distance ran and the physique of the person, I believe it depends on the number of steps you take. You recover it even when you are getting tired. Isn't that strange? Rizu. Isn't it fine? There are times where just standing still is bad for humans' bodies. Regularly exercising is healthy, right? MP is probably something like that. Kyukaku. That was a perfect way to explain it. What a sad sight. Yuma. Oh, she was feeling quite bitter about before. When Yuma was explaining the game mechanics, she remarkably fumbled her own words. Because of that, Rizu simply raised her eyebrows and proceeded to make a blank face. She's probably going to lose it with this. It's because Hein-san's explanations are easy to understand. Unlike certain persons. Rizu. Why did you say that twice? Yuma. Both of them took out their weapons and glared at each other. Please, stop it. The one that'll have to heal you afterward is going to be me. Having watched over the course of events, Clarice-san stood next to me and said in a carefree manner, "You all get along so well. I'm envious, Clarice." This is getting along well? Well, you could probably think that from your point of view. Isn't it lovely that they have no need to hold back when talking? I believe that is not something easy to attain even if you want to, Clarice. Yeah, it's a relationship that's hard to come by. That's true. I replied while scratching my head bashfully. Clarice-san is so calm and composed. I wish I had an older sister like he. No, let's stop there. I get the feeling I'll be looked at coldly again. Is it okay if I keep explaining things? If you don't stop, the date is going to change, you know? Please do, Hein-san. Rizu. TSK, please continue, Yuma. So, next is regarding recovering MP during battles. During battles, your MP won't recover by walking. Instead, you get a bit of regeneration naturally. Additionally, When it comes to vanguards, Yuma, Hind, New, when you deal damage or receive damage it accumulates, Yuma. So, magic classes have a different way to recover MP. Oh, just perfect. Let's test it on that goblin. Since we found an enemy, let's hit it once to enter a battle state. There we go, Hind. Since we had entered the southern area of the Hummer Plains, I proceeded to hit a low-level goblin with my staff. I dodged the goblin's attack and cast guard up and attack up on myself, consuming MP, like this, after making a certain pose. In the case of the Shinto priest, it's by extending your staff to the heavens with one hand. If you stand still like this, Hind, under my feet, a magic square appeared and emitted light. Because of that, my MP gauge was recharging faster than usual. Your MP will recover. Since you need to stand still, you have to be mindful of when you use it. You have to decide if you want to recover by using healing items or recover naturally. There. Hind. I hit the level 6 goblin and finalized the battle. Seeing my performance, Clarice-san started clapping. She's quite good at flattering people. Actually, it feels quite good. I see. So for magic classes, keeping your distance is important, huh? Resu. In parties, I believe you can freely recover your MP while the vanguard keeps the enemy's attention though, Hind. In other words, it's fine to use Yuma-san as a decoy, Resu. Hey, Yuma. Even though that's a bad way to put it, that's right, Hind. I can't agree with that. Even though it's the truth, Yuma. It can't be helped. We are a party with one vanguard and 2 rearguards. The thing is, it'd be quite balanced if we had someone to act as a shield. That way Yuma can change to Psing, Hind. It can't be helped if there's no one for that role. Whatever, I'll strike that ogre with this frustration, Yuma. Your way of speaking is changing, Yuma, Hind. Do your best, main shield-san. Resu. Keep quiet both of you. Geez, let's keep going. Yuma. Following Yuma, who was walking angrily, we headed to the north side of the Hummer Plains. Clarice. After entering the north area, Clarice-san drew her body back after hearing the roar of the ogre. After requesting her to stay behind me, the 3 of us faced the ogre. It's the revenge match. Yuma. Wow. She's fearless even when facing such a big enemy. Clarice. She's stupid and thick-headed after all. Resu. Cover her with suitable magic. Since he's still too high level for you, if it looks like the ogre is going to aim for you, run away, Hind. Understood, Hind-san. Resu. Yuma slashed at the ogre. There are the effects of our new gear, but I hope that they are enough to fight it. Yuaraba. Yuma, 1, Fist of the North Star. Amiibo's death scream reference. Hind-sama. Yuma-san is. Clarice. With the defensive gear, it takes 3 hits, huh? With support magic she should be able to take around 4 hits. It's enough for my cooldowns, Hind. Why you are quite calm. Is it going to be fine? Clarice. It's fine. It's going exactly as planned. First off, I'll use holy water on Yuma, Hind. When the bottle hit the mark, Yuma stood up. After that, I cast healing on her and her HP was nearly full. That was nothing. I can keep going. Yuma. Survive for 30 seconds. I'll use support magic on you and if it gets dangerous I'll throw some beginner potions at you. Well then, I'll charge up my MP, Hind. Clarice. Yuma slashed at the ogre countless times. Sometimes, Resu cast fireball on it. Yuma got hit once, twice. It should be about time. Next, we'll rely on Yuma's concentration and when it looks like she's going to get hit, I'll begin chanting resurrection magic. Hind. You usually, isn't that impossible? The magic will just miss. Clarice. China. Yuma. Eh? Clarice. The moment I finished the long chant, Yuma was blown away by the club. Aren't we dealing damage at a good pace? We can do this. After reaching level 15, I finally attained the resurrection magic called Revive and used that now on Yuma. No matter how many times it takes. Yuma. Such perfect timing? Clarice. Yuma, go around it and slash at its back. Since his swings are wide it should be unprotected. Resu. Its weak point is its head. Aim at it and strike it with magic. Hind. Okay. Yuma. Yes. Resu. Incredible. He's so precise. Clarice. I already know its pattern. Apart from the rare cases where Yuma was hit by the wide swings, the ogre's HP was shaved off and off and off. Isn't it extremely durable for the beginning of the game? You are finished. Yuma made a big jump and her slash in a state with both act of desperation and attack up made contact with the ogre's cranium, and its big frame finally fell on its knees. Cracks appeared on its body and while emitting light, it burst in a grandiose manner. This is not the type of show that should be used on the area boss of a beginner area. After seeing that, Yuma started to walk towards us and held up her sword in a delighted way. We won. Yuma. Yeah, we won. Rezu. We did it. Clarice. Aren't you acting too indifferent about this? Hind. I'm happy. But I'm not that type of person. Oh well, isn't it fine? As I thought, once you get resurrection magic, battles become safer. Though, Yuma does die often. Hind-sama, I'm deeply moved. Clarice. See Clarice-san, Hind. Suddenly, Clarice-san grasped my hand with both of her hands. They are so soft. This is healing me. Hind-sama, how about working at a castle somewhere? If it's you, I believe you'd be a splendid commander. Clarice. Castle? Hind. Are there multiple big towns with castles in TB? Sensing a new development, Yuma's eyes were glittering. TB thread to talk about the NPC's mysterious AI. This is a thread to talk about the mysterious NPCs in Trailblazer that are equipped with super efficient AI. Let's talk about the NPCs we are a fan of, interesting characters and peculiar actions. The next thread will be made once we have more than 950 comments. 267, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, VRMMO. I was banned from entering the weapon shop, but once I apologized, the old man forgave me. So compassionate. 268, Nameless Archer ID, enforced. What did you do? Lol. 269, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, VRMMO. I think I talked about this in the previous thread. He told me that the way I was using my weapon was sloppy, and when I told him that he was acting too high and mighty, he sent me flying around 5 meters. 270, Nameless Mage ID, 59xg3t2. Lol, so lame. Rather, Ulma, that old man is so strong. 271, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, VRMMO. I didn't know that it was something I shouldn't say to the NPC, and by the time I knew, it was too late. 272, Nameless Mage ID, S2J5. Even if they are NPCs, you shouldn't say rude things. 273, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, VRMMO. I know, but something happened in real life and I was pissed at the time. Forgive me, old man from the weapon shop. 274, Nameless Light Warrior ID, DSU. Why is everyone calling him the old man from the weapon shop? He has a name and it is Devin. 275, Nameless Knight ID, 5 I won't remember the name of some old man. Lol. 276, Nameless Archer ID, enforced. What does Devin even mean? Is it English? 277, Nameless Light Warrior ID, DSU. It comes from an English poet. With that kind of face, at night he writes poems in his notebook. 278, Nameless Archer ID, enforced. Ulma, stop that. You are going to make me imagine it. Lol. 279, Nameless Knight ID, 5 Ulma. Oh, Waki, what are you doing while not eating your bento? Where is Machi? Shui, my classmate, Tsukane Shui, talked to me while I was sitting down on a bench in the courtyard playing with my phone. He probably came back after buying what he wanted since he was holding some bread on one hand. Seems like the stuff she had to do with the student council is taking a while, so she's waiting. Besides, don't call me Waki. I'm not an artisan, a harlot or a citizen from Gifu. Don't use that kind of pronoun, Wataru. More importantly, give me a side dish to accompany this. Shui. Where is your bento, Shui? Wataru. Now that I think about it, this guy usually brings a bento. He usually has a bento unless his mom is busy. I stayed up playing a game all night and my mom got mad. She threw a 100 yen coin at me and told me to go to school. Shui. And that's why you slept through the lessons, huh? You are so stupid. Here, is some fried chicken enough? Wataru. Thanks. Ah, this is 100 times tastier than what my mom makes. Shui. Be more grateful to your mum. You are going to receive divine punishment, Wataru. Looking at the date of the posts, there's more. After giving a side glance at Shui who sat down next to me, I kept scrolling through the thread. 503, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Z789. It has to be Clara-san. Orthodox pretty big sister types are the best. 504, Nameless Archer ID, WS64SHL. Clara-san is so kind. A while back, she gave me a 40% discount on holy water. 505, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, FMGTMW. Ah, if you buy something a lot of times, it seems that she'll make one item cheaper for you. 506, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Z789. Seriously? 507, Nameless Mage ID, SSPFXWH. Seems like there's some sort of likability, though it's not known what is required to raise it. 508, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, FMGTMW. Ah, about that. There was an idiot that tried to spend all his money in the second-hand shop, but her attitude didn't change much. There's a limit to the number of items you can buy from it. 509, Nameless Archer ID, WS64SHL. I heard about someone who got a blacksmithing set from the old man from the weapon shop. 510, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Z789. I don't really get it, but Clara-san is the best. 511, Nameless Archer ID, WS64SHL. Wow. How much do you like Clara-san? Lol. 512, Nameless Knight ID, 40WDF. No, I rather bring home the mayor's daughter, Monica-chan. 513, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Z789. What are you, a Lilican? 514, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, FMGTMW. Police Officer, over here. 515, Nameless Knight ID, 40WDF. Molester. 1. 516, Nameless Light Warrior ID, XRAUJMM. This was just a template for the thread. Hey, Waki, what have you been looking at? Shui. TB's BBS, Wataru. Huh? Waki, didn't you say you wouldn't play games? Shui. Yeah, I can guess that the game you spent all night playing was also Wataru. There's no need to hide it, it was TB. Are you surprised? Shui. Fun. Wataru. Clara-san sure is being liked. The old man from the weapon shop is too, judging from the replies. There's plenty of other NPCs that people took a liking to. If they found out that we were the ones that took her outside, wouldn't that be bad? Weak. Your reaction is too weak. Hey, let's play together. As expected, playing within real-life friends is more fun. Shui. Sure, I don't mind. Wataru. Really? Shui. If you manage to find me inside the game, Wataru. That's impossible. Waki, how many players do you think are inside TB? Shui. I heard that there are 500k players during peak times. Isn't that amazing? Wataru. Right? Not that. I'm saying that it's unreasonable to make someone find you among that crowd with no hints. Shui. Wataru. You say, Shui. It would be nice if Shui was a vanguard. More importantly, since I'm getting close to the latest replies, I should take a look at the BBS. 614, Nameless Martial Artist ID, HF8NWSS. Clara-san has disappeared. 615, Nameless Archer ID, Mkalech? 616, Nameless Knight ID, ED3E9Z3. What are you talking about? 617, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, XDWRLA. Explain the situation properly. 618 Nameless Martial Artist ID, HF8NWSS. It happened this morning before I went to work. When I woke up early, I went to the second-hand shop as usual to see her beautiful self to get enough energy to survive the day. At that time, 619, Nameless Archer ID, Mkalech, gulp. 620, nameless martial artist ID, HF8NWSS. Clarice-san was not there. An old woman that I had never seen before was sitting at the counter. 621, nameless heavy warrior ID, XDWR Lao. 622, nameless archer ID, Mkalech. No, this no laughing matter. Is that even possible in this game? 623, nameless martial artist ID, HF8NWSS. Ha, ha. I heard from that old woman that Clarice-san has gone on a journey. 624, nameless archer ID, Mkalech. Oh. 625, nameless knight ID, ED3E9Z3P. What does that even mean? Does that mean she's gone from the game? 626, nameless mage ID, Hutpapt. 627, nameless martial artist ID, HF8NWSS. That has to be a Lee. 628, nameless mage ID, 9 Rixkmx. Ah, this topic was already brought up. A gamer friend said that he saw her in Heathrow Town. 629, nameless knight ID, ED3E9Z3R. 630, nameless martial artist ID, HF8NWSS. A. 631, nameless archer ID, Mkalech. Fu. What does that mean? 632, nameless mage ID, 9 Rixkmx. A displayed name showed her as a peddler and she was selling stuff normally. Basically, Clarice changed from second-hand shop vendor to peddler. 633, martial artist ID, HF8NWSS. What? Now that I know, I must pursue her. Thanks for the info. I have to leave the company early and get to leveling up. I'm still level 10. 634, nameless knight ID, RJAGCRZ. No, you should work properly like a normal adult lol. 635, nameless archer ID, Mkalech. Besides, it's going to be hard. The ogre over there is recommended for parties around level 20 after all. 636, nameless heavy warrior ID, Wandman. It's easy to level up at the start in TB, so it should be fine. Even if you go solo, if you get to level 25 and stock on healing items, you should be able to beat it. 637, nameless archer ID, Mkalech. You sound like you already beat it, so you are a solo player. 638, nameless heavy warrior ID, Wandman. Grave accent. Ah, seems like they don't know about us. I'm glad. Wataru. Waki, are there rumors going around in the BBS already? Shui. Yup. Well, more importantly, you said to give you a hint. Even though Rise found me without a single hint. Wataru. When Shui heard that, he made a wry smile. He shrugged his shoulders while taking a bite at the bread roll. Even if you compare me to her, Waki, doesn't she have like a high-sensitive radar for finding you? Wait, are you playing with Rise-chan? That's unexpected. Shui. That's the case. However, a hint, huh? For the time being, we'll be staying in Heathrow Town. Wataru. Ooh, you are progressing quite fast. In that case, tell me your job and equipment. I'll try finding you with that info. Shui. Ah, are you really going to try and find me? It was just a joke. Wataru. Shui showed me his teeth while he was grinning. He's making a face as if he was saying that it would be more fun that way. It's the mindset of a gamer like that of Muse. If I can't do it, tell me your player name later. I'll send you a mail inside the game. Shui. Sure, got it. Since Miu and Rise stand out more than me, I'll tell you how they look. Wataru. Since Rise-chan is there, Machi had to be the two, right? Yup. Everyone's job is what I pictured them to be. Shui. Right. What's your job in TB? Wataru. Please be a vanguard. Please be a vanguard. While I was making such prayers, Shui said, it's a secret. Shui. So annoying. I hope you dive head first into a puddle. Wataru. Did you have to go that far? Shui. He avoided my question. Wednesday, at 10 p.m. It wasn't like there weren't that many players that had reached Heathrow Town and it was deserted. but there were comparatively fewer people and it was more peaceful. Yesterday we parted ways with Clara-san, who thanked us repeatedly, and we came to this pub today to decide our next course of action. Though, since they haven't implemented the hunger system yet, it's not like we can eat anything. We thought it would be best to find a place where we could sit down and talk freely, so we chose this place. Should we make a guild after all? As expected, not having a place where we can sit down and relax within the game is kind of inconvenient, especially when it comes down to crafting. However, don't guild homes only get to be set up at one point? I think we should go around some more places before deciding about it, Yuma. True, visiting other places shouldn't prove to be too difficult. After all, this town has paths in all four directions. Does this mean they are telling us to choose our own path from now on? No matter what path we take, it doesn't seem like the level of the monsters increased to extreme levels. If we are in doubt, it would be safe to just set it up here since it looks like a halfway point. But that would be, boring, right? I know, let's postpone the guild and the guild home for now. In that case, should we wander around to find a good spot? That would be fun in its own way, but not having an objective would make it really unproductive. I don't really care what it is. I wish we had something to start with. We were absorbed in exchanging ideas, and shortly after we decided to take a break. Yuma abruptly stood up from her seat. Did something happen? There's something flowing below us. Yuma. What do you events are? Whoa, it's true. Is this some sort of notification from the company? They are captions. Once we concentrated on the letters, they suddenly started to float in front of our eyes in a grand way. Let's see. We now will proceed to announce the first event to all the players that are currently logged in. If you look at the sky, you will be able to see something unique. The sky? For the time being, shall we go outside? Oh, an event? I'm getting so excited. Yuma. What are you, a child? What did you say? Then, don't participate in the event. Yuma. Such a child. I didn't even have to verify it. While listening to their usual back and forth, I opened the door to the pub and went outside. There were already plenty of players standing outside while looking at the sky. Just when I thought there weren't that many people. Were they all inside buildings? Though there's still way fewer people than in Ultra Village. We did as the message said and looked at the sky. There was a black-haired little girl sporting twin tails with her arms crossed. She was wearing black garments with high exposure. What's this? Some sort of mascot character from the GMs? I am. No. Even if you say that. She did have long canines, horns on her head, a long black tail and even red eyes and wings. But for some reason, she didn't have much impact. The people around us were saying things like cute Oma-chan, and there was not a single person that was scared. Since I was a bit interested in the illusion projected in the sky, I tried to move around, but they were using some sort of technique to make you see the front side from any angle. That's why I believe it's a waste of time to try desperately to take a look below. The female players around would immediately kick you. After all, visitors. My army has grown tired of fighting the small fry in this world. I thank you deeply for your appearance. Oh, so it's that kind of setting. That being said, is this little girl really the Is this game okay? Oh, it's the This is getting interesting. Yuma. Unfortunately, I can't bring myself to think of her as the At least they should show us her casting some big spell or something. Hind-san. I only know about the mouse that appear in books. Right. I know what you want to say. It's true that they are usually males. But for some reason, the current state is that because of a certain culture, they are getting gender bent. I think I sort of get it. But at the same time I don't. I think people generally think like However, Yuma and I have gotten used to this culture. After all, if Rizu wasn't here, the chances of me saying the is a girl, that's normal, would have been pretty high. The continued talking. Let's start with a preliminary test. I set free a large number of turtles in the Hummer Plains. Of course, you'll be able to overcome this easily. right? Don't disappoint me, visitors from another world, turtles. Huh? Are they really a good choice for the first event? They are probably very slow but have high HP. I'll be watching the situation from my castle. Regarding this conflict, there's a certain specimen called Elder, the one that manages to deal him the strongest blow. I'll take a lick. The magnificently bit her own tongue in the middle of her speech. She crouched, showing how much it hurt. Seeing that, warm cheers from the players saying "You can do it, Mu-chan" started to spread. However, with teary eyes, the Mu started to shake and wave her arms. I can't do this anymore. Say Mel. You can't, Musama. Just a little more, you can do it. Say Mel. Don't wanna. Because these guys, they are not afraid at all. Say Mel. You do the rest. Guess I have no choice. Say Mel. The illusion was interrupted for a moment and we could hear them speaking with someone else. After they were done talking, this time, a handsome man with crimson hair appeared in the sky. He had horns and wings like the Mu, and for some reason, he was keeping his eyes shut. Rather, what's with this charade? I'll be acting in place of Musama. My name is Samuel. Hear my words, visitors from another world. I'll continue the previous speech. Musama will agree that the person that manages to deal the strongest blow to the elder turtle is a worthy opponent. Be thankful, you trash. Samuel. The attitude of this man, if I had to say it in a few words, was that of someone that acted too high and mighty. He looks more like a Mu. Or rather, I believe in game settings, Samuel is supposed to be a Mu. However, his speech was met with animosity from the players. Don't screw with us. Show us Mu-chan. We didn't ask for a guy. Go away. Against the projection in the sky, players started to throw stones at it, cast offensive magic and even shoot arrows with killing intent. Obviously, since it was an illusion, nothing really hit the mark. But for some reason, Samuel was quite flustered. Stop. Even if it can't really hurt me, it'll wound my heart. Samuel. Hey, Hind. Is it fine if I throw a stone at him too? Is it fine? Yuma. I feel bad for him, so don't do it, Hind. That being said, Mu-chan was really cute, right? Right, Hind-san? Rezu. Oh. Do you want me to deny that? Or do you want me to agree with you? Rezu is cuter. Hind. Thank you very much. That makes me happy, Rezu. So you are fine with that? I see. Hind. Though, that man is just too pitiful. It might have been because more players were arriving, but the attacks kept going. Altro, a village must be especially bad. The scenery we see over here is already like a dance. Mixed with the stones and offensive magic, I stealthily threw some healing towards the sky. There was no real meaning behind it, but I felt a bit weird when it was followed suit by some girls. Cheer up, Samuel. Who was it? The one that cast some healing magic right now. Samuel. He saw that? That's amazing. Thank you. As a special gift, I'll reward you with 3 beginner potions. Samuel. With dyed cheeks, Samuel went deep. Since I don't swing that way, when a man shows me that type of behavior, I honestly feel quite grossed out. Furthermore, he's giving me potions to thank me. I don't want them. Besides, I didn't do it because I wanted to be given a reward. Anyway, the shell of the turtle is an ingredient suitable for defensive gear and weapons. If you have any will to challenge us, go use that and arrive at the castle already. That will be all. Samuel. The projection quietly dissolved in the sky. With the act having ended, the players started to talk about how they should go about doing the event and started to scatter in their own groups. Since the explanation was over, we decided to return to the pub. Roughly speaking, it's a gear improving event. Hind. Is it okay for us to think about it like that? Rezu, said Rezu, who was sitting down on a chair while fixing her bent tricorn. The contents of our conversation were obviously about the event that was announced a while ago. The details were shown on a window and Yuma was enthusiastically looking at them. I talked with Rezu while looking at them too. If it was announced by the developers themselves, it would have been something like, gather limited materials during this time frame and craft limited time gear. Hind. So they made that act to give players that kind of feeling? Result probably. The players liked it and their reaction was good. We were quite lucky to have seen it firsthand. Hind. They should still be able to watch it later on video, right? Result most likely. However, since there are probably many people that want to see it firsthand, they might have to do work on doing things like this moving forward. Hind. So they have to consider many things. Result. It's probably possible considering how popular Mo-chan was. Personally, I think her character is aimed at a certain type of people though. Even then, being excited about this is a part of being a man. Though I don't know if females will like her. Well then, let's verify the details of the event. After beating turtle-type monsters, they'll drop shells as ingredients. Using those as ingredients to craft weapons and gear will guarantee them having higher quality than fine quality. So even if you are not that good at blacksmithing, you should be able to get decent gear. Hind. They showed a sample. The appearance of the defensive gear is a bit. Result. While saying that, Rizu moved from the chair and approached me. Why is she looking at mine? She could just look at them on her own menu screen. Oh well, whatever. The defensive gear did give the impression of them being the shell of a turtle, just as Rizu had said. You are right. The appearance is quite lacking. However, it's also true that its endurance is higher than other defensive gear. I feel like it'll be convenient to have at this point of the game. Hind. Repairs are not free after all. Result. I want to devote all my time to hunting. In that type of situation, they'll be the best to have. Getting money to repair them will be easy too, so you could say that they were attractive gear for people. In that regard, for people that don't need them to have high performance, there's merit in obtaining them. They have set it up quite well. In that case, if you don't like the appearance of the armor, how about just making the weapons? The weapons look quite good. Other than that, you can also make accessories. Making accessories from tortoise shells sounds quite interesting. Hind. Ah, that sounds lovely. Result. Yuma, what do you think? Yuma? Hind. Just when I thought that she hadn't been replying for a while, I saw Yuma with her hand stopped at a certain page and she looked as if she was trying to burn a hole through it. She didn't notice us looking at her. Just when we were going to give up and leave her alone, Yuma excitedly stood up from her chair. Hind. Let's go. Yuma. Go? Where? Hind. We decided to go turtle hunting, right? Come on. Yuma. Calm down, you thoughtless girl. Result. Yuma. Rizu drove her staff into Yuma's knee. As a result, Yuma let out a strange sound and crumbled on top of the chair again. My sister sure does frightening things. Since she took a minuscule amount of damage, I silently cast healing on her. What do you think you are doing? Yuma. What do you think you are going to accomplish by blindly going there? The event is going to last an entire week, right? Things will change depending on how fast the enemies of the event are killed and the number of participants. Hind. Noog. You are right. Yuma. So, what did you want to get? Hind. The reward for the top player in the attack rankings. Yuma. Attack rankings? Ma said something about smashing that elder turtle. Hind. I turned to the event information page. Reward for number of exterminations. Reward for attack ranking. This one. First place, X3 heroes aura. There's a video attached. After pressing the playback button, a player brandishing a sword in full body armor appeared. Each time he swung the sword, an azure light flowed through the sword. Furthermore, when he stopped and readied his weapon, lightning bolt-like effects appeared around his body. There were other things mentioned in the list, but the point was that it was an accessory that only gave you a hero-like aura. In the video, each time he made a meaningless pose, like Tran. No, gushed out. Yup, it is kind of flashy. I could understand her from the bottom of my heart. She would definitely want something like this. You want it? Hind. I want it. Yuma. You know that this accessory is just for looks and doesn't have any stats though. Hind. I don't care about that. More importantly, it's cool, right? Yuma. Yeah. Hind. However, first place. First place, huh? Getting first place in this game that is not desolated. First place. Huh? Seeing Yuma's eyes glittering with expectation, Rizu looked at me with a worried face. Since it's release week, I doubt there was enough time for information to be out there, so could we take advantage of that? Besides, it's more of equipment for those that like this kind of thing, and there are already posts in the BBS saying they don't want it. The less people that participate in it will mean that the degree of difficulty will go down accordingly. Got it, let's do what we can. Hind. Really? Yuma. However, don't cry if we don't get it, okay? Rizu, do you mind if we do this time's event like this? Hind. In that case, Hind-san, make me a personal accessory. I'll agree if you do that for me. Rizu. No problem. Well then, for the time being, let's aim for first place in the attack rankings. Hind. Yuma. Understood. Rizu. Since we had decided on a general plan of action, we started to think about the steps we should take. What we needed was levels, a weapon with high offensive power, and getting as many support magic as we can. We should start by examining how much experience we can get by fighting those turtles. For efficiency, we won't return to the homoplanes until we have progressed. We'll make our preparations until the event is nearly over and then aim for the rankings on the last day. Since we were done talking, we exited the pub through the door. Huh? I can hear the flapping of a bird's wing from above me. That hurts. What happened? Hind. Yuma. Are you okay? Rizu. The moment I turned to look upwards, something hit my face. It was harsh that the sense of pain wasn't reduced. I felt something strangely hard. What fell from my face to the ground was some kind of package. While Rizu was nursing me, Yuma picked up the bag. The offender that dropped the bag was a gigantic living being making circles in the sky. With calm and elegant movements, it went away. Since it was very far I couldn't see it very well, but it seemed to be some form of lizard with feathers growing in its body. Is that by any chance Hind? Inside the bag there's potions and a letter. Yuma. Huh? Is that from Samael? That guy, he really did send me potions. Hind. So, I'm going to read the letter, okay? Yuma. To my beloved friend, Hind, your healing amidst that barrage of insults really touched my heart. It might be just a small gift, but I'm sending you some beginner potions as thanks. I would like you to make use of them in your fights. From Samael, Mo's Army No. 2. I pray for your good fortune. Also it says, Yuma. Cough, cough, cough. Hind. You are choking? Are you okay? Yuma. When writing letters he's quite the courteous person. Huh? That guy. Rizu. More importantly, it seems like Hind has been recognized by the Mizami faster than anyone else. Should we be happy about this? Yuma. It's quite the complex situation. Rizu. I don't know where to retort anymore. For the time being, I'll gladly use them now that we received them. After taking a breath, I put the beginner potions inside my inventory and the three of us headed to the homoplanes. The next day, Thursday, I logged to TB at 10 p.m. The previous day we had fought turtles for a bit, but the experience gain was quite lacking. Incidentally, the western part of the homoplanes had become an instance dungeon for a limited time. This was probably done to prevent people from stealing event monsters from others. When they hear about things being up for a limited time, there are players that breach the usual etiquette. After all, so I believe it was a good choice. Today I have an appointment with my blacksmithing master Celine-san, so I returned to Altroa village. She said in the in-game mail that she was currently in the blacksmith workshop we first met in. But, Celine-san, why are you in that corner? Hind. In the furthest corner of the workshop. She was currently curled into a ball. When she noticed me, she started to look around her restlessly like a small animal that had its guard up. Hind-kun, it's only you? You came alone? Celine. I came alone as you stated, but... Hind. Oh. Last time I told you, right, that I was quite shy when it came to strangers. Celine. You did say that. Hind. For some reason, she's talking as if she knows that I'm usually with other people. The moment I tried to ask her about it, was it the day before yesterday? I saw you with two extraordinarily cute girls and I was wondering what I would do if you came together with them. Celine. I see. I'll admit that their looks are superb, but deep down they are pretty normal, you know? Hind. Really? However, I'll feel shy when I meet a beauty. Be it a man or a woman. Celine. I wonder if there's really that much difference between them. And Celine-san, if she combed her hair and changed the frames of her glasses to a more stylish one, I believe she would attract the eyes of those around her. It's like she's not making the best use of what she has, even though she's using the materials in the game really well. I wonder why. Well, you are right in saying that I'm not particularly handsome. If that makes it easier for you to talk to me, so be it. Hind, why, you are wrong. At the time I was really happy that I found someone I could talk about minor weapons with, and I suddenly... And the way you talk is kind of calming and gives me peace of mind. Celine, I'm happy to hear that. Though I often mix in some rough sentences here and there, you don't mind that? Hind, no. Not at all, because the feeling I get from you is gentleness. Maybe? Celine, gan, exclamation mark. Just when we thought we had heard a very loud noise, suddenly, we saw the player in the workshop next to us hit the iron with all his might with a hammer. When our line of sight met his, this time he glared at us like an Azura. Somehow I could feel strong thoughts like, go do that somewhere else. Or, get lost. So, since it seems like we'll get in the way of those working if we talk here, shall we go outside? Hind, why, you are right. Excuse us, Celine. We decided to move somewhere else. When we did so, the guy next to us kept smiling while veins were popping in his head. I did really feel killing intent from him. Were we that noisy? So scary. I did pay 300 G to enter the workshop, but since there was no problem for them to return it to me if I didn't use it, it was fine. After that, because Celine-san disliked crowded places, I led her to the watchtower since it didn't have many people. It was the place where I last made our defensive gear. It's a quiet and nice place. Well then, let's start our information exchange, Celine. Yeah, guess I'll start. I have understood various things about the behavior of NPCs. Hind, is it really okay for you to give the information first, Celine? Last time you did teach me about blacksmithing without asking me to pay anything. I trust you, Celine-san. Hind, that does make me kind of happy. In that case, go ahead, Celine. Right. As a matter of fact, Hind, with Clarice-san as the base and with the information I gathered from the BBS, I put everything in order and told Celine-san. She was particularly surprised when I told her about when Clarice-san became a peddler. I knew that the second-hand shop's shopkeeper had switched to an old lady, but to think that it was because Hind-kun and the rest took a quest. Celine, please, don't tell anyone, okay? There are more fans of Clarice-san than I thought after all. If this information gets out, I might get parked everywhere. Hind, when I reminded her, Celine-san made an impish expression. I have a bad feeling about this. I wonder what I should do. Celine, no, it's really not a joke. Hind, don't press the button. Don't press the button. Is it that kind of situation? Celine, you are wrong. Hind, foo, dear me, I was just joking. To begin with, when it comes to stuff like BBS and things like that, I'm fundamentally a lurker. Celine, don't scare me like that. Hind, I had told her pretty much everything I knew. The information that Celine-san told me about was fundamentally complementary to the information I currently had, and also about the previous first-rate series of items I managed to craft last time. I was particularly interested in the latter, and Celine-san had information about it, so, regarding those first-rate equipment, they seemed to be affected by the rarity of the materials. Celine, so it was that. I see. Hind, since the answer was far more simple than I thought, I was quite annoyed at it. I thought it would have something to do with the degree of difficulty of the crafting or the time taken to do it. From that reaction, you have been thinking about the various theories, right? However, it can't be helped. The rarity of the materials are hidden in TB after all, Celine. In that case, the Almiraj armor and the tricorn I made. Hind, for the armor it was probably the Almiraj skin, and for the hat it was probably the wool and the felt. Celine. Now that I think about it, I had less of those items. However, I don't think there was that much of a difference between them. Even if we talk about them being rarer, it was probably about 1 or 2 ranks higher at most. This means that for someone that has made a lot of gear like Celine-san, she's able to understand the rarity of the ingredients. She single-mindedly goes from the trading BBS to the workshop and vice versa after all. When it comes to things like crafting, there's no comparison in the difference between our experience. There's no way I can do the same thing as her. However, you are amazing, especially when it comes to the armor. You had not that much experience with leather crafting, and it's true that it's made so that the precision judgment is quite lax. Even then, to hear that you were able to make a first-rate armor +8 on your first try, Shien. To sum it up, making gear from high-quality ingredients make it so that the gear is of higher quality. Hind. That's right. Of course, if you are not skilled you won't be able to make first-rate items, so you can be proud of yourself. You are quite skilled at sewing, huh? Shien. It's probably been around 5 years since I started. Maybe. If you want to, should I make something for you? Hind. When I said so nonchalantly, Shien-san's face turned like that of a bird that had eaten a pea shooter. Did I say something that weird? Even though she had made lots of gear up to this point, Shien-san was still wearing the beginner gear. That had bothered me. A gift from a guy to me. Am I dreaming? Shien-san? Hey, Hind. It's nothing. Please do so. Shien. What would you like? From how you look, something like a white gown or a padded kimono would suit you. Shien-san gives the feeling of an indoor person after all. Hind. How do you know what I'm wearing in the real world? Shien. Hind. Shien. She self-destructed. That being said, she wears a padded kimono. Those are convenient to wear at home after all. Anyhow, since it wasn't something that you would wear in-game, I was planning to say it would be weird, but I didn't expect it to go like this. Shien-san revealed private information by mistake. After all, for some time the atmosphere turned delicate, but in the end we were able to continue exchanging information, especially information that was useful for the event. The current level cap, what she thought was probably the strongest weapon at the moment and the most efficient hunting grounds. I was really grateful for this information. It's not like she's part of the people that put effort into fighting. Why is she so well informed? When I asked her, she told me that she had a knack for finding information but wouldn't tell me more. Well then, I'll excuse myself here. Shien. Got it. Thanks for everything. Next time, I'll bring some gear as thanks. Hind. Oh okay. I'm looking forward to it. See you, Hind-kun. Shien. Leaving with a bashful smile, Shien-san logged out right there. Well then, guess I should group up with those two and start leveling up. Level 30, is that the current level cap? That seems to be the case. Though apparently, after you reach level 25, it takes quite a while to level up. Hind. However, if they have already confirmed it, that means Yup. It means that there are already players that have reached it. How much time have they devoted to TB? I kind of want and don't want to know. Hind. I meet up with Yuma and Rizu after returning to Heathrow Town. Even though I had brought lots of valuable information, their attitude was somehow cold. Why? Even though it was information I got to help Yuma, they've been like this since I told them I was going to meet up with Shien-san. I don't get it. Right now, we were heading towards the hunting grounds she had told me. We were ascending the smooth hill at a quick pace. However, aren't you going too fast, Hind? Does it have to do something with the time? Yuma. Yeah. The monsters we are planning to farm only appear at night. They only appear for 1 hour after 11 p.m. That's the reason we left town in a hurry, Hind, which means that if we let this chance slip by, the next time it'll be during 3 a.m. That would be impossible for us, Rizu. That it would. That being said, I want to hurry up and get to the hunting grounds. Hind. I have heard all you've said. Deedagazuru! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, there was a player standing in our way. He was wearing a navy blue jacket, hack armor, gaiters, hood and straw sandals. A very Japanese outfit. In reaction to this man who was wearing all that to look like a ninja, we ignored him and just went past him. I mean, we have no time to waste. Don't ignore me, Waki. It's me. Me? Is this one of those it's me scams? I don't know of any Shuis that go around trying to look like a ninja. Hind. You just called me Shui. Say something muchy. Shui. My job as a knight is telling me that I shouldn't leave my tank role to a ninja. Yuma. What do you even mean? Shui. I don't really want Yuma to act as tank anymore though, she dies too often. I found Shui, who went as far as to remove his hood to plead to us, quite annoying. From his avatar I could see that he hadn't changed his face, he was the same as in the real world. Rise-chan. Shui. Oh my, just when I was wondering who you were, aren't you Nissan's friend? Rizu. I'm so glad that Rise-chan is giving an honest reaction. Shui. Aren't you the good-looking Shui that in the first year of middle school received double digits of chocolate during Valentine, but by the time he was in his third year, that amount was reduced to 0? Rizu. You are the worst one. Waki. Shui. Ah. Right. You did well to find us, Shui. Hind. Sniff. Leaving watching aside, those two do stand out after all. Once I asked around, it was pretty easy. Shui's job was that of a light warrior, his type was the evasive one. He can dodge attacks with his skills, a type that fights in a way close to that of a ninja. I would have liked him to be a defense-type heavy warrior though. But this is a choice that is up to the player. It's not like our balance is getting worse, it doesn't change the fact that I welcome an evasive tank. His player name seems to be Toby. His weapon of choice seems to be dual tantos. By Toby you probably don't mean that bird, right? Since you are a ninja, is it from Toby Kate? Kato Danzu. Hind. As expected of Waki, you sure are well informed. I even have a skill to guard allies, cool right? Toby. And in the end, you'll end up assassinated in a toilet. Hind. You don't have to get into those details. Toby. However, your current gear. It seems somehow lacking. Hind. Why? Don't I look like a perfect ninja no matter where you look? Toby. I exchanged looks with Yuma. She probably felt the same way. Yuma gave me a big nod. As expected, here he should be wearing a lengthy muffler, right? Hind. Yuma. Yup, the crimson ones. Should I make one? Hind. Why would I wear something that makes me stand out so much? What I want to play as is a ninja, not a ninja. Toby. One ninja written in katakana. Even if he says that, the image Shui has of a ninja should be different from a real one. Real ninjas usually wouldn't fight. Since their job is to mainly bring back information, the first thing they should think about is running a war. Hind-san, look at the time. Rizu. Whoops, that's right. Hind. Rizu pulled me by my sleeves. We had kind went off topic here. To begin with, comparing a ninja inside the game to a real-life one would be boorish. I like both types after all. Besides, it's not the time to be playing around with Shui. Or rather, Toby. TSK, you are such a boring guy. Yuma. Boring you say? Yashi, aren't you being too cruel? Toby. And the way you call me makes me uncomfortable. The way you call me Machi does too, Yuma. In that case, I'll add Chan and call you Yuma-chan. Toby. That's disgusting in its own way, Yuma. What do you want me to do? Toby. Hey, we should get going. Hind. The sun was setting at the moment. Quite a bit of time had passed while we were talking. In that case, I'll guide you. You are going to Sacred Hill, right? I've been there, Toby. I'd appreciate that, but... Toby, what level are you at the moment? Hind. 28. Why? Toby. So high. By the way, what's your total playtime? Hind. Counting today, I probably passed the 40-hour mark. Toby. When he said that, Yuma made an unpleasant face and started to step away from him. It seems like VR is able to reproduce body odor too after all. Did he even take a bath? It was an action made with that thought in mind. So rude. I properly take a bath before sleeping. Toby. But to think he has played 40 hours. It basically means that he has spent all his time playing the game after returning home. Until late at night at that. Probably until midnight. Even if launch day was a holiday and he could have played for a longer time. Honestly, it's a pretty high number. Rizai's looked completely shocked. I was quite concerned about it, so I added one last question. Toby, for how long have you been playing right now? Hind. Since I ate dinner. So around 4 hours? Toby. Long, that's too long. Is he an idiot? This guy. I won't say anything bad, so go and log out right now. Drink some water, go to the toilet and do some stretching. Hind. But Toby, we'll wait for you. You are going to destroy your body at this rate. If you won't listen to me, I won't add you to my friend list nor play with you. I'll get worried if you come with us in that state. If you get it, hurry up and go. Hind, oh okay. Waki, you are so kind. In that case, wait here for 5 minutes. Toby, do it properly. It's fine if you take longer than 5 minutes. Come once your body is rested. You hear me? Hind, understood. Toby logged out right there. The moment his body completely disappeared, my shoulders dropped dejectedly. In the end, even though we were in a hurry, we ended up losing time. Hind, won't you leave him behind? Hind-san, Rezu. It's unusual, but I'm thinking the same thing. Do we even need him? Yuma, even though he's like that, he's that high-leveled after all. Once he comes back I'll have him work properly. Other than that, Yuma, with his playstyle, he can take attacks away from Yuma. Hind, oh, that would be nice. Things like having to think about the balance with the rear guard. Hate management? I think having to think about that kind of thing is annoying. Yuma, I don't believe you do that type of stuff properly though. The one that takes care of that kind of thing is Hind-san after all. Rezu, I'm aware of that. Yuma, don't start putting on airs please. Rezu. While listening to their usual exchange, I sat down on a boulder close by. After that, Toby returned around 10 minutes after having logged out. Sakuri Hill. At night, you can see a perfect starry sky there, a romantic spot. The stars were really pretty and its name came from the fact that it looked as if the stars would fall. Just kidding, stars do really fall here and it's simply called that because it's a dangerous zone. Gigajigo? Yuma, one apparently a fifth reference. Yuma. Toby. Unluckily, a small meteorite had flattened Yuma onto the ground. With her face covered with sediment, Yuma's HP instantly reached 0 points. I immediately started to chant revive to resurrect her. Ha ha ha. Having the Shinto priest Hind-owner with us we can even fight plentifully in a place like this. Toby. Don't laugh Toby. And what's with that way of speaking? Hind. It's what people call role-playing. I thought of speaking like this while inside the game. You will probably break character soon enough. Wonder how long you'll last, Rezu. Since Yuma had stood up, I cast healing on her to restore her HP. We are having such issues before even fighting. Are we going to be fine? I'm worried. Ha, ha. I thought I was going to die. Yuma. No. You did die! Exclamation mark. Yuma. The spots where the meteorites will fall are marked with a red marker, so if you are careful you shouldn't take a direct hit. However, if you have to pay attention to meteorites all the time, it'll be hard to fight the monsters. When it comes to the meteorites, if you are hit directly, you'll die instantly. Even getting hit by the aftermath would deal huge damage, so if you are not careful it's be dangerous. The ground was full of holes. It was like a picture of hell. Say Toby. You did say that you came here before, Hind. It's just as you said. The previous time I came was a complete coincidence. I was hunting monsters in the field close to here and before I noticed, the area turned gloomy. I didn't know at the time that this place would turn dangerous at night because meteorites would fall and meteorites suddenly started falling. Sadly, Toby, you died. By the way, how was the death penalty? From the way you were saying that, you were playing solo at the time, right? Whoops, this is scary. Move back, Hind. Once again, meteorites fell. We all moved to a safe spot and waited for monsters to appear. For the record, we couldn't see any other players in the area. The main reason for it would be because the information hasn't been divulged yet and it would have a bad reputation among players that want to play safe. The death penalty is reducing the current endurance of your gear by half and you also lose half of your money. My wallet took quite the hit at the time. Other than that, I guess your attributes are reduced for a certain time too, Toby. Oh. Seems like they are distributed quite fairly. You can just deposit your money in the banks that are located in towns after all. Hind. You are right. Compared to other games that would make you lose experience or gear. It's different if you get parked, you know. I heard that you have a chance to be stripped of your gear, Toby. There are still not that many PKs. We probably don't have to worry about that for now. However, it's important to not go around with a death penalty on you. Hind. I'm counting on you, Hind. Yuma. Being relied on that naturally by Yuma, I faintly knitted my eyebrows. I know that it can't be helped that it'll end up like that, but I don't know what to think about them relying on me healing them from the start. You should start working on your own playstyle, got it? Hind. I refuse. Yuma. Don't reply immediately like that. At least act like you have been thinking about it for a moment. Hind. The moment my suggestion gave no results. From inside the meteorite, a huge number of small glittering gems appeared. It's coming. Hind. From the smoke that was raised in the spot where the meteorite fell, rocks started floating. With the gems as a core, a meteorite was formed again and it slowly took humanoid form. The name of the thing that hit the ground and was standing there was, it's a metagolem. Hind. The monster that fell from the sky started walking while producing tremors. It's been more than 15 minutes since we started fighting. As long as we don't attack it, the metagolem won't aggro onto us. By making use of that information we fought the one that was the smallest and had the lowest level but. Hind. Yuma. What? Hind. My arm has gone numb. Yuma. Bear with it just for a little bit longer. Hind. Our strategy was really simple. The enemy swings were quite wide. While avoiding the meteorites we hit the monster's chest whenever we could. We were in a bit of a hurry, but it seems like the highest level golems are able to shoot a beam. I can say that I'd rather not fight one of them that has that move. Once the gem that has become its core is exposed, we focus all our attacks on it. After a fixed time the chest will regenerate. If that happens, you have to repeat the process again. In the beginning, Toby was using the instant death skill aim at the vitals in rapid succession, but it seems like the metagolems have high resistance to instant death so it kept missing. As a result, we settled for this strategy of shaving off the core's HP slowly. Gawa. Yuma. Aba. Toby. Since they were paying too much attention to the meteorites, they fell victim to the golem's arm. Just as I thought. The light warrior's defense is quite low even at a high level. However, there's no denying that if Toby wasn't here, our vanguard would have crumbled already. Counting the number of times they have died until now, it's the 5th time for Yuma and this is the 1st time for Toby. Since it's pretty clear that Yuma has died a lot more, you could say that he's fulfilling his role of a shield that diverts attacks from us pretty well. I used holy water on Toby and cast revive on Yuma and they stood back up. If you die at the same time it'll be hard on my CDs. Try to be more careful. Hind. I was careless. Toby. The meteorites are so annoying. They are as annoying as Toby. Hind. Yuma. So cruel. You are so cruel, Machi. Mixing me in there. Toby. Your way of speaking has already crumbled though. Hind-san. After about 100 more DMG, the core will appear. Rezu. Alright, we are going to finish it the next time it appears. Hind. Roger. Immediately after I cast the support magic attack up on our vanguards, the core was exposed. Yuma used Act of Desperation and Slash, while Toby attacked in quick succession, with both blades dealing critical hits. Furthermore, Rezu followed up with her magic but, of all things, the enemy's HP bar stopped at 1 pixel. This is bad, it's going to regenerate its chest. Fall down. Hind. I immediately leapt forward from my rearguard position and hit it with my iron rod with all my might. The blow that I was somehow able to hit the core with showed that it only dealt 10 damage but it was able to shave off its remaining HP. The metagolem was unable to maintain its body and crumbled into pieces. Yuma sat on the ground and started to take big breaths. At the same time, her body was wrapped up with the level up light. So tired. Isn't it too hard? Yuma. Hey, don't sit down there. Meteorites are still falling, you know? Hind. Oh, I forgot. However, are we going to make it in time for the event at this pace? Yuma. Well, just calm down. How about you open your menu and look at your current level? Hind. The level up phenomenon only happened one time. Yuma probably misunderstood, but she probably also leveled up more than 2 times. Going by my predictions, she should have leveled up 3 or 4 times right now. Hind. Don't know. My current level has gone up by 1. Toby. Really? Hind. A report of a level up had come from an unexpected direction. Even though I had heard that after level 25 it gets really hard to level up. Don't tell me that you were just about to level up. Hind. If I remember correctly, I needed 2/3 of the level to level up, but usually that would take the whole day to earn. This is quite amazing, Toby. Seriously? This is so efficient. This is probably going to be hot-fixed by the developers soon. No, since it's limited at nighttime and there are all these meteorites falling, it's probably adjusted this way. It's hard for a solo player, and if you don't have a healer it'd turn into a holy water festival after all. Hind. I'm level 25 now. Yuma. I'm level 23, Hind-san. Rezu. Wow. Hind. Didn't we just go up close to 10 levels in one go? I should feel grateful for Celine-san's information. After that, having raised our stats because of the level up, we managed to beat 3 Gillums in total. As for the results of that day, me and Yuma were level 26, Rezu was level 25 and Toby was level 29. Since we had used quite a few holy waters and whetstones, we had ended up losing money, but I can say that the results were quite sweet. At this rate, we should be able to hit the level cap by the last day of the event. However, working to get a weapon that will be thrown away after a single use, I can't seem to get worked up for it. Toby, is that so? I believe it depends on the way you think about it. If we talk about single-use weapons, it could also mean a decisive battle weapon, or a secret weapon. It sounds kind of amazing just by saying it in another way. Hind. Oh, I'm feeling more motivated now. Toby. Right? Besides, it's not like it'll become completely useless. I plan to sell it in the trading BBS after the event ends. Attack-type heavy warriors will definitely gladly use. Hind. That's true. It would be hard for Yumadono to use it normally, but there would be no problems for a heavy warrior to use it after all. Toby. Come on, don't just stand there talking. Move your hands. At any rate, it won't change the fact that we need a large amount of iron. Hind. This type of work is so plain. Even though we could say this kind of work is also part of a mook's charm, Toby. We earnestly swung our pickaxes. They were sold at the second-hand shop. Each one cost 100 G. The times you can use it is roughly 30 times. Harvesting points are placed all over the place, but in the field to the east of Heathrow Town, there are a lot of mines. Therefore, it's the ideal place to use the mining system to collect materials. When it comes to the mining system, each mining point can be used by only one player and they are set to regenerate after a fixed amount of time. Regarding the items you mine, the amount and rarity are somewhat random, but to a certain extent the results are about the same. The important thing is the number of times you mine. The truth is, it's currently early in the morning, right before we have to go and attend school. Before going to school and right after returning home, we log in for about 5 to 10 minutes to collect materials. If we add that to the time we mine during our usual playtime, we are able to mine quite the nice amount. Since the usual way to obtain minerals is like this, they are quite hard to come by in the trading BBS. It would be fine to use the money we have earned, but for the materials we want to use, our current financial situation is a bit tight. With enough time the shortage of materials will be gone, but at the present time, we have to collect them with our own efforts. Ah, I'm done. How is it going over there? Hind. Just need a bit more time. Right now, the light from the mining point is starting to dim. Toby. In that case, I'll go ahead first and return to town then log out. Hind. Wait. Waki wait. I'll get lonely. Toby. What's with that? Don't just change back your way of speaking so suddenly. Hind. Since we are mining at the same time for a change, wait for me just a bit. Toby. Just as he had said, for both of us to be here mining at the same time in the morning was a complete coincidence. Once you register a player as a friend and they log in, the system notifies you of where they are, so as long as the timing is right, it's easy enough to meet up. For the record, Yuma and Rezu said they would mine when they could as long as it didn't interfere with their daily life, but both of them are quite weak in the morning. Miyu just oversleeps but Rise has low blood pressure in the morning and at night. There's no need for them to force themselves to play the game. You really dislike being alone, huh? even though you didn't mind being alone in the beginning. Hind, when you were a kid, didn't you ever notice you were suddenly alone when you thought you were playing with everyone? That caused a bit of trauma to me. Being alone in the swings, with a mother that wouldn't come and pick you up. In a park when it was turning dark. Toby. Probably not for me. I was usually dragged somewhere after you got tired of playing around, and I usually was the first one to return home because I was worried about Rise. Hind. Am I the only one? Anyway, I'm about to finish, so wait for a bit longer. Toby. Guess I have no choice. Hind. While Toby was swinging his pickaxe, I went around the harvesting points in the grassy places nearby. Oh, there are medicinal herbs here. Speaking of medicinal herbs, I believe it's about time I took an interest in making potions. Once the event ends, I want to set up a home and start working on it. Time passed and it was Sunday, 9 p.m., inside TB. That night, I stood in the blacksmith's workshop in Altroa village with the large quantity of iron we four had collected in my inventory. I want a blast furnace. With that, it would be easier to pour it into the template. Hind. While voicing my complaints, I stepped on the bellows. The furnaces in the village are quite primitive. They are called tempering furnaces and are about 1 meter in height. We were in the second step at the moment. We had already done the first step, which was to reduce the oxygen in the iron oxide by deoxidation. By using the bellows I was earnestly increasing the temperature. By the way, other than iron, we were also using the meteoric iron we got from the meteorgolems. Mixing these two materials, we'll make something of far better quality than what is usually made with simple iron. Or that's what Celine-san said. She said that nonchalantly while stepping on the bellows like me. Come on, do your best. I would also like to have a blast furnace or bellows powered by water wheels, but we can't complain about what doesn't exist. We just need to keep it up for a bit longer. Hang in there, Celine. Damn it. If TB is based in the Middle Ages, could they at least implement Stukofens? Ha. Why is Celine-san not even out of breath? Hind. Because I'm used to it. Hind-kun, you are putting a lot of unnecessary force into it. Yup, alright. From now on, we are finally entering the forging process, Celine. For low-rank blacksmithing there's no need to manage the furnace. Furthermore, by just making an approximate shape the weapons and defensive gear will come out of the furnace as if it was some sort of joke. After that, just by striking them they'll be completed. That only applies to low-rank blacksmithing. For stuff that's more difficult, the process will turn more complex like this. Since it's a game, the time it takes to increase the temperature is shortened. Then it also tells you the amount of iron you'll need for it. Particularly the latter one, things that might need about 10 kilograms at most in real life to make have the amount necessary limited. The weapon we are trying to make right now is like that, so I'm personally grateful for it. Here we go. Celine. Right. Hind. We were holding a hammer that was slightly bigger than a normal one. Its weight would be around 3 kilograms in real life. Or I believe that should be the case. Inside the game it gives the feeling that it weighs the same as it would in real life, even though they don't really have to be so elaborate with stuff like this. We'll have to swing the hammer multiple times, so this is quite tiresome. Weapons have weight corrections after all. Why can't they do the same with these tools? We brought down the hammer onto the reddened lump of iron. Each time it was struck, sparks flew around in a magnificent way. My face was hot because of the heat. While removing the impurities with the pressure from the hammer, it was gradually taking form. I smoothed out the parts that looked rough. Celine-san was making the more detailed parts with a hammer that had a different shape than a normal one. We shared the image we had in mind. We both didn't say a thing, with coordinated movements. The weapon was being completed. Before long my arms stopped. All that was left was to watch over Celine-san's work. Done. Celine-san raised her face. She looked as if she was happy with her work, so she made a circle with her fingers. The players around us were also looking over here with great interest. Ooh! Seeing it in person. Though it's still inside a game, it looks pretty real even inside a VR. It's quite impressive. Hind. All that's left is to let it cool naturally. It'll be done after we polish it. Thanks for inviting me over, Hind-kun. It was a really good experience for me. Making something with just the two of us was fun, Celine. It was also fun for me. Thank you very much, Celine-san. All that's left is if she'll able to use this well or not. Hind. This is not really what I'm into. But this also has a certain flair to it, Celine. Strength is power. Or something like that. It looks like something someone a bit stupid would use. Hind. True, Celine. The result was a giant sword over 2 meters long, longer than the height of a normal person, harder than the meteoric iron from the Meteogolems, literally a decisive battle weapon. If this wasn't a game, Yuma would definitely be unable to lift this thing. This weapon is not something that was arranged by us but something made from a blueprint that already existed in the game. First-rate Meteogolem sword +2. That's the name of the finished weapon we got this time via blacksmithing. HNGG. It won't even budge. Toby thought so. With the base strength of a light warrior, I believed it'd be rough. Hind. In front of us was the completed great sword. Even though its weight was changed to be light compared to a real-life counterpart, it was still big and its weight was nothing to laugh at. The place was Sakura Hill. There were about 20 minutes until it was night time. We were finally close to reaching level cap. That famous sword that was said to be able to slay dragons is said to weigh approximately 160 kilograms. This one, it's a bit thinner, and since it's made to weight less here, Hind, even then it should be about 100 kilograms. Result. Probably. Since we are inside the game we can't really weight it accurately. It's just that the weight of a weapon does change when your offensive ability is reduced from removing your gear. Inside the game, STR does display that. Hind. Basically, Toby, you are a weakling. Weakling. That's what it means. Yuma. Shut up. It's just because I don't have the proper job. To begin with, a ninja that is a macho doesn't exist. Wait, they do exist. They even exist in fighting games. Now I'm getting embarrassed. Toby. Anyway, Yuma, try lifting it. If you are not able to wield it we won't get anywhere after all. Hind. I'll give it a try, Yuma. Although a knight's strength is lower than that of a heavy warrior, its strength growth is second among all classes. The weapons they can equip are pretty similar too. The difference between both is that knights can equip magic swords and that their resistance to magic is higher. Heavy warriors are more physical-oriented. Their attack and defense is higher than that of a knight, but they are utterly hopeless when it comes to magic. They can't cast magic at all and their defense against it is very weak. They are divided into heavy warriors being strong if they get in and knights having good balance. HNNN. Yuma. She lifted it? Hind. Yuma lifted the sword in a perpendicular position. However, the point of the sword was shaking, with her arms shivering. She was currently making a face of anguish. Are you okay? Hind. Somehow, if it's moving ahead slowly and swinging it down in a straight line I think I might be able to do it. Gyu. Yuma. Such brute force. As I thought, Yuma-san wasn't a human but a gorilla. Rizu. Who are you calling a gorilla? Furthermore, what do you mean by as I thought? Don't move, I'll make you the first victim of this sword. Yuma. There's no way you'd be able to hit me with those slow movements, Rizu. Yuma. Taking advantage of Yuma's slow movements, Rizu started to poke her on the sides. While having a dark smile on her face, Yuma could just let go of the sword too. However, it'd be hard to use it normally after all. Since this event is all about that one strike it's fine, but in a real fight moving that slowly would be useless. As planned, I'll probably end up selling it once the event ends. Come on, it's about time for the meteorite rush. Change back to your usual weapon and prepare yourself. Here, Hind. New. It tickles. Yuma. Just stand still. I'll be done soon enough. Hind. I put on newly crafted accessories on Yuma's ears. Yup. There are also no issues with the dark brown color. The results are excellent. Hind. This is Yuma. These are the long-awaited elven ears. You wanted them, right? Obviously, there wasn't a blueprint for them so I had to make an original version of them. Register them as a piece of gear later on. Hind. Oh, thanks. See, can I put down the sword and take a look at them? Yuma. Go ahead, Hind. Yuma dropped the sword onto the ground, along with a thunderous roar. A cloud of dust was lifted. She had tried to drop it quietly, but it seems like it wasn't possible. As I thought, this weapon is too heavy. Yuma started touching the ears, and after checking them out after taking them off, she started grinning with a delighted face. I'm glad. Those ears, they look like the real deal. What materials did you use to make them? Rezu, there's a marsh close to Altro, a village where rubber trees grow, right? I gathered a sap called latex there, filtered it, changed its color and made them into that shape. I was a bit worried that the color wouldn't turn right. I'm glad it doesn't look odd. Hind. Oh, Hindono, won't you mass produce these and sell them? Toby. Should I? I got the template for them, so mass producing them shouldn't be too hard. However, would they even sell that easily? Hind. What are you even saying, Hind? Elves are the stars in fantasy settings, right? Of course they'd be in demand. Yuma. Well, I'll think about it. Hind. I don't think it'll fit everyone like it does to Yuma after all. Particularly, if we are talking about elves, don't they usually have the image of being pretty or handsome? For example, if we attached them to a chubby old man. Even if he wanted to put them on, I don't think I'd like to see that. While we were having that kind of conversation, our surroundings started to grow darker. Since our entire party had grown accustomed to it, we were earning experience while dodging the meteorites today. Phew, ha ha ha. Too soft. Your bodies are too soft. Yuma. Is the core over here? Did I get it wrong? Toby. While saying words that would come off a villain's mouth, they both were killing meatogolems. Unlike when we first started, we now preferred to farm the high-level ones. Thus, that was the reason they were both getting in the mood now. You are both so noisy. If you keep making all those pointless attacks, I'll curse you, you know, until the event ends. I'd rather not waste any time. Rezu. Right, I'm sorry. The reason for it was because the debuffs Rezu used on the meatogolems were really effective. One that reduced their offensive power attack down, one that reduced their physical defense guard down, another one that reduced their magical resistance resist down, and one that reduced their speed slow. These four, particularly thanks to the effects of slow and guard down, they were slow to begin with, but now they were so slow that they looked as if they were standing still. When it comes to their toughness, Yuma's arm used to go numb because of their defense, but now it looked as if she was slicing tofu. Naturally, I was also buffing them like always. It might be because the affinity is good, but dark mages are really strong against strong foes. By the way, mages can choose from 3 types: fire and wind, water and earth and darkness. From these, Rezu chose the dark type that had plenty of debuffs. No, I should rather say I made her choose it. We'll need debuffs for this event, even if I hadn't told her. I think she understood that. We needed it. Whoops. The core has surfaced. Rezu took a pose with her staff and began chanting her offensive spell. Well then, as we had already arranged before, I'll begin testing this spell. You both should back away. Rezu. Ha ha ha, I got you. Yuma. Ah, Yuma Dono, not fair. I'll be the one to deal the last hit. Toby. I did warn you. I'll shoot it now. Rezu. I silently cast resist up on Toby. Please live. Both of you. Rezu shot a small black hole towards the core. It started to quickly suck in everything around it. I know this is a bit late, but there's friendly fire and TB. In the case of a magic, you wouldn't use them until your allies get enough distance from the monsters. You'd usually be careful about that. Furthermore, this darkness ball had the effect of pulling in what's around it. Once you get caught in it, Yuma. Toby. Together with the core, having been caught by the darkness ball, both of them were crushed and taking damage continuously. Since Yuma is a knight, she's able to withstand the magic, but since Toby's magic defense was low, he died before the meatogolem did. He was even buffed, and this magic doesn't have that high of offensive power, but even then, it was impossible for him to withstand it. Light warriors are soap paper. After Toby, the meatogolem's body started to crumble. Unexpectedly, after Toby reached level cap, more experience was distributed among us 3. Excluding Toby, the 3 of us were enveloped in the level up light. I cast revive and immediately resurrected Toby. I reached level 30. Hind-san. Such a joyous moment. Rizu, it's not joyous at all. No, that's your fault for forgetting about the promise and attacking it. Hind. Obviously, being killed by friendly fire doesn't count as parking. Another thing to know is that Darkness-type mage's offensive power is not that high. What the Darkness ball she just used excels at is at keeping monsters in check. The damage is so-so. It seems that the main role of a dark mage is to debuff and interrupt foes. It was finally 2 days before the event ends, Tuesday, 10 p.m. Having done all our preparations, we stepped inside the west side of the Hummer Plains. Oh, there are quite a lot of giant turtles here, Toby. On the other hand, we are now unable to see all the players that were here just a moment ago. Seems like we have entered the west side. Hind. 2-3 meters long turtles were walking around the plains. It didn't seem like they would start rushing at us suddenly. So peaceful. Well, compared to Sacred Hill, anywhere would be considered heaven. While I was in a daze, Yuma picked up a stick that was lying around nearby and poked the turtle. Then the turtle spat fire in her face. What are you even doing? Hind. Cough, cough. But Hind, this flame only deals 1 damage. Yuma. Well, that's probably done so players that just started playing are able to clear the event. Didn't I say that this was an event to gather materials and craft gear from them? Hind. The name that was displayed around us was Big Turtle. They were all below level 10 compared to the level 30 Metogolems. These could be considered small fries. So, was it called Elder Turtle? Do you know the conditions to make it appear? Rizu. In the BBS, there was information saying that you need to beat a fixed number of big turtles around here to make it appear. Roughly around 30 of them, Toby. In that case, let's keep the party and split up to farm them. Even if we are alone, it shouldn't be hard at our current level. In the case that you accumulate a decent amount of damage, don't be reserved and call me. It would be a waste to spend healing items here. Hind. Don't die out there, Hind. Yuma. I don't want to hear that coming from you. Oh well, I'll be careful, Hind. It was kind of natural for Yuma to worry about me. After all, I was the weakest one among us when fighting solo. Once we all split up, I faced a big turtle nearby. While dodging its sluggish attacks, I dealt damage to it with my staff. Its shell was hard. With a Shinto priest's low physical attack I wasn't able to deal much damage. However, when I struck its head with my staff, the damage skyrocketed. Its weak point is its head. Huh? Just as I had expected. I cast the buff's attack up and magic up on myself and alternated between hitting it with my staff and casting the low-level light element magic shining. Yup. I don't have any other means to attack other than these two. It's quite sad. A hit with my staff on its weak point only did around 50 damage and magic needed some cast time but did around 200 damage. Each quick slash from Toby's Dantos was around 200 damage and Yuma was able to deal damage exceeding 1000 so the difference was quite clear. After alternating between both attacks 5 times, the big turtle's legs finally gave in and it collapsed. This is the strength of someone that completely specialized in providing support to a party. If you wanted to go solo, you would probably choose the balanced type that learns a lot of light type attack magic or the attack type that can act as a vanguard. I could see that because in the time I was able to defeat one, all of them were able to defeat around 5 of them. Wait, now that I'm taking a better look at them, isn't their way of fighting really messy? Yuma, their weakness is their heads. You can beat them without having to cut their shells in half. Toby, in TB, you won't get more materials just because you cut their tails. Rizu, why are you poisoning them and just standing there? Your face is so scary. Ah, geez. Hind. I gathered them all for the time being and asked them to concentrate on aiming at their heads. I even told them we didn't have much time. Some time passed. This was the 3rd Elder Turtle we were fighting. Our last battle, just as its name suggested, it was about 3 times the size of a big turtle. It was huge, about 10 meters, but it was already full of wounds. They appeared once its HP decreased. It lay down on its shell and surprised us by spinning at high speeds. However, it was only level 15. For people at our level, it was just a monster with a bit more HP. Yuma, start getting ready. Hind. I'll change my gear now. Yuma brandished the Mito greatsword and started walking. To help with the damage, I had cast the buff attack up. Yuma had cast her own buff with Demerit's act of desperation, and Rizu's cast her debuff guard down. These three. Since we were done doing that, all that was left was for Yuma to swing down that gigantic sword on top of the turtle's head. Toby, shadow weaving. Hind. Understood. Toby activated his shadow weaving skill on the elder turtle. It's just for a bit of time, but since it stops the enemy's movement, it'll make it easier for her to aim. Now. Hind. Yuma activated the skill Heavy Slash, which she got when she reached level 30. The accelerating blade slashed the turtle's head. The damage displayed was a critical hit of 8,893 damage. It's the highest we have seen until now. The first and second time it was shallow and only did around 3,000 damage. The elder turtle crumbled, seeing the damage. Both vanguards ran up to me while being flustered. How was it? Toby. How was it, Hind? Yuma. Wait. I'll check the rankings now. Hind. The rankings were updated really quickly, and it probably already had registered Yuma's damage. Rizu slowly walked up to me and looked at my menu. I scrolled through the pages of the event menu. Let's see. Events attack ranking updated in real time. First place, Mercenary Albert, Heavy Warrior 9,745 points. Second place, Humanite 8,893 points. Third place, Heavy Warrior 8,210 points. Fourth place, Panda the Great, Heavy Warrior 8,122 points. Fifth place, I Want a Girlfriend, Heavy Warrior 8,098 points. Second place, Hind. No way. Yuma. No, it's true. As expected, it's full of heavy warriors. Hind. What do you mean? Hind. Oh no. Toby. By any chance, did you have an idea it would be like this? Rizu. Well, truth be told, heavy warriors have a self-buff that increases their own attack more than act of desperation. Its name is Berserker Edge, a special skill that increases your own attack by 3 times but reduces your defense to 0. Hind. From looking at these rankings, we are winning in terms of the strength of our weapon. However, that wasn't able to make up for the difference in skills. We got all the buffs and debuffs we needed among us after all. Mages tend to be late bloomers in all games. Archers and light warriors rely on their number of hits. Shinto priests are out of the question and knights are balanced. To begin with, this was an event that favored heavy warriors. The rest of the classes would work on unique rankings like subjugation ranking, damage ranking, number of critical hits and healing value ranking. So vexing. Can't you do something about it, Hind? Yuma. Let's see. Hind. While looking at Yuma, who was stamping her feet on the ground in frustration, I thought about what to do. Well, I do actually have an idea. However, it was something I didn't want to use. What's needed is for me to prepare myself, I declared to them. While Toby was trying to calm down Yuma and Rizu was looking at her in exasperation. Got it, I'll do something about it, Hind. When I said so, Yuma's eyes sparkled in delight. Toby and Rizu looked at me with surprised faces. Really, Hind? Yuma. Yeah. However, we are going to do it on the last day of the event. It's already past 12, and I'll be the one to use the skill point book we got from Clarice-san's quest, okay? Hind. To begin with, that's a quest that you found. I won't complain about you using it. I don't know what you are going to do, but anyway, it's tomorrow, right? I have great expectations. Yuma. Wait. Hind. Don't know. Is it really okay? Aren't you promising her without giving much consider? Toby. It'll be fine. Come on, it's late. Let's return to the village and log out. Hind. The last day of the event is here. Yuma. You are so noisy. Why are you so lively? Hind. What about you? Why are you not energetic? Do you have a stomachache? Yuma. Why would I? It might look uncool, but I do wear a chest protector when I go to sleep. Hind. I knitted it and it's warm, you know. Wait. Now it's not the time to be talking about that. It's now Wednesday, 10 p.m., the last day of the event. The event does end once Thursday comes, so we have around 2 hours left. Pushing through the players who were coming back from their last try, we were heading towards the west side of the Hummer Plains. Hind-san, I saw you log in earlier than usual today, but what were you doing? Rezu, oh, sorting my inventory and depositing my money in the bank. Even though it's inside a game, I can't calm down when I bring unnecessary money on me. Hind, is that so? Rezu, that's the case. Hind, Rezu seemed to doubt me, but she didn't keep pushing. Toby. Well, he's making a face that shows he has an idea. He's someone that is more enthusiastic about collecting information about TB after all, so that's a given. Placing his arm around my shoulders, he began talking to me in a way both of them couldn't hear him. Hind, don't know. Did you really pick it up? That skill. After we split up yesterday, I was curious and took a look at the skill tree of Shinto Priest and Toby. I did. After using the skill point book I had just enough SP for it. It's just that. Because I did that, I have to postpone getting the skills I really wanted. Hind, oh. You don't mind? Even if it's fine this time, you might fall behind other players in future fights. Toby. Nothing I can do about that. Don't tell them until everything's over, okay? Once I use it, I won't be able to move after all. Hind, don't know. You are so manly. Toby. You are exaggerating. This a game, you know? Hind. Seeing both guys laugh, Yuma and Rezu tilted their heads at the same time. You too. Don't go making such a disgusted face just because you synchronized your movements so well. Don't glare at each other. Right after, I opened the menu one more time to check the rankings. Events attack ranking updated in real time. First place, Mercenary Albert Heavy Warrior 9,978 points. Second place, Yuma, Knight 8,893 points. Third place, Hippopomaster, Heavy Warrior 8,354 points. Fourth place, Heavy Warrior 8,210 points. Fifth place, Panda the Great Heavy Warrior 8,122 points. Third place has been replaced with someone else. First place has done more damage than yesterday. This first place person is particularly amazing. Isn't he leading with quite a big lead? Though, you could also say that it's easy to see with these numbers. In short, it's fine as long as it surpasses 10.000 damage, right? Well then, let's go. Hind. When I gave the command, the three of them nodded. After that, about 30 minutes passed. It was 10:30 p.m. The elder turtle had been struggling violently and finally stopped its high-speed spin. Simultaneously, it also showed that it didn't have much HP left. Alright, Yuma. Hind. Wait, Hind. This will end just like yesterday, you know? Yuma. It's fine. Trust me, Hind. Yuma was trying to guess what my real intention was, but before long, she nodded. Well, I didn't tell her anything, so it's normal. Got it, Yuma. Once Yuma switched her sword, I immediately started casting my new skill. Since it was a big spell, a gigantic magic circle appeared under my feet. It started to spin around me while glowing. Having completed the long chant, I cast the spell called Sacrifice on Yuma. When I did so, Yuma's body was clad in a golden light. Oh, this golden aura, it's what they call a victory flag. Right? I can feel my spirit raising. It's overflowing. Yuma. Don't say stupid things. Hurry up. What's with this? My body really hurts. Ugh. Hind. At a pace that was unlike the dot from poison or burn, my HP was decreasing. That's fine. It's what this skill does. In exchange for sacrificing your own body to God, you wish for divine protection. That kind of skill. However, I didn't expect this pain that felt like my body was being torn apart. Hind-san, your HP is being shaved off at an alarming pace. I'll heal you now. Rezu. Wait, Rezu, don't use potions. While I'm using this skill I can't be healed. Ouch. Toby. Hind. Why Yuma don't know. Here I go. Toby. I'll leave it to you. Yuma. Toby used shadow weaving and Yuma moved forward. Thus, the long event's final blow was brought down onto the elder turtle along with her shout. A thunderous roar, sediment flying in all directions. Furthermore, fierce wind pressure was scattered around. The damage displayed was 17,437. The moment I saw that, my HP reached 0 points. Was the ground always this close? Nissan, nu. Rezut hey Rezut, this is just a game. That's why you don't have to make such a tragic scream. It's a waste to use a holy water. I can't be resurrected after all this. Eventually, I was unable to hear what was going on in my surroundings and my field of vision turned grey. My body won't do as I say and I can't put any strength into it. The temperature of my body felt like I was having a serious fever. Yuma, who was in high spirits after seeing the damage, rushed over to me while being confused. Right after seeing her figure, I lost consciousness. Scary, so scary. What's with this useless realism? The moment I regained consciousness, I unintentionally shouted. The NPCs around me froze in surprise when they heard my voice. I'm sorry. This is Heathrow Town? If I remember correctly, once you die, you'll return to the last town you visited. Or at least that's what Toby, with the Shinto priests. Solo. Maybe? If he doesn't have, he's an idiot. Right? I could heard gossip coming from a male and a female player. You guys are the stupid ones for observing the respawn point. Idiots. It's not like I died because I went in solo, damn it. It hurts. Because of the after effects of the skill, I had something like muscle pain. I feel terrible. I'll send a mail to all three of them and wait at the usual pub. So I started moving. I withdrew all the money I previously left with the bank's NPC, and went to the pub after repairing my gear. All that's left of the death penalty is the decrease in stats. But that will take around 20-30 minutes. There's even time left after I was done buying the stuff I needed, making this time quite the nuisance. Not that it matters tonight. With that much damage, there's a 1 in a million chance we'll fall down to second place after all. Hind-san. Rezu. Just when I secured 4 seats that were vacant, Rezu entered the pub as if she was going to fall over and hugged me. After that, Toby entered with an apologetic face and Yuma had her arms folded and I understood that she was angry. I don't even have to guess. Toby told them everything. Did I choose the wrong place? Should we go outside first? While suffering from gazes of envy and teasing, I went outside while being hugged by Rezu. We calmed down while relaxing on a bench located in a flower bed in the outskirts of town. I guess I should start with Rezu. Until when does she plan to cling on to me? She's been stuck to me all the time and now we are sitting in the bench like this. Rezu. I hate it. Rezu. What do you mean? While leaning on my chest, she whispered that, when she suddenly separated her face from it, she held my face with both hands while tears were appearing at the end of her eyes. You know, your brother is feeling quite embarrassed in this posture. Even if I know it's just a game, I hate seeing Nissan die in front of my eyes. Don't ever use that skill again. Rezu. Boo. No buts. Nissan. Rezu. Well. It does hurt while I use the skill. Once I come back from the dead it also feels oddly lonely. Yup. Since it's tiresome I won't use it again. Maybe she didn't realize she was crying, but when I wiped her tears with my finger, her face turned crimson and she buried herself under her hat. Then, she finally separated herself from me. I didn't expect Trizu to have such a big reaction. I do kind of feel bad. But, it really does feel lonely. When you revive. Toby. Why yeah. You experienced it too, right? That feeling of your life force slowly draining from your body is so scary. It's not something I'd like to experience often. I know, right? Toby. Toby is also trying to be careful about what he talks about. Sorry, I'll invite you to some juice at school. When we exchanged awkward smiles, Yuma, who had her arms folded since a while ago, stood in front of me in a daunting manner. You still haven't explained yourself to me, you know? Yuma. That's right. Why you see. I heard everything from Toby. That consumes 10 skill points, a meme skill that no one takes. You Do you really think I'd be happy by winning in a way that you have to sacrifice yourself? Yuma. Well, it's true that I even sacrificed my skill points, but isn't it fine since we have guaranteed us winning the event? Ha 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 ha. Hind. I'm not laughing, you know? Yuma. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hind. You would usually only spend 1 to 2 points on a skill, and for strong skills, at most you would spend 3 points. Since I took this sacrifice skill, my build was a mess for a level 30 Shinto priest. I haven't picked up the core skills after all. The upgrade to healing plus, the party healing, skill area healing, etc. Generally, you can't get back the skill points you have spent, so I foresaw a situation like today's and didn't acquire various useful skills. Regarding this sacrifice skill, the buff is tremendous, but on top of being unable to get healed and resurrected, the user will definitely die. It's that kind of meme skill, having the healer of the party die first and being unable to resurrect him. Getting a death penalty on top of it, a skill with a triple handicap where the Shinto priest doesn't gain anything. Yuma is extremely angry, so I chose my words very carefully. Even then, I wanted to see your delighted face once you received the reward. Was it wrong for me to do it? Hind. Yuma's face was dyed crimson. Wait, this wasn't the reaction I was expecting. When I gave Toby a sidelong glance, he was grinning in an irritating way. Yuma Dono, your face is bright red. Toby. Shut up, Toby. Hind. Why you? Yuma. To make up for it, I used the skill point book, so don't worry about it. It's something I did on my own without consulting you first after all. Besides, it's true that I felt that I didn't want to lose in the rankings. It's not like it was just for you, Hind. Well, in that case, Yuma, just leave that matter aside. You should just be more honest and be happy. On top of securing first place, you dealt 17,437 damage, you know? Hind. Why yeah, Yuma. It might be because the fact that she had placed first started to sink in. Yuma started grinning and making a delighted face. That's right. That's the face I wanted to see. After that, she forcefully pulled me by the arm to make me stand up and shouted cheerfully while raising my arm. It's our victory. Yuma. Yeah, Hind. Are you going to be so indifferent at such a moment? Yuma. My body hurts. I can't bring myself to raise my voice, Hind. Arizudono, even if you dislike the situation, don't go hitting me. Stop. Toby. Rezu. There was still some time left in the event, but we decided to stop fighting for the rest of the night. While we were engaged in idle talk, the date changed. The event's results were as follows. Events attack ranking updated in real time. First place, Yuma, Knight 17,437 points. Second place, Mercenary Albert Heavy Warrior 9,978 points. Third place, Hippopomaster, Heavy Warrior 8,354 points. Fourth place, Heavy Warrior 8,210 points. Fifth place, Panda the Great Heavy Warrior 8,122 points. Just as there was an act during the event opening, it was obvious that there would be one for the ending. In order to do that, the servers went on maintenance from 9 am 3 p.m. on Thursday, and the developers announced that there would be an act to end the event on the official page. Seems like it's slated to be at the same time as last time, at 10:30 p.m. Having obtained this information, Shui told us there was a surge of threads to cheer for Muchan in the BBS. Since we had been too enthusiastic during the event, we decided to just watch the event and log out today. However, that's excluding Toby, who was going to play for long. We gathered in Heathrow Town's pub. We waited for the closing event while trying out the newly implemented hunger system. The first meal we ordered in TB was a sandwich made of rye bread, ham and cheese accompanied with some milk. I think it's pretty normal. Yuma. Really? I believe the mustard gives it that kick it needs and it doesn't taste half bad though. Toby. This person just doesn't realize that her tongue has grown refined. It annoys me, but she's been eating Hein San's cooking every day after all. Rezu. She says that it tastes normal but she's eating it really fast. Look, they are falling all over the place. Hind. Yuma. I picked up all the breadcrumbs and placed them on the empty plate on the table. The owner who had made these sandwiches was that refined and slender middle-aged man, even though until yesterday he was only talking with people from the other side of the counter. Today he was suddenly busy cooking. It seems that you can buy alcohol as long as you are not a minor, and there's even a system that simulates being drunk. By the way, regarding the food in TB, it seems that you won't ever feel like you are full. So, I'm glad that something like you ate too much inside the game so you won't feel hungry in real life won't happen. I wonder if there will be any difference in taste depending on the shop. Considering the performance of the AI in TB, I wouldn't be surprised if each shop had its own taste. Hind. If that's the case, it would be fun to search for a shop that you like, right? Hind-san, will you cook inside TB too? Rezu. Yeah, I will. It seems that making your own food is cheaper than buying it after all. Hind. You are going to be frugal even inside the game. Toby. He's through and through like that, you know? He's been like that since we started playing the game. Yuma. Oh right, currently, Yuma's name is not being displayed above her head because she got such a score in the damage rankings, in order to not get involved with players that thought she cheated. Though, she did get involved with them as soon as she logged in. To summarize it in a gentle way, it went like this. For a night to get first place, she obviously cheated. That kind of damage is suspicious, or maybe she knows someone in the developer's staff. The reality was that the words they used were far more abusive, so after calling a GM I asked him to take care of it. Seems like the GMs go around TB disguised as normal players, so if you are lucky, they'll answer your call right away. Once we notified them, an old man with a mustache immediately came over and left after warning the players. When it comes to abusive language, your account will be temporarily suspended after your second warning. That being said, per the GM's suggestion, it was made so that only Yuma's name would appear in the rankings. Name display settings can only be changed by those players that haven't done park activities and their names are blue. PKs and people that have done criminal acts against NPCs are unable to hide their names. There are quite a few players that hide their player names, so it shouldn't be that odd for Yuma to do so. For the record, we all changed our email settings to friends only. This way, if they only know the player name, we don't have to worry about receiving threatening emails. Yuma said she was quite displeased about having to hide herself like this even though she had done nothing wrong. But seems like the developers will release a replay of the person that took first place, so she'll have to endure until then. A short while ago, the developers emailed us asking if we wanted to release the replay to the public or not. Since we were angry that the players doubted us, we all agreed to it. If they kept doubting us, we wouldn't be able to have fun in TB from now on. After all, it's been decided that the replay video will be uploaded shortly after the event's final act. Oh. The captions have appeared. Let us go and meet Mo-chan. Toby, you like that sort of thing? Hind, are you a Lilican? Yuma, are you a pervert? Rezu, these tears that are coming from your cruel words. Wait, wrong. It's not because she's a Lily, it's just, you get this feeling you have to protect her. That kind of cuteness pulls at my heartstrings. Toby, alright, let's go outside. Hind, wait, don't leave me behind. Toby. After paying the bill, we left the pub while the owner bowed his head. Since this time there had been a prior announcement, there were way more people gathered outside than last time. Cracks started to appear in the air. The unstable picture slowly formed a silhouette. Eventually, the projection took form. However, it wasn't the cute appearance of Mo-chan that everyone was expecting, but the Mo's Army number 2, Samuel, who was grinning. Ha 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 ha. It's been 1 week, you ignorant people. Wait, don't throw stones at me, don't cast magic, don't shoot arrows. Please, listen to what I have to say first. After that, Musama will grace you with her words. Samuel. I can only smile wryly at this point. By the way, Toby was throwing stones along with the other people. Once they heard that Mo-chan would appear, the surroundings turned quiet. If you paid attention, you could hear someone doing vocal exercises behind Samuel, or something like that. Am I imagining things? We have witnessed your fights from the Maz Castle. As a result of that, we'll reward those that showed promise with items that'll come in handy in fights. Samael is probably referring to the rewards for the event rankings. Since Yuma still hasn't received her hero's soul, it seems like she'll receive it after this final act from the looks of it. By making use of them, cover yourselves further in blood, fight, become strong and stand before us. Musama will proceed to name those she has deemed worthy. Be grateful. Come, Musama. It's your turn. Samael. Sashisu say already? Wait. After some clattering and rustling sounds, the figure of a nervous Muchan appeared in the sky. The cheers of the players, especially male ones, erupted. Muchan. So she still minded how the last time she bit her tongue. Muchan. Muchan. Didagazaru. Toby. Me and Rizu started to back away after seeing Toby like that. This guy. So he had that side to him. I didn't know. Yuma was really looking forward to receiving her reward from Muchan, so she was ignoring him and staring at Muchan. First off, the one who struck the most vital points of the turtles, thief, Edward. I'll grant you a star necklace. Be grateful. Next one, While stumbling and biting her tongue, Muchan awkwardly kept naming the names of the players that placed first in the rankings. Seeing her admirable efforts, the players cheered even louder, shouting until their throats were hoarse, and because there was this feeling of oppression in the air, Rizu started to make a disgusted face. The player that placed first in the critical rankings seemed to be close to us. He seems to be happier from having his name called by Muchan than from getting the reward. A light appeared above his head and the item made its appearance. Once he extended his hand towards it, the necklace fell down. I see, it's like that. Wait, since an aura doesn't really have a physical form, how are we going to receive it? It seems that some players aren't logged in either. Will it directly appear in your inventory? After that, the ranking results were announced one after another, and it was finally the time for the attack ranking. As for the last one, the one I've watched over the most, the one whose blow on the Elder Turtle resounded throughout the heavens. Shouldn't I deem that person a hero worthy of opposing me? However, you won't receive anything from me. A worthy power already dwells within your body. I await the day you stand before the Maz Castle. Hero Yuma. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough. Water. Someone bring some water. Are you okay, Musama? That will be all. We'll have to say goodbye for the time being, you ignorant people. Samael. Before they could throw stones at him, the projection of Samael looking after Muchan who choked disappeared. What about the aura? It seems like Yuma also didn't understand what Muchan was trying to say. We both tilted our heads at the same time. Early in the morning inside the bathroom, two toothbrushes stood fused together in front of me. How did they end up like that without me noticing? There are 3 toothbrushes and mugs in our house and they are usually placed within a suitable distance of each other. I took both heads off and washed them with water. Well, we are family so it's not like I really mind. But the other one was Rise's. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and our bentos. Phew. So sleepy, Wataru. It was currently 5 in the morning. I got out of bed 1 hour earlier than usual. Last night was Western-style food. Guess I should make a Japanese-style breakfast. I'll start by boiling water for the miso soup. Next up I lined up 4 bento boxes and started making small onigiris with the rice within the rice cooker I programmed yesterday. Hot. Wataru. I made onigiris while enduring the heat from the steaming cooked rice. The contents were tuna, katsuobushi and sesame seeds kombu. These 3. Well, what should I make for side dishes? Broccoli and small tomatoes are a must for a bento box. Just by adding these it gives it a nice appearance. However, using them too often is kind of a problem, so let's go with something else today. For mine, tea-colored is fine. But since the other 3 are female I should be more careful. I put the large quantity of asparagus rolled inside bacon, made some standard egg rolls, spinach and corn, fried some carrots. It still feels a bit lacking. There were some pumpkin croquettes in the fridge, right? I microwaved them, cut them so they would fit into the box, and it was completed. Yup, it's colorful now. The miso soup with wakame and tofu was done. There was also fried salmon, a small bowl of pickled vegetables, and all that was left was for each one to use as much natto and nori as they wanted. Let's leave it like this. With this, a simple breakfast was prepared. I put each bento in its respective bag, and with this, the preparations are Mom's shift. Phew, it's a day shift. I forgot to check, Wataru. If it was a night shift, there were many times I wouldn't be able to make it in time when I came back, so Mom would just go buy something. In those cases, there was no need for me to make a bento. For the record, since I learned how to cook, Mom practically never cooks herself. We hardly ever eat her home cooking. It feels kind of sad. Well then, let's eat breakfast alone. Just when I thought that, I heard the calm sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. Good morning, Nissan. Rise. Rise peeked her head through the living room's door. It's 6 in the morning now, huh? She would usually wake up much later though. Good morning, you are up quite early. How are you feeling today? Wataru. I slept well, so I woke up feeling unusually refreshed. It was a good opportunity, so I thought about eating breakfast with Nissan. Rise. I see. In that case, shall we eat together since I just finished preparing it? Wataru. Yes, Rise. I ate breakfast together with Rise, who just woke up. After that, I changed into my uniform at 7 a.m. and headed to the Nane's household to wake up Miyu, who was really bad at waking up. I used the duplicate key and found Miyu's shoes placed around in a messy manner in front of the entrance. Akifumiojisan stayed the night outside. Huh? I arranged the shoes neatly, and went towards Miyu's room on the second floor with experienced steps. I've always asked myself this question. How does she end up in an inverted position on top of the bed? Her pillow is at her feet. Hey, wake up, Wataru. HMMN. Miyu. If you don't, I'm going to write rice on your forehead, Wataru. If you are going to do that, at least write meat instead. Nah? Miyu. You woke up? You woke up, right? Don't go back to sleep, you hear me? Wataru. Wataru, give me a kiss. Miyu. What are you even saying? Are you still half asleep? Anyway, I refuse. You know that there would be lots of bacteria in your mouth from lying down, right? To begin with. Wataru. You are Miyu. Wake up. Wataru. Once Miyu woke up, she went to my house to get breakfast and her bento. I locked up the Nane's household's door and went to school. Once I arrived at school, I greeted the janitor who was cleaning the school's entrance and started my work as a member of the beautification committee. The job was to check the cleaning tools. It was fine to leave this kind of thing for after school ends, but I'm the type of person that prefers to get the annoying stuff out of the way, so I came here early. During this time where there are not that many students, I should just quickly go around the classrooms to check if there are any tools in a bad state. Wait, this broom is full of dust. These people using it in such a crude way, like that. I carefully went around the classrooms from the 4th floor to the first one. Kishikami-kun. You are not together with Nane-san today? Saito-san. As you can see, I left her behind because I had some work as a member of the beautification committee, Wataru. While I was walking with the cleaning tools that needed to be replaced, a certain figure appeared from the depths of the hallway. Saito-san was an invigorating girl with a short cut who was a member of the tennis club, and she was also my classmate. She's wearing her training clothes, so she came from her morning practice. You sure are lively. That's right. Thanks for the muffins you gave us yesterday. Saito. What are you even saying? Even though I don't call you, on Thursdays you all tend to come to the kitchen on your own. Wataru. We get hungry in the sport clubs. Since a good smell comes from the cooking club, we feel like we have to go there no matter what. Saito. Yeah. Go thank the club president. The one who talked with the teachers to let us feed the sports clubs was Ayama-senpai after all. Wataru. 1-1. Saito. Whoa. You surprised me. You are being rude to the animals. Wait, shouldn't you get angry here? Wataru. The students after finishing their sport exercises are no different from starving wolves. It's even worse for girls after smelling sweet food like yesterday. Site 2. True. There might have been plenty of guys too. There are guys with a sweet tooth after all. Like yesterday, some were trying to get through the wall of girls. Wataru. Ahaha, I know. Like Tanaka and Mura from the baseball club, right? Site 2. Well, she's friendly with everyone. It's not like she's the most beautiful girl in the school or anything like that, but she's the popular type. There's a cooking club in this school, and I'm part of it. We only have activities once a week, on Thursday, so it doesn't really get in the way of me having work. Having finished checking the cleaning tools, I went to make my report to the staff room and then went to water the flower bed. The janitor does water them from time to time, but it's fundamentally a jobs for the beautification committee. I don't really hate flowers or plants, but if only there was a gardening club. I have that kind of thought often. I don't have the time to do everything after all. Ah, you were here. Wakki. Shui, you are so noisy this early in the morning. Shui, it's probably going to be something about TB, right? Wataru, you are correct. But at least look me in the eyes. You are so cold. You are being too cold to me. Shui, wait just a little bit. I'll finish up after this part. Alright, okay. So, what is it? Wataru. I sprinkled the rest of the water on the back of the building and Shui rushed up to me while panting. After leaving the watering can and clapping my hands to clean them a bit, Shui brought his smartphone screen closer to me. Close, too close. I can't focus on the screen. This is the VRMMO Chance Objugation Event Ranking Thread 5 Cute. This is a thread to talk about the rankings in the ongoing event. If you are not interested in the rankings and just want to chill and collect materials, please head to the thread to talk about the event. Ignore the trolls and be well-mannered. Since there will be a fast flood of comments during the event, the next thread will be made once we reach 900 comments. 432, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID. TFSRK. Just 2 days left, huh? Since the rankings are barely moving, it's pretty boring. 433, Nameless Mage ID, Earthk. Light Warriors and Archers for crit, Mages for Shinto Priest for healing, and Heavy Warriors for single hits. It was to be expected, but it's boring. 434, Nameless Knight ID, F9XR3A. I don't see knights being mentioned anywhere though. 435, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, TFSRK. Knights, lol, should wait until they are able to use magic swords, lol. Well, that was a joke. But since they are late bloomers compared to the rest of the jobs, they can only sit this one out. 436, Nameless Archer ID, RZNJPZD. But when you talk about heroes, the image of a knight comes to mind, right? A heavy warrior wearing a hero aura does feel out of place. At 434, archers are somewhat lacking in ranged DPS compared to mages too, so don't mind it. In crit rankings we also can't quite beat light warriors, so it's a bit of a dilemma. 437, Nameless Light Warrior ID, CMVXK6H. Though you are the strongest at playing solo, archers can just spam arrow rain safely from a distance and enemies will just die. 438, Nameless Archer ID, RZNJPZD. That one has a long ass CD. It's like a sure kill skill. It does hit enemies even if your aim is poor, but if you are unable to hit their weak points for high damage you'd be in trouble. 439, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, an H9 Jack 3. As a Shinto priest I'm quite bored since my allies don't get hit. I can't work on the healing ranking. 440, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, TFSRK. I mean, the turtles are really slow. Once you get used to them, even a fully armored heavy warrior can dodge those attacks. 441, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, Chikapru. At 439, I heard that you can hang around a beginner party and keep healing them to raise your ranking. 442, Nameless Martial Artist ID, Spees. Our name won't appear. Few know that there exists a martial arts class. It's fine if it's just a few times. Remember we exist. 443, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, TFSRK. I can't really say that I really forgot they existed. What's this? Aren't they just talking normally about the event? Wataru. Wrong one. Below. Shui. My hands are dirty, so scroll down for me. Wataru. Geez, you are so impatient. Shui. 544, Nameless Mage ID, RTLPHDM. LOL. Wait, there's something weird going on in the attack rankings raffle. 545, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, a Helm 6. I just saw it. There's a knight in second place lol. 546, Nameless Archer ID, Chka6. Now they've done it. 547, Nameless Knight ID, ZZTKPE. What do you mean? 548, Nameless Knight ID, 6EKGTW4. You should know since you are a knight too, right? That at the very least. This is not the kind of damage we can deal. 549, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 7K5QG. So basically, they cheer. 550, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, a Helm 6. Wait, is this really damage that is impossible to reach? Is there anyone that's into thick crafting? I don't really think anyone would cheat in this day and age. They would be quickly get caught in real life after all. 562, Nameless Mage ID, A9 Capsy. I ran some calculations. With the best buffs debuffs you can get at level 30 and with the current best meter type weapons with first rate on them, adding Knight's Act of Desperation and Heavy Slash. I won't write the formulas, okay? Since you guys are stupid you wouldn't understand them anyway, right? Besides, it's a pain. 563, Nameless Archer ID, 3KPJGT4. Just give us the results. 564, Nameless Mage ID, A9 Capsy. You would get barely 9,000 damage, so in theory it's a bit below what could be the highest possible damage. It's theoretically possible, so it's hard to say that they cheated. 565, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, 3EWP3. First-rate meter weapons are impossible for me at the moment. I get really scared of running into an accident in Sacred Hill. 566, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, a Helm 6. It might be impossible for you, but it is possible for me. I believe Sacred Hill is the place you would go if you want to level up to get a place in the rankings. Well, if you want to make a first-rate weapon you'd need to know a skilled crafter though. Mine is fine quality. 567, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, 3EWP3. Isn't it impossible after all? Lol. 568, Nameless Mage ID, XB. Yeah, if they went for crazy numbers it would be easier to see that they cheated, but like this, it's hard to see if it was or not. It's quite the delicate situation. However, this was 2 days before the event ended, right? Wataru. Yup, I know it's obvious, but it gets messier once the event ended. However, I felt really refreshed once they released the videos to the public. So, let's look at it. Shui. So basically, you want to share that happiness. Can I go wash my hands first? Wataru. Fine, but hurry up, hurry. Shui. While being urged on by Shui, I turned the water faucet. Well, it's true that I wanted to know what kind of reaction they had once the video was released after the event, so it's a good opportunity. And this is the thread for the event after it ended. Shui. I can sort of guess what's in it without looking, but I'll take a look. Wataru. It would be a pain to take out my own smartphone, so I just borrowed Shui's. Well, let's just skim through the really harsh bits. It would be bad for my mental health. Throwstone Subjugation Event Ranking Thread 6 at Saymail. This is a thread to talk about the rankings in the ongoing event. If you are not interested in the rankings and just want to chill and collect materials, please head to the thread to talk about the event. Ignore the trolls and be well-mannered, since there will be a fast flood of comments during the event. The next thread will be made once we reach 900 comments. 321, Nameless Knight ID, 77JTTH5. Furlol. The knight in second place in the attack rankings finally did it. Lol. 333, Nameless Mage ID, 9QXZ2KM, 17,437 MO. No way lol. 352, Nameless Light Warrior ID, ESPL2J. This probably means a ban, right? 366, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, ERPX. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Whispering. 371, Nameless Archer ID, WikAGG7. CHEATCONFIRMED. 380, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, W7RR9HR. They are so dumb for seriously doing it. 388, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, NZPM7NH. I lost my motivation. Wataru. Waki. My smartphone is going to break. I know how you feel, I really do. But calm down. Shui. Sorry, Wataru. I should make my judgment after reading various replies in the thread. I picked the most appropriate messages within the flow of messages, and it was something like that. There was one Shinto priest that realized it was possible for it to have been the sacrifice skill, but since the messages flowed really quickly no one paid attention to him. That's how it would turn out, since it's something they probably haven't seen. Just endure it for a bit longer. Though it was like that until Thursday. Shui. It was after this, right? When they participated in the event's final act and the videos were released. Wataru. You could change the point of view in the released video. It was an overhead view where you could see the four of us, but the camera did move arbitrarily on its own. What was not added was our voices, but you could understand it with a single glance because the buffs, debuffs and our status was shown. You could limit the amount of information that was released to the public, but in order to dispel their doubts, we had the resolution to leave everything in the open. If there are people that still doubt us after watching this, it would be just people that think they know more than other players. 701, Nameless Light Warrior ID, FBPDWF8. It just ended normally with Mo-chan naming those in first place though. 722, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, VKPK. Yeah, I can't really accept this. 730, Nameless Night ID, A6XRMT. They probably won't upload the video anyway. 732, Nameless Mage ID, X Stuff. The fact that they did it unfairly would come to light after all. 734, Nameless Martial Artist ID, 810K5Ks. At 730, the video is up. It has been released to the public. 737, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, WWMZGAD. 738, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, DKVJQKS. No way lol. 739, Nameless Archer ID, M8T4Abe. I'll go take a look. The flow has changed. Wataru. Mufafu. Waki, you are starting to grin, you know? Shui. You are the one doing it. I'll keep reading. Wataru. Okay. Shui. 770, Nameless Night ID, P8RDJSP. The night and witch were cute. I'm so jealous of those two guys in their party. 771, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, Maspk. At 770, that's not what you should be looking at. Lol. However, what's with that sword lol? 772, Nameless Archer ID, M8T4Abe. That's too big to be called a sword. Too big, too thick and heavy. Furthermore, 773, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, MTRC5U. At 772, yeah, she was basically approaching her limit the lmao. She was kind of shaking the lol. 774, Nameless Heavy Warrior ID, FTC2C. I see, so it was okay to arrange the weapon and make it bigger huh? 775, Nameless Mage ID, AY9LVHG. But if that knight had that much offensive power, it pretty much confirms that it was first rate too. You know that it's really difficult to craft one of those, right? 776, Nameless Shinto Priest ID, 54XFGN. So they are lucky that they got a skilled crafter. 777, Nameless Archer ID, M8T4 Abe. They also timed their buffs debuffs cleanly. It was a tactic played by the book. The ninja. His shadow weaving was really effective. 778, nameless Shinto priest ID. You are right that it was played by the book. That sacrifice was unexpected. That's why I told you it was that. 779, nameless martial artist ID. SWPCSQ4 at 778, when 780, nameless Shinto priest ID. I said it at 366. Since no Shinto priest uses it, no one has experienced it. 781, nameless martial artist ID. SWPCSQ4. It can't be helped. The messages were flowing really fast. However, that was a blind spot that no one realized. 782, nameless Shinto priest ID. I think it's pretty normal unless you are a support type Shinto priest. I was curious about the skill because I'm a support type. It would hurt me in various ways, so I didn't pick it up. Lol. You will be unable to get any other skills for a while after all. 10 SP Island just way too much. 783, nameless light warrior ID. M3VQR6C. That Shinto priest guided faint in agony. After all, I can't blame him after being damaged by that dot. 784, nameless mage ID. FFJW6ND. All the knight's stats did transcend anything I've ever seen though. It would have no real use in a normal fight though. I mean, continuous DPS is more important after all. The duration of the buff is too short. 785, nameless archer ID, CHZFP. Furthermore, the Shinto priest would get no experience or drops. There's also this poor treatment of getting a death penalty with a 100% chance. Lol. 786, nameless heavy warrior ID, Betuge. The embodiment of self-sacrifice. After hearing that, I've begun to think of that Shinto priest as some sort of Buddha. 787, nameless knight ID. 8 Anland. Well, you normally wouldn't pick it up. The job within a party of a Shinto priest when it comes to fighting strong monsters is to survive until the end after all. 788, nameless archer ID. 8 Anland. However, with this, all the people that thought it was cheating will be gone. 789, nameless knight ID. S40S. Well yeah, if it was me, I wouldn't comment until I changed my ID. In an act of shame. 790, nameless heavy warrior ID, GK6FZD8. I did mostly lurk around since the messages were flowing really fast. I was also aiming for the rankings, so I kind of understand them. However, attacking people is a no-go, even more if it's people you haven't met yet. 791, nameless archer ID. K75 Nawi. Once the cover was off, I was surprised that it was a beautiful player. Because of those guys bashing them, I had a bad image of them. Well, this might be a bit off topic. Were there any Elven Ears equipment? 792, nameless martial artist ID, and GBJ9K4. Who knows? I haven't seen them, so they are probably arranged. 793, nameless Shinto priest ID. 54x FGN. There are no blueprints for the hat of that mage girl either, you know. 794, nameless archer ID, K75 Nawi. I see. I wonder if they would sell me elven ears. I think that when you think about bows, you would imagine an elf, right? 795, nameless heavy warrior ID, DBPHVFR. At 794, are you really going to say that elven ears would suit you? 796, nameless archer ID, K75 Nawi. It would be hard for me to say it if you put it like that, lol. But I want to wear them. 797, nameless mage ID, N94BC. They suited Yuma-chan really well. The ideal dark elf. She had nice style too. That innocent expression of hers in the video was also good. 798, nameless light warrior ID, Konvuksa. I prefer Izu-chan, who is small in various places. 799, nameless knight ID, DBC4090. Don't shout like that so suddenly. You are being noisy. 800, nameless light warrior ID, Konbuksa. I prefer Izu-chan, who is small in various places. 801, nameless Shinto priest ID. 8 SKWVPF. Her having a mole under her eye is quite sexy, right? Her cold reproachful eyes are nice too. 802, nameless heavy warrior ID. DBFCH9C. These guys are too far gone. 803, nameless martial artist ID, and GBJ9K4. Hey, I heard that they made a thread about Yuma-chan. It was called Thread to Praise Hero-chan lol. 804, nameless mage ID, N94BC? 805, nameless heavy warrior ID, DBFCH9C. The people of that thread had some rivalry with the people of the Muchan thread Ilmo. 806, nameless archer ID, HZSWWB. They were so quick. LOL. We shouldn't put NPCs and players in the same category lol. Wataru. Waki. Shuui. Yup. The way they treat us is way worse than the girls, and there are various things I want to say, but Wataru. Take that. Well, this was quite refreshing. This feels quite good. Though, we actually had nothing to feel ashamed of. Waki. You are glad that you saw it, right? Shuui. Yeah, it's just as you have said. This is the type of joy you can share with others. It makes you want to show them as soon as possible. Wataru. Right? Shuui. But Shuui. Seems like lessons are about to start. Wataru. Eh? Shuui. It's about time they begin. Wataru. The moment I took a look at Shui's smartphone, it was nearly time for them to begin. When I urged him to take a look at the clock in the school building, Shui started to turn pale. I left him like that and started running. We won't make it at this rate. We are running. Wataru. Wait, Waki. Shui. I sprinted with all my might and tidied up the tools. I'll leave these for later. After that, we somehow made it in time. However, since we were panting, our classmates looked at us in a weird way for a while. We were too absorbed in reading the BBS. I'm glad that we weren't late.